Okay. Whoa. Good evening. Good morning. Good afternoon. Merry Christmas in advance. All the beautiful people in the space right now, you're welcome to the Vawulence space. Our Thursday edition, guys. You're welcome to the Vawulence space. Today feels so special because our comment section is back. I have fought tooth and nail. I've been writing letters. Oh my god, I've been on Elon Musk's neck, asking him how far. What's up, Oga? Open my comment section, huh? And finally, it's good to know that and feel good that our comment section is back. I see all of you already popping on the comment section. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Welcome once more to the Vawulence space, your number one Twitter space on Nigeria entertainment scene. Thank you very much, my people, for always coming out. It is a privilege to always do this with you guys. We're over 300 people deep in already. Thank you so much. It's been an amazing week. It's been a mix filled with mixed reactions. As always, it has always been that way. Every week I come here, I always say it. I think that's always my first speech. I'm always like, it's been an amazing week. It's been a week mixed with mixed reactions. It is always going to be like that, and it's getting thicker and thicker as the day goes by. My people, it's not easy. Yo. We have been through a whole lot. As a movement, we are at that crunch time one more time, and I think it is important we remind you all where we are, where we are coming from, and where we intend to go to. So, my people, thank you for coming on the Vawulence space. I see all our day one, all our regulars. You guys are amazing. In 15 minutes, we have over 300 people on the space. Yes, that is why it is the Vawulence space. That is why it is the people's space where you guys come out and give your own submissions as it deems fit to the topic that we're addressing today. We have had a very, 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 very long week. One week whereby on this space we have always chosen not to be a reactionary space. If there's something you guys have known the Vawulence space for over time is our ability to stay on topic, our ability to shape the narratives, our ability not to engage in beer parlor gossips, our ability to keep the movement focused and redirect people to what our aim and objectives are. I say this, I will not waste my time and open up a space or waste my time or waste the time of people and come on a space to come and that will not give this movement a lead way. So it's been a privilege doing this with you guys for the past couple of months now. Honestly, I am every day before this every day before the space or hours before the space, I'm always like, God, here we are. If I've been told a few months ago, Saddam, you'll be doing this, so I was just laughing and say, like, for me, for real, no. But we have taken this cross. We passed through battles. We have been bond by this movement. We have created families through this movement. We have created relationships through this movement. We have brought ourselves to a point whereby I can look back and I say I have made a family of people that I have never seen before. People that I don't know anything about. A whole lot of you on this space. I can say probably on this space now, I've met maybe one or two of you, and the rest are just ooh. I actually met a violence in I'm not gonna call where, but in my city. And I was in the conference and I walked up to him and he said, Saddam, Professor Saddam. And I said, hey, Nabadu people, they don't catch me. I now prepared myself for I became combat ready. He said, no. It is not war. It is not war. I am always on your space. I said, hey, really? How do you know my face? How you take some of my people? Say, oh God, these are day one. I said, these are people that found me out even before I found myself. And he said, no, he took me out on a dinner yesterday. He flexed me. I was like, really? He started telling, I had to say, guys, give me your Twitter account first. Let me see you first. Give me your account. I saw his account. I did my investigation myself. Scroll to like his tweet of May. Let me say this one come by October, begin this guy. Just let me know who is this guy. And I was so happy yesterday. First time ever I met someone from this platform has bonded with us as a family. Thank you guys. It's amazing doing this journey with you guys. But it is important while we are doing this, we remind ourselves. Also, I want to share my PVC story. I'll share my PVC story in the course of this space. I have a whole lot of people that I had to cut discussion with them back home through my WhatsApp and everything. I was like, do not talk to me if you don't have your PVC. If you remember our early spaces, I used to tell you guys, if anybody that does not register for PVC, stop talking to them. I cut a whole lot of those people off. My mechanics, my guys fixing my generator back then in Nigeria, all those people that do all those little work for me, go and buy this. But all of them, I say, guys, go get your PVCs. If you don't have your PVCs, never chat me, never ask me for favors or anything. And I got a good news yesterday. I'm going to make a tweet about it tomorrow. My gen guy hit me up yesterday after months and said, sir, I have gotten my PVC. I said, where is the proof? He sent it to me. And he didn't send me his PVC. He said, I and my wife. And he sent me, I'm going to make a tweet with it with video, with picture evidence for you guys to see. Extra 2 more PVCs for Peter. I've been seeing all the tags on Twitter here. You guys are going out for your PVCs and tagging me. Thank you guys. It is important we understand how that PVC is our visa out of bad governance to a new Nigeria. Thank you. Please do not relent. You that have been going and have been pushing you back, please continue going till you get that PVC. That is the most important thing in the course of everything we're going to discuss today. PVC is the most important thing we need to going forward. So thank you very much, my people. You're welcome to the Vawulence space. On this space today, we want to reiterate and remind you guys, remind Nigerians of the dangers of an Atiku or Tinubu presidency. Lest you forget, lest you begin to go and have banters with these people. I got a whole lot of DMs. Some new obedience were asking me, Saddam, they're talking about you and your brother Omar on some spaces. I said, it is except you're new here. They have been opening spaces on top. When we open Vawulence space, those are not us from early days. They will open, as we're doing space, they will open space. And Vawulence space, what? They will open space on Vawulence space. So if you're just listening to it now, my brother and sister, you're still coming up. We have been getting this from day one. So it is not a new thing to us. In fact, it has been paining me that for the past few months, they have not been doing it. So that means we have to increase the pressure. And for those that are just joining us and you are forgetting our agenda on this movement, please, my people, I want to remind you why we are here. Because most times, many people forget why we are doing this thing. They feel like we are just here to catch crews. We are just here to do no. For the 405 of you that are in this room, I want to remind you guys again why we are here. Please, this is our reason why we do what we do on this space. Thank you. Our business is not to make them happy. Our business is to make their high blood pressure to continue to go. Our business is not to make them happy. Okay. Our business is to make their high blood pressure to continue to go. So thank you very much. That is our business on this platform, to make sure that the high blood pressure of these Mekanites and Agbado children of the corn, their blood pressure will continue to go high. We are not coming down. We are not here to bring it down. No. We will see the neck pressing from now till election. Or more. Now, what I don't know, please, our medical people, please. I don't know what that needs to tie in neck. That bandage needs to put in people's neck. When we say, they go put a gun tie and one bandage, you attack to your hand. Please, that is the level we're going to right now, guys. No breathing space for these guys. Pursue them offline, pursue them online. Do not relent. Do not sit. I say this all the time. We are not sitting 1 inch. 1 inch on Twitter, 1 inch on social media, 1 inch offline. Anywhere you find yourself as an obedient, press, and keep freaking pressing. Do not get tired of pressing. And don't let anybody tell you, no, don't focus, stop going, don't do this, don't do that. You can, as my brother tomorrow always say, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. You can press at the same time, talk about getting your PVC. Do not, guys, don't try that. Press and press and press and press. Thank you. Guys, one more time, I just want to thank my brothers, N6 and Omar. Thank you very much for always coming out here. Omar is even under the weather right now. He's not strong, but he had to reach out to me. I said, bro, you just have to come, just find a way and try and come, even if you can just be present in flesh. In flesh, yes. So that they will not say, Omar is, Omar, they hit Omar somewhere and Omar ran away. He has to be here physical. So you understand that what we're doing here, we're just starting. We have not started. Till we get back our country, we will sit on your fucking necks. We will continue to press your neck. We will continue to sit on your neck. Tinubu and Atiku. That sickness that is worrying people. Now we go make sure we retire you guys to hospital. There is nothing you guys can do about it. If you choose to support those people, if you choose to be a servant or a slave of bad governance, that is on you. Our job is to expose you for who you are, to disgrace you guys, to bring you out to the market square and flog sense back into your brains. And if you refuse to have sense, I promise you that hospital Sanwo-Olu is building, we shall contribute money, because I know say they pay on yes obedience to contribute money. Yes, we will contribute, we will do fundraising for you guys, and we will buy bed spaces for you guys going forward. Thank you very much, guys. We said something on our last piece on Thursday here. We said something about that terrorist in Finland. That terrorist in Finland, Guguru, Simon Guguru. If we catch that Guguru man, we are coming for you. Tell that. I made a tweet last week and I said Simon Ekpa Guguru he works for the drug dealer. I said it that last time. People were looking at. People were saying Saddam.
Saddam, you talk no cap.
Thank you, my brother. I'm happy that you can testify. I said it that last time. People were saying Saddam, you don't come again. 1 week today is 1 week. I made that statement. 1 week after, evidence are everywhere.
Now that guy from Canada arguing with you. Now one guy from Canada arguing with you. 1 week later,
yes. The man came up here and was arguing with us. Thank you. And 1 week later, evidence don't show. It is open to everybody. It is visible to everybody that Guguru man. And before I will yield the mic to my brothers here, I want to paint you guys a scenario now, right now. This picture has been on my head. There's one man that came out in the 90s and said, I don't believe in one Nigeria. Bola Ahmed Tinubu said that. He never believed in one Nigeria. He is one person. If you go and look for tweets of all these his new supporters right now, you will see them saying it. Especially there's one Benga guy that came out on Twitter and said that we know you don't believe in Nigeria, you just want to divide Nigeria and you want to use the Southwest as your launching pad. We in the Southwest, we see your agenda and we're not going to stand with you and everything. This man successfully went and met people that are agitating. This is my theory. This is what I believe. And that's what I'm saying right now. And I will yield the mic to N6 and Omar after this time. Omar, I want you to come in here because I know we had this discussion, me and you, when you were giving me this Nadeko story, when you were telling me some things about Nadeko, and you opened my eyes to seeing the role that man possibly played with Abacha to make MK or Abiola lose their elections.
Omar, please take the mic, I beg, please. I beg. I want to even hear the theory because
honestly,
as an Igbo man, I don't know how deep Nadeko went. The way you wouldn't know how deep IPOP goes. So please break it down for me, I beg.
I will not lie to you. That day my mind was blown away.
I remember. It was. I think it was a late night conversation. It was a late night discussion.
Yes, bro. That night, I never saw it from that angle. You brought that. I was like, my God.
I mean, the interesting part for me, a lot of people have said that, of course, Kemi Adetiba herself, she's denied that the movie King of Boys had anything to do with Tinubu's story. So there's a disclaimer there. But there are people that also want to look at it from the angle of being able to put the story side by side with some events that happened, between the 90s and the early 2000s. And if you kind of look at it, it sort of makes a bit of sense. Okay, so the theory, David Dunda even mentioned it, that everything in the King of Boys is actually like a real story. The characters are real. They're real humans. That people that played a part in the politics of, a certain part of Nigeria. So when you look at it, I mean, this dear brother had his case sometime I think it was in the 80s. And then in the 90s, you had the Nadeco struggle between 92, 93, or between 93 actually, after the elections, 93, 94, and somewhere along the line, at the time, the godfather of politics in Lagos State was a man known as MKO Abiola, of course, probably one of the most popular politicians in Nigeria at the time. And somehow he managed to get himself into problem after he won the elections and they denied him of his mandate in 93. As at that time, Tinubu was a senator sometime in 92. And then a lot of people would say that he was more like a sidekick to MKO Abiola. And we've seen pictures of him, Abiola and Abacha in the same picture. So you can tell that this man was actually in and around the corridors of power at the time, and he probably had military connections. And a lot of people understand that local politicians at the time created some kind of alliance with the military, because most of the time, some of them have even met these military guys when they were serving as junior officers. For instance, there are so many people in Oyo State politics who got involved with Abacha simply because he once commanded, I think it was, I can't remember the battalion or the barracks that Abacha
The
was
one in
working.
Ibadan.
The one in Ibadan, yes, Abacha commanded it at the time. So he had local connections with the politicians at the time. So it was no surprise that when he started running for office, people like Arishekola Alao, Alhaji Adedibu, and all of that, they were able to rally around him because they were familiar with the man. So I think the same thing goes for this our dear Amoda fellow. So by the time he left the States, after all of this and came to contest for politics in 92, that was the time that Abiola was at the height of all of his ambition and everything. But now it gets interesting, because not long after Abiola dies in 98, this guy makes a triumphant return back into the country, runs for governor of Lagos State, and then becomes the most powerful political person in that state. And there are so many people that will tell you that in none of the Nadeco struggle, it's quite clear that there were quite a number of people who were working, as fifth columnists within Nadeco, double agents who were supposedly Nadeco at face value, but were all probably reporting back to their military masters. And if you put it side by side together, there was a particular scene in The King of Boys, and this is just all, it's just putting things together. It's not like some kind of verified story, but you can also just watch it up yourself. It kind of makes a lot of sense. There was a particular scene in that movie where the lady, Shola Shubowale, who played the Oba in them, she dressed up in some kind of northern outfit and went all the way to the president and had the effrontery to tell the president face to face that, I brought you into office, if you remember. And now if you look at how certain characters passed out in that movie, and the way certain characters passed out in the Nigerian story, MKO Abiola died in jail, Are died in jail in that stuff. So you can tell that there was some kind of power grab that happened within Lagos, within the politics of Lagos and the Southwest. And this guy was probably the one who orchestrated it. And the interesting thing is, when he came back, when he eventually got his way into power and became the governor of the state, the machinery, Darian has mentioned this time and again, and I think I had referenced it even in one of the spaces and their submissions, that the power grab he committed also within the politics of the Alliance for Democracy. So practically at the time they came into office in 99, there was him in Lagos State, there was Lam Adesina in Oyo State, there was I think it was Olagunsoye Oyinlola in Osun State, and there was, I think, Olusegun Agagu in Ondo State. In Ekiti State, there was Neyi Adebayo. And most of them came in under the mantra of they used the template of Egbe Awolowo, the Awo, the descendants of Awolowo kind of politics. That was what they sold to the people of the Southwest at the time. And a lot of people bought into it because they believed in the politics of Awo. And most of these guys had, Nadeco struggle, connections here and there. Some of them former military men, like Oyinlola was a former military man. So you had all of this.
Agagu ended up a minister.
Agagu ended up a minister. God bless you. So there was a way that these guys, they had that kind of unity at the time, but also there was a fifth columnist between them, in between them at the time. So automatically,
Omar, let me ask you a question. In reality, Nadeco and Abacha, are they meant to be friends?
Not in any way whatsoever.
Not in any way, right?
Not in any way whatsoever. And then you look at the picture that surfaced on the internet some days ago. Abacha's daughter.
You know where I was good.
I knew where you were going to. Abacha's daughter took, a picture that tells you that these people have been friends, not today, with the Iyaloja woman, the Bola Tinubu.
Even more damning was the title of that picture, Iyaloja with the Nigerian flag.
So I want you guys to understand this thing now. If a man could play this role
Now, no,
Well,
but I'm taking you
come on,
forward.
run it up,
I'm taking
please.
you forward
Run it up.
in his usual MO. You know, so when he wanted to take on OBJ, he started to find a way to crack the ranks of OBJ. So we started. Atiku had the problem. He would reach out to Atiku, you know, because he's always willing to find a crack in any kind of opposition that he's fighting. That's his MO. And then you look at the Afenifere thing that happened recently. I mean, Paruben Fasoroti practically handed power to Ayo Adebanjo. And this guy orchestrated some kind of visit using his own surrogates, using his own insiders within the Afenifere. Those ones factionalized it, arranged a meeting with Pafa Soroti. The poor old man was not even aware they were using him for propaganda purposes. They brought him out, doctored a video interview to make it look like this man was practically renouncing the Afenifere support for Peter Obi. You know, so when you look at somebody that walks along these lines, look at what he told people when he went to Abeokuta, that when Buhari lost elections, after Buhari had lost elections so many times, he was the one who went to him and said, you know what, we're going to give you the chance. And that is going against the
Buhari
Southwestern
cried.
position. And
Don't
Buhari
forget
cried.
that
And that
Buhari shed
automatically goes
tears.
against the Southwestern position on the person of Buhari, because this guy had been contesting elections like 3 times. He's been able to bring out block votes from a certain region in the country. But reaching out to people across the Niger, he didn't get support from the Southeast. And the Southwesterners were never even, they were never his biggest fans in the first place. But then this guy managed to create a bunch of young Nigerians. And there are names. There was a particular lady, she's still on this internet today. She is a writer. Her father probably suffered under the government of Buhari in 84. This lady suddenly came out, went as far as writing an article in the Guardian newspaper in the United Kingdom, where she claimed that the man who tortured her father and made her father go through certain things is likely to be the one to have the solution to the Nigerian problems. This man managed to bring together a bunch of young Nigerians, internet-savvy Nigerians, influencers, to bring them and find a way to. I mean, there are names. We know somebody on this app, you know, a JJ Okocha that dribbles around silly topics. There is that man on this app. We have people on this app that we know and we remember how they were used. I mean, there is a man in Lagos with red cap, maybe a Debola or something, but these people managed to use a media outfit, their own new technology ideas, all of these things to package a man that had been rejected multiple times by a particular region. So this man has a way of going against the group, against the collective. Whenever you have him within a union, you can be sure that he's the one that is going to be the sellout in that union sooner or later. And if you look at the history, all of these things may sound like, oh, just yes, yeah, it is. But you can actually do your own research. I'm not going to come here and make blatant allegations against anybody. But the thing is, if you put 2 and 2 together, it becomes 4. If you follow the trajectory of a particular person's personality, his actions, if you find a certain consistency in his behavior, then you can make your own submissions on, the person you're dealing with. So you can always tell. I mean, there are people that have another certain part of the theory that he didn't just get away from that drug case in the States. Maybe he was able to cut some kind of deal with some powerful agency who then made him some form of insider in the scheme of Nigerian politics. Nobody knows. But you see, this is a man with a very, very questionable background, very questionable educational record, very questionable path to his life. There is nothing about him that can easily be verified. I mean, to quote the words of Peter Obi, he went to CKC Onitsha and he had classmates there and everybody knew him. There's not been one schoolmate of this guy that has ever showed up. Probably he schooled in the Sahara or in the moon. I mean, at the end of the day, he must have gone with somebody and somebody should show up, but there's nobody. So if you cannot even verify somebody's name, you can't verify his age. The certificates that came out of his school documents suggested that the name Bola Ahmed Tinubu is actually a female. The column of the gender there was filled as F, female. So there are too many questions, and the inconsistency of the man's personality, the inconsistencies in his behavior, when he's dealing with people, it's just like Atiku himself. Atiku also has a pattern of whenever he's working as a subordinate under a boss, he wants to pull the boss down and he becomes the boss. It happened when he was in the customs. It happened when he was vice president to Olusegun Obasanjo. There is, for me, I believe that before I can make a conclusion about somebody's personality, I look at the trajectory of your behavioral pattern. And if there is a consistency in it, then I believe I have the right to make my own conclusions. If you get what I mean, Saddam. So anyway, guys, good evening. Welcome to the Violence Space. Our opening monologue is getting very interesting. And of course, there's no way you can be under the weather and you
No.
come
Now your opening monologue be that. That's just you explaining this
No,
thing. I
that's you.
want to tell you, say, I beg,
Oh
start
my,
your
oh my,
opening
No, we're
monologue.
still going on. We're still
before
going
I
you
on.
don't
before you
hear
guys
they
come
go.
in here, I mean I was sitting on before even Omar. I had to bring up Omar in because I needed Omar to come in and expatiate on that what he just said right now, because we had this discussion that night and I was blown away. I was like, oh, I have to
I'm
look at
telling
this
you,
from this
there are
other.
even certain parts of it that I have to edit, of course, because we're speaking on a public platform.
Yeah,
There are quite...
yeah, I know. And I'm not looking at it now and say, okay, look at the man now that look at all his sacrifice for Buhari. If there's one thing I always say on this space, and I've been consistent, if there's one thing I will always give Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the fact that he's a strategist.
Oh, he is.
I have said this
I mean,
maybe
a strategist, yes, but there's something in football they call the
No,
master of the dark arts.
respect your adversary. He is a
He is a
strategist.
strategist.
he's
Actually,
an
May
evil.
we leave him there.
Confirm.
I'm coming. I'm going somewhere. He's an evil strategist. And let me paint this picture to you right now. I come out. Let's form APC. Who do we use to get back power from Jonathan Goodluck? Let's get a man that has consistently brought out 11 million votes. We can get this man. Meanwhile, my eyes is on the presidency. I want to be the president. But let us use this man and ride to power. If I can use this man and ride to power, then subsequently I will get power from this man. So how do I get power from this man? I will ride on the back that I will invest my time, my money, and make sure that it is known that I, in person, stop every other person from getting that APC ticket in 2015, stand by him, fund him, push him, and use all my media machinery and everything, and make sure that he becomes the next president. And he succeeded in doing that. So right now, from 2015, Bola Ahmed Tinubu's eyes on what? Become the next president of Nigeria. From 2015. Remember from 2015 that Bola Ahmed Tinubu has started targeting 2023 Nigerians on this space. Remember that. So every event that happens from 2015 going forward is Bola planning, how do I become the next president of Nigeria? He has looked at and said, where are my strongholds? He has looked at and said, where will I not get votes from? He has looked at and said, where will the places be problem for me? And he has looked at and said, the template I will use to victory is the same template Buhari has used to victory. That is, getting majority of votes from the north, then coming and consolidating from the south. And he has looked at and said, I know I will never get votes from the southeast and south-south. What do I do? Destabilize that region. So even in the midst of everything, I can come out and say right now that probably Buhari said he's not even, no, I must say probably, Buhari is not even aware. He's not aware of the roles that is being played behind his back. This man has played behind his back. So this man went and did what? Contact people that are used to, people that are dictators. He understands that the moment you go to the southeast and you scream Biafra, 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 so many people that are not, that even people that are reasonable,
God bless
that think
you,
with their brains, will abandon their brains and follow first of all, where is that shout of Biafra coming out from first?
If this man can create a crack between senior men in their 90s,
bro,
who is Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa that he cannot hire fifth columnist among them? He's smart and he understands the art of dark. There's something in football that they call the master of the dark arts.
Thank you very much.
There are coaches who actually
it's called Machiavellian politics.
It's Machiavellian politics.
Demonic politics. Where you sit and actually think negativity to advance your cause as a political wing. It's terrible, but it actually exists.
And it's effective. It's
very, very effective. But
the effectiveness of it that often blows my mind.
Do you know the difference? The difference was that prior to our coming in, they control the narrative.
Of course.
They control the media space. They control the social media space. So their narrative will always fly. But I am on this space and I'm telling if you're on this space, you're listening to our voice and you inside your mind think. I said this on our last space on Thursday. I said, only a stupid, mad person will believe that Nnamdi Kanu will on his own start a radio station, flaunt a radio station, fund a radio station that will be and operate it from UK, and it will be playing around the whole southeast. Only. Do you understand? Mad.
Because we have an online radio platform, and of course we're using that opportunity to let you know that if you're just joining us, you can hook up with us on the Vawulence Radio. The Vawulence Radio allows you to listen with low data, and it's very, very easy and conducive. You may not be able to be part of the conversation, but you have a clear listening. In fact, some people say it's clearer than listening using Twitter Spaces. But of course, we like to have you on the space. Now, bro, one thing that really blows my mind is that when you look at this BMC, these people we call BMC, the Buhari Media Group. Now, the Buhari Media Center, what do they call themselves? The interesting thing is that if you focus on, of course, let's not forget that the APC is a merger of quite a number of political parties, but the two major parties that came together were the Action Congress of Nigeria, ACN, and of course the Congress for Progressive Change that Buhari spearheaded at the time. Now, these two parties coming together, if you look at the trajectory of the members of the party and where the origins of them, coming into the party, you would see the people from the CPC side, and you see the level that they've managed to attain, when it comes to this administration itself. The former national youth leader of the APC, Ismail, I can't remember his name, Ismail, some very chubby, well-fed, good-looking dude like that, who obviously seems like a young, brilliant, forward-thinking guy. But of course, he's learned to play politics within the system that he's working with. And he worked with them. That guy, you can see the trajectory of his career. You can see Bashir Ahmad. Bashir Ahmad was drinking with Versace cups in his home. You can see the quality of life that these people are living. And then you look at the ACN side of things, those ones were the crux of the BMCs. They probably had the contract.
The common ones.
The common
They're
ones.
the ones that went into agriculture.
They are the ones that went into agriculture. They took Buhari's message very personal.
We're boys.
They were the ones who took.
So one government post they no see. None of them get farm where headsmen don't pursue come back.
It is important. It is important to draw this parallel. Let people understand where we are going to. Because I want to drum it one more time. When I said this in last week, I said Nnamdi could not have stood up. And I'm happy you played this in last week. You played Nnamdi's, and when Nnamdi was
I still have it.
Yes, please do play it. When he was protesting for one Nigeria in 2012. He was protesting against Goodluck Jonathan's government in UK. All of a sudden, he got money, started a radio station, started screaming Biafra, Biafra. And the major reason why Jonathan lost that 2015 elections was because there was a total low turnout of voters in the Southeast.
Please, let me give you guys a simple fact at this junction, Saddam. Sorry to interrupt.
Go on, my brother.
The latest Annan polls states that Peter Obi is winning this election by a landslide. But it states this on two very shaky mandates. In every other indices, if you take out two regions of this country called the Southeast and the Southwest, Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Atiku would win Peter Obi. In the Annan poll, Peter Obi wins the Southeast by 50% and wins the South-South by 46%. Please let me remind you, Peter Obi in the Annan polls wins the Southeast by 50%. Tinubu has 1%, Atiku has 1%. In the South-South, it's the same thing. Peter Obi is 46%, Tinubu is 9%, Atiku is 3%. Please, I hope you guys are understanding. So politically, what will be the best thing to do? The first thing, the man visits Tom Polo. So I promise you guys that from January, if you're from the South-South, be very wary of a certain set of actions that will start happening. Certain fishy agitations might kick off after the Christmas season. In the Southeast, he reaches out to Ekpa. That is why you can see Simon Ekpa came out today to make one of the most damning. He said he's planning a 2-week sit at home during the Nigerian elections. I read those tweets. That man is insane. If it was somebody else who posted that picture of Simon Ekpa, it would have been different. But it was Simon Ekpa himself who posted a print claiming it was an iPod print, an iPod printer, but whose picture was in the background of that picture of that printer's office. Emiloko. Whoever prints for Bola Ahmed Tinubu feels comfortable printing iPod propaganda. A lot of things will be made clear. And I promise you, the hand of God is in this movement. If by now you cannot see the divine, especially in a lot of exposures, did anybody notice that the bribery video of Bola Ahmed Tinubu giving that guy about 100,000 naira in the brand new 1,000 naira note was posted by a lady from the APC? Have you seen the full video? There's a prayer point my mother taught me. Father Lord, let my enemies make mistakes that will advance my cause. and it seems to be one of Peter Obi's prayer points, because a lot of things.
Sorry to
No, come in,
interject.
please come in at this point.
And something really interesting caught my attention. The lady that appeared in that video. If you remember when Tinubu went to Arewa House and he was making that statement about climate change, remember two women that were sitting on the right side who shook their head and looked in.
Yes.
You know, there's a striking
We, we, will,
resemblance.
we will
So,
not let our moles in the Agbado camp down. We will not let them down.
because
You
I'm
need
starting
to
to
you need to
wonder.
remember, how did the United States get into the war with Germany? At some point, German officers who knew that Hitler was a murdering psychopath were giving the world, sometimes Moscow, like literally SOS cries for help, that the world had to look like, wait, hold on. This man's generals are leaking information that is making us know that he's on ecstasy, he's on propofol, those kind of things. It gets to a point. I said, dear moles of the obedient and Peter Obi lovers within Agbado's camp, we understand some of you are stuck there against your will. Some of you may be due to your parents. Some of you may be due to where you're from, or some of you may be due to your prior affiliations. Don't worry. We won't let you down at the polls. We have seen all the videos you have leaked for us. We know that it's not obedience that are there. It is you people who are there that know this person is bad market that is showing it to Nigerians. Thank you. We appreciate you all. But if it's by divine providence, actions that you think are to advance your cause, that are what you are giving us canon fodder, because there's not, for me, I'm taking that video to INEC. I've tagged INEC in that video every time. Please, this is nothing else but vote buying. Nothing else but vote buying. So let me yield now. Omar, please continue your monologue, please.
Yeah, no, the interesting thing, my people,
Omar,
yes,
please. Omar,
Saddam,
can you hear me?
I'm here with you.
I'm doing your job now. Please, before you go on, let me play. I want to remind Nigerians what this man said, because me, I'm very, very people say Atiku. I say Atiku is a finished man. But today we're going to make sure we finish him totally. All of them, you understand? We're going to spend time on them. But I want you Nigerians to understand what Tinubu has to say about elections, because we don't understand that we are in a battle. And guys, we see all the requests. We see all the requests for speakership. Everybody's going to come up and speak, please. As we do on our spaces, this is our time. It is our time, so please just bear with us. We're going to bring all of you up and speak as the time goes on. But for right now, we have to make sure we flog this topic up for you guys to understand the energy we're bringing to the room. And please, if your energy is not 100, please don't request the mic. If you're sleeping, go and sleep off. Please, if you are not eating, go and eat before you come up on the space. You know what we bring on this space, so please let the energy be 100. Omar, please. I'm doing your job now. I just want to borrow time. I'm doing your
No
job.
problem. Please go ahead, my brother. I'm also cooking some nice meal here.
It's not going to be served. Political power is not going to be served in a restaurant. It's not served in a la carte. This is what we are doing. It's being determined to do it at all costs. Fight for it. Grab it. Snatch it. I run with you.
Political power is not served in a restaurant a la carte. It's what we have been doing. It's what we are doing. Snatch it. Fight it. Grab it. And run with it at all costs. If you underestimate this man and how dangerous this man is to become your next president, you will hear more. Omar, back to you, my brother. Take the space.
Well, my fellow Nigerians, a very good evening to you. Welcome again to the Vawulence space. Today we're talking about the dangers of Atiku and Tinubu presidency. A lot of people continue to underestimate the danger that is about to befall this nation if we allow these two men to somehow find their way into power. I came across something that our brother Jimmy, who I would call the investigative journalist of this movement, working, probably with the template of a David Hundeyin. He did some dig up, and I've been reading it. I'm sure that N6 probably wants to work with that, so I'll leave it at that. But when I came across that stuff and I
Fire
read
on, my brother.
it, yeah,
I saw that post and I kept it one side, but I still have an entire dossier, so you can read
okay,
that.
all
And
right,
I have more than
that
enough
works.
material on Atiku today. Continue.
All right, that works. So I started to look through it, and one thing that really strikes you is the extent that these people would go to create some kind of fake idea of what they have the power to achieve in terms of this election. Let me put it that way. Now, okay, in order to give you some clarity, Atiku Abubakar has a pending case, a pending corruption case in America. And as we've seen over the course of the last two election cycles, or this one and the last one, we've actually seen that this man goes the extra mile to orchestrate a visit to the United States. And I keep wondering, why would you desperately want to do that? You're not even doing it for the genuine intent of meeting with Nigerians and the diaspora, engaging with the business community out there. You're doing it largely for optics. And that tells you something. This is a desperate man that would stop at nothing to become the number one citizen of this country. Now, you see, Peter Obi said something that caught my attention some time ago. He said, I'm not desperate to be the president of Nigeria. I want to serve. And I think that is a mentality that we should continue to encourage when it comes to people who occupy public offices. Because you've seen these two men all their lives, they've worked very hard to actually secure this position. They've made political alliances that would leave you questioning whether they have some form of ideology in their own right. You can tell that they're not really idealistic in the way that they view things. It's more about just a power grab. And if you look at Lagos State and everything that has gone down in Lagos State over the years, you would see a man with the desperation to have a state in his pocket, and he has very systemic ways of funneling funds into his own personal coffers directly from state coffers in a way that nobody might actually be able to challenge him. I mean, we know the story of Alpha Beta. We saw the expose of Dakwapara. These are issues that we cannot let out of public space. But coming back to Atiku, so when I look through the document that Jimmy put out there, I think this is one that I really enjoyed. There was one where he said he reached out to the Justice Department, and they responded to him. I think Jimmy is still going to come up and speak about it. It's the document is a lot, but there are certain parts that I would just like to read. This one says relevant activities by Ambassador Kumba in the United States, but there's a background to that. So the background is it says this is obligation of Ambassador Sadakumba to register pursuant to the Agents Registration Act. So apparently, what this is about is it says, based on our review of information provided to our office, we have determined that your client, Ambassador Sada Kumpa, is obligated to register under the Foreign Agents Registration Act of 1938 as amended, 22 USC 611, some legal stuff there. It says Ambassador Kumpa's obligation arises from his political activities and disbursement of funds in the United States to build Atiku Abubakar's profile in the US and promote his candidacy for the president of Nigeria, all on behalf of Atiku Abubakar. Now, you see, I don't see anything wrong in this.
I've put the post on the Jumbotron, the tweets
God
from
bless
Jimmy
you.
on the
God
Jumbotron.
bless you, my brother. Now, you see, I don't see anything wrong in this because politicians hire lobbyists every time to work for them. It's totally normal. It happens even in developed countries. But then the question is, in this case, what is the intent of a man that goes this far? Now, I'm sure Caesar will still come back to all of his corruption cases and everything. But also there were questions that came up during the issue of privatization and the role that he played in that. A lot of people continue to accuse him of being the kind of guy that will sell the nation to his cronies. But even all of this, we can just put it together as be like, yeah, they're just allegations that people are throwing around. I want to focus on the actions of the man, the things I've seen him do. Now, in desperation, you take a lot of actions that you may feel like, yeah, power can be a double-edged sword. I believe that Italian tire company advert that I often reference, the Pirelli advert, it says power is nothing without control. Now, you see, if you're so desperate for power, there are mistakes you would make that you feel like it might actually further your ambition, but it is something that gives people insight into your personality. So this man he contested for election in 2019. And after he lost, I mean, he largely gave up without a fight, which is still very curious to me till today, because I believe that the real agreement between political juggernauts in Nigeria is not between the Ashiwaju and the Buhari one as we're looking at it. It might actually be some kind of agreement between the Buhari and the Atiku side, because the way he gave up without a fight in 2019 still leaves me very curious till today. And now he leaves the country, only to come back after 4 years. Now, this is where it gets funny. The political party that he abandoned when he left, he came back into that party, disrupted that party from within, made sure that he was able to orchestrate a power grab that allows the presidential ticket to fall right into his lap. And yet you call yourself the unifier. I would never be able to wrap my head around those who gave him that tag and are trying to run with it as some kind of PR line for this election. And the actions of the man himself.
No. Oma, let me explain something to you. You know, when the times in life where you say, this guy is a bad guy, literally mean this guy is a good guy.
That line of I think I get that. People tend to respect should I say Machiavellian politics, as Cizo put it. I think people tend to have some form of respect for that, because I have people that support Tinubu and all of these things. When they post on social media, I think it was the day of the APC presidential primaries, which is something I'm still going to come back to, because we continue to forget that what happened there that day is a slap on the face of how far we've come as a nation in terms of democracy. This man went into a convention where a lot of people believe that he didn't even stand a chance because he was running against the vice president of the country, only for the convention to start and people started stepping down for him. I mean, try to think of the fact that the APC sold forms for 100 million naira. Now, for the women, they did a subsidized version of the form, which was, I think, they sold it for half the price. So you have 7 people stepping down for him. And then you have 100 million naira for each candidate who bought the form. So that is 650 million naira just to get, and that is not, we're not calculating money that must have been spent, bribing delegates, because it was obvious that a lot of money went around. Right before the convention, he actually tweeted that people should go and relax. That tells you that this man is working on a lifelong plan and is actualizing it right in front of us. And the dangerous thing about it is both men are willing to use the destiny of 200 million Nigerians to actualize their own personal ambition, even when we know that they're not fit for office. I mean, Atiku Abubakar said on that in that town hall meeting that they had, I think it was with Channels TV, I think it was with Channels. They were talking about his health and they were asking if he was going to seek medical attention abroad. And he said there are certain things about, that concerns his health that the Nigerian health system might not be able to cater to. So he's automatically telling us that he's going to be going abroad for treatment. So you have 2 people that are not fit for office. There was a particular video that came out, and I think that video must have been the brainwork of Reno Omokri. I can bet a lot of things on it. That video was Reno Omokri's idea. He's the only one who has the capacity to come up with such a dumb idea. So they dressed Atiku up and they were playing a Davido song. And he was dancing, probably dancing on one side. Medical practitioners will tell you, if you pay close attention to his posture, his movement in that particular video, it was practically dancing and walking on one side of his body, which I might think would look like the early signs of, maybe some kind of I don't have direct access to him, so there's no way any medical practitioner can diagnose somebody. But I think I have my own theory about the man's health, and I don't think it's something that people can just gloss over. He seems to have serious health issues, but his own may not be as pronounced as his colleague, Amoda Ogunlere. And we've seen these guys. Now, that's the problem. We've seen these guys meet up with each other at the airport during the course of this campaign. And, they're still very cozy. They're still very chill. They still talk. Of course, Peter obviously comes across these people and is very friendly, towards them as well, because, of course, they've worked together at some point. I mean, Peter and Atiku precisely. But in the case of Tinubu and Atiku, you can tell that there is chemistry. There is criminal chemistry that exists in the way that they deal with each other. These are masters of the game.
The final abobo.
Do you understand? That final abobo where you always talk, bro. You can tell that there's a chemistry.
NC don't talk this for months.
Say that final abobo. I didn't say that final. For me, I don't say that final abobo.
Oma, if you remember, during I think it was a town hall meeting Peter had in either Akwa Ibom or one of these states, and he said something about his jet being grounded and how they are now combining. That the both parties are now combining to attack him.
He said when he started, they said he had no structure.
He had no structure. Yes, that was it. And remember, we said this in like 6-7 months ago when we started. We said NC always the one saying the final abobo, the final abobo, and we are there right now. We are at that point in time whereby Atiku or Tinubu have to collapse their structures together, join together forces, and then that party now, PDAPC, they will write later to INEC. Please, on behalf of us, can you admit this new party, PDAPC, to fight LP? Because right now, each of us, we cannot go alone. This battle is bigger than us. Or can you make sure that when we vote, you join our votes together? Then we will make consensus. Let us, they will join their votes together.
Bro, on the sidelines though, quick digression. I think I saw breaking news here now. Court affirms the sack of Al Mustafa as a presidential candidate. Justice Zainab Abubakar in the ruling held that the application filed by Kenneth
Nemesis. Just when he was at his loudest. If he cannot be in the hands of Providence in this movement, forget it.
This guy needs a life break.
Now even a life break, because the fact that guy is actually running for office in this country is an aberration in his own right.
It's crazy.
It's crazy, bro.
I dare say he's the holiest out of the candidates.
And he's more holier than
he's more holier than these other two.
More holier than Tinubu and Atiku. I will vote for Mustafa.
That is actually difficult to argue with. It's probably holier than them.
No problem.
You did. He probably has less bodies.
He has lesser body count. If you check his body count now, if you see those politicians will go after, and if you check it out, it. These ones, bro, Mustafa over.
Let me bust your head, guys. Even more worrisome. You see, I think we have battered Tinubu to the point we forget that Atiku is an even more dangerous problem. Let me break down something for you that Atiku said this week. These words are not mine, they're not Omar's, they're not Saddam's. Ladies and gentlemen in the Church of Vawulence, follow me to the book of Google Daily Posts, published December 22 by Sean Okpejobi. As long as I am alive, I will keep pursuing the presidency. Atiku Abubakar. This is a level of desperation I have not seen anywhere else in the world on recorded history of politics. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar said the presidency for him.
Wait, so probably in the next 20 years now, by God's grace,
Atiku is returning in 2027.
I want to contest for presidency.
You are up against Atiku.
You are up
against Atiku. Will run against Sanwo-Olu when the thing turns after that and he comes back to South. Atiku will run against Akpabio and Wike.
I see what
when it
today.
runs
When
it comes to the Southwest, Atiku will run against Makinde. When he comes back to the Southeast 24 years from now, a 92-year-old Atiku will drag the presidency with Professor Saddam, Kenneth Okonkwo, Peter, maybe Jude Okoye of Peace Square.
Arinu.
No, I'm calling Easterners. I'm just saying, make they know, say, each region, Atiku will contest against you till 24 years from now at 92. So
people don't even help and pick running mates. People don't help and pick running mates. I saw a tweet today.
So please, let me continue. It gets, sorry guys, it gets worse. It gets worse. To this end, Atiku vowed to keep pushing until he succeeds in becoming Nigeria's president. Be very worried. He was speaking with the Financial Times, and the PDP presidential candidate said he will keep pursuing his ambition as long as he is alive and healthy. It is a lifelong ambition, and as long as I'm alive and strong and healthy, I will continue pursuing it. Atiku
said. That's the danger of visiting about and native doctors.
Hold on, my beloved Saddam. Hold on, my beloved Omar and Saddam. Let me now take you again to what Atiku's boss, Olusegun Obasanjo, said in his book, published physically out there, My Watch, Volume 2, pages 31 and 32. This is a man who was president of Nigeria while Atiku was his vice. You are merely an influencer. You do not know this man more than the man who sat down, broke bread with him, sold the country for cheap and bought out. Let's face facts. This is Obasanjo telling you about Atiku. What I did not know, which came glaringly later, was his parental background, which was somehow shady. Atiku has a propensity for corruption. his tendency to disloyalty, his inability to say and stick to the truth all the time. Atiku has a propensity for poor judgment. His belief and reliance on marabouts, his lack of transparency, his trust in money to buy his way out on all issues, and his readiness to sacrifice morality, integrity, propriety, truth, and national interest for self and selfish interest. These are the words of Olusegun Obasanjo, not mine. Nobody on this group, on this space, all 661 of us can beat their chest and say they know Atiku more than Olusegun Obasanjo. And these were the words he put in fine print and published to the world. And he's not talking about a 20-year-old, a 16-year-old, or an 18-year-old. He was talking about a full-grown fucking human being who was probably around 40, 50. The ball is in your court. This is not my opening monologue. I still have a bunch of stuff to say. So, Omar Saddam, you can take it from here.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. You know, that's,
or do I chip it in? I can do it in 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, you were just coming. I just wanted to repeat
fantastic.
what you said, because you know when you visit native doctor, you think like, and native doctor tell you, go and rob. You know that's what's giving all these guys morale. Go. You will have won Nigeria already. You know, someone that visits native doctor. That's how, like, those boys that they caught in INEC office in Imo State that went to board INEC office. You could see the whole armlet around their waist, the charms and everything. You know. They have told them, go, you'll be invisible. They will not see you. Just walk to the INEC office.
Bullets no go enter your body.
With petrol and lighter. Just go there and pour it and burn the place, and nobody will even see you. They'll think it's ghost. And bullet no go enter your body, you know? You now go. That's what Atiku have been banking on. They have been inviting Marabout for this man for decades. Telling him that you'll be president. Okay, don't worry. Don't worry, just believe. Believe us now. So that's why he has believed in his mind that he's, as long as he's healthy, 150 years, Nigerians will see for his scam. My Oga, your time has passed. Atiku, bro, you are not going to, you can never be president of Nigeria.
I came across a very interesting article in the Financial Times 3 days ago. And the headline, of course, the details, everything in it is there are things we already know about this man, so there's no point. But the headline really caught my attention. It says, Atiku Abubakar, Nigeria's nearly man. I love the person that wrote this.
Nearly cannot kill a bird.
Nigeria's nearly man. It
nearly happened
in 6th presidential contest.
Somebody should tell him nearly cannot kill a bird.
No one in Nigerian history has run for president more times than Atiku. The top prize has eluded him on each occasion.
Omar, can you remember? Omar insists, can you guys remember when we had our PDP APC and two sides of the same coin?
Yeah, I remember.
Remember that space when we had that space?
Oh, we've come a long way. Like,
we've come a very long way now.
One day I was listening to exposing Shetima. And I was
like, have exposed these guys. There is nobody that...
Oh, yes. I go back and listen to them, yeah.
Except you're a child of the devil. Or they have used your brain. Because you know this about that's like that. One man came here and said, you know, if you're used to the occult world, you understand that the occult world deals so much on signs and symbols. That's why you see people come out and say the Illuminati, they have a sign and all this stuff. Probably it is false, but that is just how the occult world operates. Signs and symbols. That's why if you see the crucifix sign, you know that these are Catholics. You see the CHB, you know that this is a Muslim. Signs and symbols operate everywhere. When you see that sign of chain on that man's cap, that cap that man carries, and the drug dealer, you see that chain sign. That sign is bondage. So people that are under the camp, that you see them, you see educated people.
The idiots that went up against innocent, she was wearing the cap for his head now. Now why you no get sense? They don't chain
you
him.
cannot wear that cap and have sense. Even if you're brilliant and intelligent, you're a professor or anything, the moment you are under that cap, you are under bondage. Totally, you don't know that your brain has been sold. You cannot think well. You cannot operate well. You cannot reason well. You cannot reason well normally. That's why you hear they're speaking Queen's English. They're speaking good English. She's beautiful. She's fine, but empty head. They have sold her brain. They have sold their brains to the devil. Many of them don't even know. That's why I don't blame them. I just pray for them. I say, God, deliver them. Deliver them from what they don't know. Because if you really know what you are under, the bondage that you are under, what you wish for Nigerians, you will never ever wish for Bola Ahmed Tinubu Atiku to be your next president.
I'm telling you. Bro, do you know that?
Let me give a quick submission. Let me give a quick submission. I'll make this in 5 minutes. Dear Nigerians, welcome to the Violence Space. We do this every Thursday, 4 p.m. We do this on Saturdays as well. My name is N6. My brothers Saddam, Omar, they are here. And what we do here, fact-based discussions on politics in Nigeria. But more importantly, why Peter Obi is the only candidate to move this country forward. When you do the math, pound for pound, go to Google. Google the sins of Peter Obi. Google the sins of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Google the sins of Atiku. Tell me who has a more damning dossier. Just tell me. Hey, he put money inside a brewery. He no work for Anambra. Cool. Let's believe all the hype. And then you put all of this together. Who has a longer checklist for fuckery? That should be the honest truth. But I've come to understand that after 8 years, which is basically 1 decade of the weaponization of poverty, the gaslighting over the entire nation on a federal and national scale, the tinko of Nigerian economics, where last week Emefiele puts out a document, cashless policy, boom, 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 boom. You cannot withdraw more than 20,000 naira a day from the ATM. All ATMs from now will have 200 naira and below. And then a week later, they tell you the cashless policy and the change of the redesignation of the naira is to stop the politicians. Oh, it's a ploy by Buhari because he doesn't support Tinubu. And then you see a video where Tinubu is giving somebody 1,000 naira notes, bondu, as bribe. Meanwhile, me and you, we've not seen that money in the ATM. You are still believing. No wahala. Let me give you a quick checklist. I started doing this thing about a month ago, but never really. I use it as my bullet point, but I've never really told you. So I write down the fuckeries that happen in this country between the last space and the next, and it gets bigger every week. So whether you're an obedient, whether you're a children of the corn, aka Bulaba FC, whether you're a mechanite, whether you're set and one destructive unifiers, please listen to what happened in Nigeria politically over the course of between the last violence space and today. Number one, has anybody noticed the latest attempt online at rebranding the Buhari administration as nothing else but a monumental failure? These tweets have been creeping up on the timeline steadily. I don't know if anyone has noticed this. Oh, Muhammadu Buhari was the best thing to happen to Nigeria. He just had a bad cabinet. Why didn't he fire them? I saw a tweet the other day. Oh, Buhari really worked. It's just that the people who are meant to be selling his image are not doing a good job. Is it me and you that kept Lai Mohammed as Minister of Information for 8 years? Is it me and you? Has Lai Mohammed ever come out to tell you any good thing Buhari does? Number two thing that happened this week. There was a post that came out that Atiku is no more sharing money if you cannot show working. To show you that you PDP people know that man is bad markets and you are just doing your work. Yes, my brother.
He said, all these PDP boys, they are all in Abuja. They are all in Abuja, all of them. You can name of them. They are all in Abuja tweeting.
We dey club with them, no worry. We dey see them.
Wait, look, I cook this cook. I mean, you coming back. The day Abuja they tweet, or you're in the bag. Anambra in the bag. Imo in the bag. Castina in the bag.
Certain was Sadiq Tade.
You understand? All of them in Abuja.
Bro, I beg, who get these bags? Who they hold the bag?
Now Peter hold the bag now. Peter hold the
bag.
Now
handbag. You know those bags, Omar, where they put inside well.
They don't go. They don't get police unit for the house though. They don't get police unit. They don't go to their village. That one guy called one of them say,
oh, God.
I don't call them say, bro, come back your state first. Come back your state, make you secure one vote for Atiku from here first. Not the Abuja they shout in the bag. And Atiku have discovered this fraud. He has seen that for the past few years, this same set of guys, every election cycle he comes, he disburses funds for these guys, running to hundreds of millions. Money of these boys, that's how they make their money. Every 4 years, they make
the
hundreds of millions.
Poll. The prior Anand poll showed that Atiku and Bola Ahmed Tinubu were at par at 13%. The current Anand poll shows that Atiku has lost 2% to Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the last 1 week alone. And Atiku clearly has spent more on elections in the last 1 week than Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The Lagos rally is enough proof that his candidacy is dead on arrival. So let me continue. Number 3 fuckery that happened this week. In a nation where vote buying is against the law and a candidate should actually be thrown out, we have a video indicting both Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Kashim Shettima, where both of them touched a bundle of at least 100,000 naira of the brand new notes. The notes have not been officially released into circulation, especially in large bundles. The priority when CBN said those notes were to be released was to slow down the politicians from having money for vote buying. But we clearly saw a video where Kashim Shettima and Bola Ahmed Tinubu indicting themselves of sharing money. That is another fuckery. We should pressurize INEC to do or say something about that thing they saw in glaring terms. Number 4, Peter Obi came out winner in the Anand polls this week. The polls are very interesting. In every other region, he drags with these men. But in the Southeast, he has 50% of the votes. Tinubu has 1%, Atiku 1%. And in the South, he has 46% of the votes. Look out for Nigerian politicians to put money into the hands of dissident voices, national terrorists, to start fermenting trouble. Tinubu's visit to Tompolo becomes much clearer. So when a South-South agitation kicks off around the January calendar, please be very wary. I don't think they want to spark something off in December in the South-South. That is another one. Please take notes. Number 5, I bring you back to the sanctity, to the holiness, to the blessing, to the spiritual authority behind this movement. Peter Obi was prayed for by some real-life powerful bishops, not 30 fake bishops that nobody knows where any of their churches were. These bishops are very important. Number 1, Bishop Umokpai, a well-known Nigerian evangelist, laid his hands upon Peter Obi and prayed for him. It's a powerful endorsement. Number 2, Bishop Sunday Mbang of the Methodist Church, a man who has shown himself to be upright in Nigerian politics, prayed for Peter Obi on his trip to Akwa Ibom. God bless these two men. Thank them very much for their spiritual prayers, coverings, and endorsements. Number 6, Atiku's wife. Weirdly enough, everybody now, as Margaret to be fallout, everybody don't they bring their Ojuju Calabar where they don't they hide for house. I take God beg una, no be by force to bring your wife up campaign trail. I take God beg una, no be by force. If you no fit go your harem, if you no fit run election inside your harem, make the most beautiful fall out with you. If you want, please keep your ojuju
Bro.
indoors.
New Mrs. Atiku don't deal. You never see him for Twitter. He don't
We
deal.
thank God. Let him
He
go
get
get
one
him
new
a
one like
Nollywood
that. But
actress.
it be like say Madam Titi na him be the face of the. You say they don't deal together.
You can clearly understand that Madam Titi is running on this philosophy of a Miloko. So I totally understand. It's clearly her turn, and she ain't gonna let some dumb bitch they married down the road take that shit from her. Clearly understandable, but please keep your juju at home. Some of your faces of your presidential candidates are traumatizing enough already. We don't need you bringing your shorties out. Thank you very much. Number also, please take note of Atiku's wife's PDAPC background. It forever stands as little footnote proofs I give you of the final abobo. Number 7. Obviously, it has nothing to do with this movement. Donyo Okupe is not running for office. But let me show you something. Peter Obi has not gotten into power, but one thing you can beat your chest out as an obedient and say is that we will have a government where when people are held for fraud or even vindicated by law, but it's a bad look upon the government, the president doesn't even have to ask for their resignation. They will honorably resign. A move that has been missing in Nigerian politics for a very long time. The honorable resignation upon the fact that the job don't swallow you. If you remember, the education minister came out and said, I admit I've been a failure. 2 months later, Buhari gave him a national medal. The constant rewarding of failure by this government. How Emefiele still has a job after 8 years is something we don't understand. Lai Mohammed, Buratai, way beyond his tenure, and then making him Nigerian ambassador to Cotonou, showing Buhari's endorsement of failure at every point. Please do not point the failures of his administration on anybody else. The buck stops at the table of the president. At number 8, Oshibanjo came to visit Bats. Their obedience, we reminded you. Focus your eyes on Asu Rock. As if we knew last week, between last week and today, Donyo Okupe fell. True or false? True. If you remember, I told you, I said, even if you hear that Yusuf Dati, 48 hours to the election, steps down as vice president, the best man to move Nigeria forward is Peter Obi. It didn't take 5 days. Donyo Okupe, one of the most sped up political trials I've ever seen in my life in Nigeria, happened. But Donyo Okupe honorably resigned. Obedience who are gym members, please, I beg you, no shade. Please reach out to Uncle Doye. Those titties, they gotta go. Please, those titties cannot follow us into the new Nigeria. His boobs are all over the place. We gotta do something about that brother man's weight. It looks like it's medically induced. So let me not crack the joke I wrote down. Simon Ekpa and the Bola Ahmed Tinubu angle. He's also announcing a 2-week stay at home during the election period. This is something we as Obedience need to violently fight against. Please, Obedient Kamikaze Department, I know we've always told you block certain people, but I need you to crash all your airlines into Simon Ekpa's tweets. Every tweet, I rather have 300 reports to Twitter that every tweet of Simon Ekpa is inciting the government than have 300 replies to Simon Ekpa. So as you reply that demon, please don't forget to report him en masse till he leaves this platform for us. We own this bitch. Also, number 10, please listen to me. When we throw out some insinuations in the violence space and tell you that a lot of fuckery that Tinubu has enshrined in Lagos, he will enshrine it nationwide, and you think we are joking, let me take you to a picture that happened this week as well. Abacha's daughter took a picture with Tinubu's daughter, labeling her Iyaloja with the Nigerian flag. So when we on the violence space tell you that all the markets in the federation will have one woman in charge of them, as happened in Lagos, and nobody could do a damn thing about it. Dear Northerners, dear South, dear everybody, get ready for the Iyaloja of Nigeria. You have been warned. The Lord has shown you signs in pictures. You don't think that Abacha's daughter took picture with Tinubu's daughter, and out of 240 characters that she could have used to express what that picture could have been about, not vote Tinubu for president, Iyaloja of Nigeria. The ball is in your court, especially if you work in the markets. Number 11, I want to remind you of something that happened in 2015 and to also bring you back to what we do here at the violence space. We are 3 geniuses. We could have sold you guys in that Tinubu or Atiku with facts and figures, and probably even helped you to demonize Peter Obi as well. We would have probably still been one of the loudest voices in this business because we are geniuses and we know what we are doing. But I've come to understand that in this country, to stay on the right side of history is very rare. It's rare enough to find 3 young men who agree on one candidate and how that candidate also turns out to be the best candidate. And that blessing also falls upon this space. There are several spaces that hold politics in this country, and unless they have a special guest, they do not do violence-based numbers. Please, I beg of you, pray for us. Put us in your prayers. We are not immune from spiritual attacks. We are not immune from sickness. We are not immune from ill health. You can hear Omar also struggle to be here. Please, I beg of you, as we pray for Peter Obi, there are a lot that happens to us too behind the scenes. If you need this daily Energizer weekly space to continue, please put us in your prayers as well. Nothing in particular, nothing bad in particular, but the constant Saddam not feeling fine, Omar not feeling fine, me being under the weather, just put us in your prayers. At least you need us till February, May. Also, number 12, the Tinubu gaffe. 4 years, 4 jobs. 7 years, 7 jobs. It shows that this silly old man still does not know what he's going to do in the area of education, and the Nigerian educational sector is going to be all the worse for it. This is a dumber gaffe than saying that we will give student loans in a nation that barely has banks that have 75 billion naira as their minimum asset base. So, you heard it. You work for 4 years, we give you a 4-year job. What the fuck does that mean? Boulder Dash, as with all his other statements. Number 12, Atiku's corruption cases are several. They are all over the internet. Jimmy has an entire dossier on that. So Jimmy will take that on as a special, statement at some point in the show. Now, last but not the least, I'll drop this bombshell. Beginning of the week, Bola Ahmed Tinubu dropped a picture after his Kaduna rally showing you the problems of Nigeria. In that picture were several old men in a series. I don't know if you have spiritual eyes, but rather than have all those men come back into government, imagine the beauty of what Nigeria would look like if we could retire all of them collectively at the polls. I hate to also bring up ethno-religious sentiments, but in that entire picture, none of them was a Christian. So I tell you this, all the lies that Tinubu will have a brand new camp, brand new ideas. He's carrying the Asuko Ekpeyons, the Iyins around with him on his tours and his townhouse meetings of doom and border dash. The picture that he posted shows you that he's bringing back Nasiru El Rufai into governance. He's bringing Ganduje after Kanu into governance, probably in a ministerial position. My goodness. We have better people who could do better jobs. We need to move on beyond this archaic dinosaur fossil of a candidate into a candidate that we can beat our chest in the world. I showed you people the final of the World Cup. Mbappe was heartbroken, but a young Emmanuel Macron walked on that pitch flamboyantly and met the top footballer in the world, a man who scored 3 goals and told him, "I'm sorry, my brother. You gave your best and the nation of France appreciates you." I ask you, would you rather have, at that junction, Nigeria gets to the semi-final of the World Cup by miracle 4 years from now? 3 presidents can be coming out to console our boys if they lose the final to Messi again. We can have Bola Ahmed Tinubu shaking and vibrating, walking out with 2 bodyguards holding him, and maybe 3 or 4 governors and delegates at the back. Maybe Tinubu's hand might be, by that time, not be able to shake the boys. So Fashola will shake on his behalf. Sanwo-Olu will shake all of you on his behalf. Or we can have Atiku. God knows what Atiku's health condition will be like by then if he's showing signs of palpable stroke at the moment. Or we can have a young Peter Obi coming out to Obi, tererem, tem, Obi, in that Qatar stadium, to the boys smiling, with Margaret to be a gorgeous first lady falling out. Oh, what a beauty. I bet you that by the next World Cup, Nigeria will probably win it. The ball is in your court. How do you want the future of our presidency to look like? These men look ugly, scary, and traumatizing enough. Look at their faces and look at yours. And you want the world, Nigeria, to be represented by the ugly, derelict, docile, drug-infested face of Bola Ahmed Tinubu or the criminal-looking face of Atiku till 2031. The PVC is in your hand. Go and do what you have to do. Next year, February, we meet at the polls. I yield.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Okay, Saddam.
Oh my, go on.
Well, thank you very much, guys, for sticking around with us. If you're just joining us, you're listening to the Vawulence Space. As Cecil mentioned, we do this on Thursdays, 4 p.m. Nigerian time, and of course, on Saturdays, 4 p.m. Nigerian time. You can listen to us on the Vawulence Radio. Well, we're talking today about the dangers of Atiku and
Omar,
Tinubu
before you go,
presidency.
please let me complete the whole advert on the
Okay.
Violence Radio because people are asking where. I'll post it right now. Our comment section is open, so if you're happy, our comment section is open back, guys. Go on the comment section and just
Burn it down, burn it
burn
down.
it down, burn it
How
down.
can we be having only 66 comments? 66 comments
Saddam, we
with
need hashtag for today.
738 people are in the club, but only 66 bottles of Azul have been sold.
All of you
Saddam, we
all
need
of you here,
hashtag
go on
for
that comment
today.
section right now and burn it down, please. Burn it down with the hashtag. Let's create a hashtag. What do we create right now? Hashtag.
We'll give it 30 minutes. It will come. At least
It
after
will
3
come. It will
submissions,
come. It will come.
it
It
will
will
Yeah,
come.
come.
let our people
Okay.
just go on the comment section, guys. Retweet the space. I see you guys have already retweeted the space. Please retweet the space. We have over 700 of us on the space right now. Please retweet the space. If you have people that are not on Twitter, you want them to listen to the conversation, let them go on our website, violencespace.com, and just scroll to the bottom of the front page. You're going to see the radio icon. You just click and they listen to it on low data. Or you can go to the radio station directly at radio.violencespace.com and you can join this conversation with us. Thank you, guys. Please retweet the space
One more time,
and let's keep going.
the comment section bar is open. This is the only nightclub that the Azul is free. Just type in 240 characters for one bottle of rosé. comment section bar is open. Now maybe wait out today. I take God beg. Mona buy Azul, Mona buy Rosé. One comment
Hashtag
each.
violence space. So hashtag be tweeting with hashtag violence
You
space
drop
behind
one
it first.
comment, I send you one Azul. One comment, one Azul.
Okay,
Oma, let's
guys.
go.
Now you see the interesting thing is, yeah.
One last thing, Oma, you know we used to make this mistake. Oma, pray. We have to be praying. Pray for
Oh
us.
yes, we have
Let
to
us
pray.
pray.
We
Let
have
us
to
pray,
pray.
please.
It's
We have to
important to start with
Away.
prayer. It's important to start with prayer because I have a very interesting thing I would like to discuss on our dear friend Atiku Abubakar, because as we've been speaking on the violence space in recent times, we've not completely, but we've kind of like given him a free pass, for him to just get away with a lot of things that's been going on. Of course,
Making him look like a lesser evil.
yeah, like a lesser evil. And to be honest, he's not in any way a lesser evil. In fact, I consider him on the same level of danger as the Emilio Kon of Agbado Kingdom. But before I proceed, please, as my brother said, let us pray.
I want to be live in a tiny regime. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of our Lord, the
And Savior Jesus Christ.
magnificent, the Father of all, the ruler, the greatest.
You cannot pretend to. You see, there are since we mentioned something on the last violence space that there are so many religions you can fake. You cannot fake Islam. It will expose
At
you.
all. Religion way to kneel down and bow, get code.
It will
You
expose.
cannot.
I can't walk into a mosque now and pretend to be a Muslim because I will be lost. I will be completely lost.
You go just stand like this. Everybody
Please,
go just
Oma,
squat once.
Oma,
You go now. Only
Oma,
you go
please.
stand.
Oma, please, I could not hear him. I don't know what there was. I was hearing noise in my background. The noise was
okay.
Can we pray again, please?
We were
All right,
serving Azul. Sorry, guys. Please.
let us pray. Let us pray.
Thank you very much.
I want to be live in a tiny regime. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of our Lord, the magnificent, the Father of all,
Bro,
the ruler.
you see, this man has dropped so many materials in the course of this campaign. Is that you know that potential? You were the one who reminded me of potential last week.
Please,
I don't forget potential.
Please, do you have potential? Oma,
I have potential, but you see, before I go to potential, I found a very interesting video. You see, one of the most trusted voices in Nigerian politics today. I mean, he has a lot of critics, and he's not a perfect man in any way. Different regions of the country see him in different ways. But Olusegun Obasanjo is a force that must be reckoned with. As long as he's alive, even in death, he's a very powerful force in Nigerian politics that we cannot deny. He's played a pivotal role in the history of our nation till today. Now, he had this to say about Atiku Abubakar, and I'm going to play this video and then go and play another video that will show you a bit of the hypocrisy of this man. Just go ahead and listen.
America in June 2006, listing a number of people to be investigated. Atiku was one of them. Atiku was one of them. That letter went straight to EFCC. It was just shown to me because they will not be able to investigate my number two without my saying, okay, if we get this letter from America, so be it. If we have agreement with FBI, we have with Metropolitan Police, and they are helping us and we are helping them. And they write to us and say, hey, these are the list of people we want you to help us investigate. What do you think we should do? At one time when I was investigating, looking into things, crimes and in the world, I came across what was happening in Mabulach in London. That is where they publicly execute pickpockets, publicly executing them. And what did the report say? Even while they are publicly executing pickpocket, other people's pockets are being picked. Spectators and others, their pockets were being picked. When I was there, my aim is that corruption should not be a way of life.
Now, I'm going to leave it at that. Now, I'm going to go to this video by a speech made by Atiku Abubakar about 9 months ago.
The violation of the zoning policy in 2007. And together with my friend Bola, we set up AC. We went to Lagos. He gave me.
Omar, sorry.
Sometimes and now when they get problem.
Hey,
as a DJ, where you supposed play? Replay.
Omar, we want drop like for Azul, the fireworks off. What did my friend who?
Replay, DJ.
I beg start time again, no.
We went to Lagos. He gave me ticket.
Go back now. Go back.
I beg, go back, Omar.
Bola, we said.
Blood of Jesus.
Who's this? My friend.
Blood of Jesus.
And together with my friend Bola, we set up 8 and 7. And together with my friend Bola, we set up AC. We went to Lagos. He gave me ticket. He said, but the condition of giving me that ticket is that I should make him vice president. I said,
the final abobo.
I'm not going to make you vice president. Instead, I nominated Senator Ben Obi, seated here. Of course, again, in 2018, when I got the ticket, again, the running mate was another OP. Coincidentally. So there is absolutely no reason, as far as I'm concerned, to say that there are either deliberate attempts to exclude the Southeast.
Now, you see, hypocrisy is something that really gets me. This man is a hypocrite. I mean, we paid attention to him mentioning Tinubu as his friend. That's understandable. But I think the first part for me was the start of the video. Listen.
Protested against the violation of the zoning policy.
He claimed to have protested against the violation of the zoning policy. Now, that same zoning policy, charlatans who don't stand for anything. Charlatans who cannot even be accountable.
Please pause the video on the jump.
Igbos are good enough for him for vice president. You supported Ben Obi, you supported Peter Obi. But when the zonal policy, the gentleman's agreement of Nigerian politics, that coming into democracy from the military in 1999, that every zone divided the country to 6 will touch power, but it will go up, down, but up, down in a different region pattern. It got to the turn of the Southeast, and all these worms started crawling out of the woodwork. They are good. The people are good enough for Atiku, but only good enough for vice president after he will go and chop first. Wow. No wahala. We resign all these men next year. We meet at the polls. That is where I am right now. My friend Bola. No wahala. They will form that final abobo. What you hear is that
against the
PDP should not, nobody will thumbprint at PDP. Maybe they will agree, then nobody will do APC. At this point in INEC, what they mean by collapsing structures, a lot of people don't understand this. They'll tell you there's no more PDP at presidential level, don't vote PDP. There's no PDP there. Vote for APC. They'll join up or vote for PDP. Then at other levels, you can vote accordingly because of the interest of other candidates. This is what I still tell you people will happen. It is the final abubo. It's better for them to share government and do 4 years each, 4 years each. Atiku as president, Bola as vice, Bola as president, Atiku as vice, than to lose 8 years entirely to a man that is
When
20
people
years.
come see our leaders for public, they'll believe say they swear for us. Nobody will ever take us seriously. Like, bro,
Nobody takes us seriously already. Don't you hear their utterances? These men don't believe in Nigeria.
Honestly.
So that's fine. Okay, try and understand something. Omar, you're in your 70s. In 8 years, you'll be in your 80s. Some other person is in his 80s. In 8 years, he'll be in his 90s. Then you have an ambition to achieve this thing. And the thing now, you now see somebody who's 60-something. This guy can actually wait 20 more years to get to your age and still be running for this thing, and he'll be good. So is it not better you go and meet that your friend and say, look, guy, if I lose this thing, you lose this thing. It will never be my destiny. It will never be your destiny. So what was the hard work for? Let's collapse this thing.
Omar,
I chop for you, chop for.
Let me throw this challenge out there, guys. What I want today, our brains are on pilot mode. So if you have whatever hashtag you think we should trend, comment on the comment section with hashtag. I see some. Someone said that we should trend the final abobo. But
okay, the final abobo.
But whatever hashtag.
Well, I like it, but we'll add another hashtag on top of.
Yeah, let's get. I want the
too.
hashtag that we will resonate, that anybody that sees that we're talking about these two criminals are going to be the next president. And let us open the space right now for speakers. Guys, thank you for your patience. That's how we do on the Vawulence space.
Let's do God forbid Atiku.
Yeah, so somebody said, I beg, what is the addiction to Vawulence space called? Because I don't understand myself again.
The feeling is mutual, my people. The feeling is mutual. I can't tell you guys that every day that we come here is the easiest thing to do. No, it's not the easiest thing to do. There are days when right at the last minute we're even, probably questioning our own selves.
Should we come or not?
Yes, to come or not, because of course energy levels might be low. We might have certain things going on in our personal lives. But trust me, the addiction is mutual, my people. It is mutual. It is our pleasure to come out here and do it with you all the time. We do our best to make sure that we come here prepared and provide information that is useful to you out there. I mean, listen to that video.
Zero Lamba.
No Lamba here. It's pure facts and figures. We play their voices. You hear these men speak. He said it here. It's not like somebody is cooking up something against him. Listen.
We went to Lagos.
Listen.
And together with my friend Bola, we said.
But that tells you all that you need to know. I was going to make a submission that I've made on this platform before, but the interesting thing is I came across it again, and I thought I should share it with you guys because I find it very interesting. We've done a lot of wonderful things on this space, but this one is about accountability. It says that American defector Edward Snowden believes that there can be no faith in government if our highest offices are excused from scrutiny. It says they should be setting the example of transparency, and one would have no problems agreeing with him when you look at how low the lack of accountability has sunk the quality of government or sunk the quality of governance in Nigeria. Anyone trying to make excuses for the death of inaccountability in government circles in our country would say that the concept of any honest in areas of governance has long been ingrained into our culture, to the point where excusing high-placed officials from scrutiny has somewhat become an unwritten part of our constitution. The deliberate deprivation of history to the average Nigerian student at every level of our educational system has also enabled people with terrible antecedents to rebrand themselves and gradually find their way into a society that is devoid of any iota of accountability at the highest levels of governance. Nevertheless, we cannot continue to make excuses for ridiculousness. Things like snakes swallowing millions of naira, thousands of dollars disappearing from Football Federation secretariats without any consequence. Even the haphazard attempts at holding people accountable often end up in theatrical scenes where you see a former senator who often falls sick when his court date is close. There's a former governor that was praying on Instagram Live as anti-graft agencies were trying to find their way into his home. We've quietly moved past the NDDC boss who feigned illness in front of a hearing committee right there on national TV. You see, time and again, we failed to learn from history. We've given a free pass to many people of questionable character to operate at the highest levels of government. Now, you see, in 1995, the then Swedish Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister Mona Sahlin, had misused the parliamentary credit card to buy private items like nappies and Toblerone chocolate, despite writing private on the credit card bills and paying back the money. When it turned out that some of her debts, like parking fines, had ended up in the enforcement office, people called her economic judgment into question, and Charlene had to quit her job as deputy prime minister. Now, you see, as crazy as that may sound to us as Nigerians, considering, the very ostentatious nature of our politicians, Sweden does not offer luxury or privileges to its politicians. They have no official cars or private drivers. Their ministers and members of parliament travel in crowded buses and trains just like everybody else. They have no parliamentary right to immunity, and they can be prosecuted in a court of law like any other person. No official in Swedish public life earns a crazy multi-digit salary. The take-home pay of a member of the parliament is about twice more than that of an elementary school teacher. Now, issues like using government funds for taxi ride are considered major scandals. Now, according to democracymatrix.com, Sweden is ranked fourth in the world and classified as a working democracy. Our beloved Nigeria ranks 100 and is classified as a hybrid regime. In my own terms, a militarized democracy, where citizens who demand for accountability are met with the full force of state might. We cannot continue like this. Now, you see, in 2015, a presidential candidate with questionable credentials was rebranded and painted as the man to change Nigeria. I guess we can all see how that has turned out. Another electoral cycle is here, my people, and the spin doctors are back with the same gimmicks. One is the Emilocon. The other one is the unifier. People of questionable character seeking access to the highest office in the land. And every attempt to hold them to account by their antecedents and educational qualifications is labeled as blackmail and political attacks. What are we doing? For a nation on the precipice of disaster, it is wicked and disingenuous of anyone to try to ignore the question of accountability, as the nation is about to make a critical decision that would affect the lives of every one of us for the next 8 years. You listen to that video. His former boss made it clear that American officials sent a letter directly to the EFCC demanding that certain individuals in the country be investigated. And his own number 2 man at the time, Atiku Abubakar, his name was on that list. My people, vote wisely. Welcome to the Vawulence space. Saddam.
My brother, nothing more, nothing less to say. Let's just open up the space right now. I've just been going through people's comments. Guys, please keep the comments going. We're over 150 comments deep in. Retweet the space. How can we have 700 and close to 800 of you on this space and only 44 of you retweeted this space? How? How? You guys retweet this space, please, guys. Go on the comment sections. Let us know the hashtag we should trend. Okay, someone said Astro Rock is not a retirement home. A hashtag Astro Rock is not a retirement home. Please keep the hashtag
It used
coming.
to long, small, maybe just short, maybe just.
Yeah, we need something short, something creative. And while you're tweeting your hashtag, please, it is better you also hashtag and tweet with Vawulence space hashtag also. So
something like Bat and Atiku danger would slap,
Yeah, just Omar, you could just make a tweet with it also. Let's see. Let's get everybody in the conversation. Please, guys.
God forbid Batiku. That's my own. And the final.
Yeah, God forbid Batiku.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Batiku. Anybody will see that one first, go no say we they jam the two of them together. God forbid Batiku. Then the final Abobo. Me, I give that one vote.
I love that final Abobo.
Baba is coming.
Yes,
it's coming.
Whatever we finally decide on, the house we decide we choose. But guys, whatever tweet you're making right now, whatever hashtag you're creating, please make sure you also tweet Vawulence space hashtag Vawulence space, so that when we click on the Vawulence space hashtag, we can just compile the whole tweet and the whole hashtag will be trending. So please, let's get the space up and running and trending. Everybody on the space, over 800 of you, please retweet this space right now. That's the least you can do for us on this space. If you're enjoying the commentary, if you're enjoying what we're doing out here, support the movement. Follow us on our Vawulence space handle on Twitter. Follow us subscribe to our YouTube channel, our Instagram platform, TikTok. We are everywhere. We have a big shout out to my brother, our correspondent that probably will see join us on space right now on ground. Real Ever Best. You guys must have been seeing the great work Real Ever Best is doing. He has been on the campaign train from Monday across the whole South. Tomorrow they'll be in Bayelsa. I've been getting videos. These guys, they went through with boats. They crossed the Atlantic Ocean with boats from Akwa Ibom to Cross River.
Best is my hero right now.
Close to
That stuff
6.
is amazing.
I was
how
blown away. And he called me live. Omar, it was a live call. He called me. I saw a whole lot of obedience there. Big shout out to Bishop. Big shout out to Chude. I saw Jack. I saw all of you, Service Chief. I saw all of you guys. You guys are amazing. God bless all of you for what you do. We might not agree. I keep saying this on this movement. We might not agree on so many things as people.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, we understand that we have different roles to play towards one common goal. And as we are going for that common goal, we must always come together as a family.
I hope somebody can tweet that out. We may not always agree. Please,
sure.
Saddam, if you can, I hope somebody can tweet that out.
No, Nigeria is more important than everyone's ego at this point.
I know after
February, for your
February,
guy, shout for your guy, but begin push Peter
after
in the next 1
After
hour.
February, so many people might not want to talk to me again.
I'm telling you, bro. You know, many people when we say they can't wait to see my back.
You understand?
No worry,
some people might not. Some people don't. They want to say. These 3 guys. No. But let us continue to violence because of information.
Yes, man. I guess some people after this movement, I go block them.
No,
bro, I've seen it in my comment section before.
No
Somebody
beef.
told me. I've seen it.
God bless everybody as we move ahead.
Somebody told me that after election I will unfollow you. I was like, no problem, my guy. It's completely
that was
fine.
empty. As long as we agree that Peter Obi is the man to be in Aso Rock.
Do you understand? All is well that ends well, man.
Yeah. Let us keep going. Please, guys, understand that it's very, very important. Thank you very much. Please, I need all of you on the space. Retweet this space right now. Please retweet the space. Give us hashtags. I see all the creative hashtags that are already coming up. I'm going to work at least when people start picking up speakers. We're going to allow people come up here and give your take on what we're discussing. Please, 4 minutes each. 5 minutes is too much today. We're going to give everybody 4 minutes. Try and wrap up your thoughts in 4 minutes, please. Omar, let me give the space back to you. You could just help us in coordinating that. Thank you, my brother.
All right, no problem, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. We have our regulars in the house. Big shout out to everybody that's taking time out to join us. Thank you for your patience as we went about our opening monologues. Kelly, my brother, I see you. Savik, big ups. Ogunyemi, welcome. Celebrity housewife, you're welcome. Dari, Modern D, Chimezie, another Chimezie, Buka, my brother. Zion, Attackers, I see you. AK Priest, Otumba, Jimmy, Zos, Chinonso, Joel the Obedient, Mr. Taiwo, Dr. AI, Osemo, good to see you again, Dr. Jeffrey Gutterman, you're welcome. Sir Max Obesi, Captain Jamil, big ups. Della Aglanu, Etise, I know you're from that side. How you doing? Big Archie, big ups. Wale, Adeni, Godson, everybody, thank you so much. I mean, I can go on and on. Anka Didi, I see you, ma'am. Thank you so much for taking time out to join. Okay, let's go straight to our queue. Let's start with Savik. And then we go to Kelly, Ogunyemi, Celebrity Housewife, Dari, Modern D, Chimezie, in that order. Savik, good evening, sir.
Good evening, guys. You guys are the bomb, man. You guys are the bomb. It's just so refreshing listening to you guys. You know, we call you guys the 3 Musketeers. You guys are just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So, I just want to remind us something, right? And I think I want to agree with Sizo 100%. Atiku is as dangerous as Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That we need to get that fact straight. He is, in fact, to some extent, I would say Atiku is even more dangerous because Atiku is a con man. Con men are very, very dangerous. Let's begin with what happened when Atiku was the vice president to President Obasanjo. This guy sponsored ethno-religious crisis in Kaduna that killed thousands of people just to spite Obasanjo, just to wrestle power from him. He did that as far back as 2002. That is the person that is coming out today to preach what? As a unifier. In 2003, Atiku was fingered as somebody that is actually involved in oil bunkering. In 2003, he was involved in oil bunkering. So fast forward to 2007, when he left PDP and joined ACN. Again, he came back to PDP in 2011 and left again. So this guy is a serial betrayer. That's what we should know about Atiku. And people that are very desperate, you should know they are very dangerous. Desperados are very, very dangerous. And Atiku is a desperate man. And so he's a very dangerous person. One thing that we should know about Atiku is that this guy ticks the box for everything that has to do with corruption in Nigeria. You are talking about oil theft, he ticks the box. You are talking about ethnic violence, he ticks the box. You are talking about tribal bigotry, he ticks the box. You are talking about embezzling fund, he ticks the box. You are talking about what's it called, privatization fraud, he ticks the box. You are talking about money laundering, why he's being prosecuted in the US, he ticks the box. Every single thing about corruption in Nigeria, Atiku ticks the box.
Atiku sold Delta Steel, which was worth 1.5 billion United States dollars for $30 million. He ticks the box.
Exactly. He ticks the box for every single thing. And the one that is even very, very dangerous is this guy is a two-faced man. He's a two-faced man. He will come to the south and preach, I'm a unifier. And then he goes to the north and tell them, vote for me because I'm the only northerner that you should vote. You don't need to vote a Yoruba man. You don't need to vote an Igbo man. He's a two-faced guy. He's a very dangerous human being. Yeah, while I understand that Bola Ahmed Tinubu has his own baggages, but if you look down, you will discover that Atiku is even more dangerous than Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Atiku has been contesting for the presidency for the past 32 years. Bola Ahmed Tinubu just came into the fray. So when we want to analyze some of these things, we should understand that this guy is even more deadly than Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You can imagine someone that actually tried to wrestle power from his own boss, Obasanjo, as far back as 2003.
After one tenure.
Yes, after one tenure of Obasanjo, you can imagine how power hungry this guy is. How power hungry he is to wrestle power from his own boss late as 2003. When he saw that he couldn't do it, he started fomenting trouble. He started ethno-religious crisis just to spite the guy, just to set the guy up. Every single privatization that Atiku did while he was vice president, he privatized to himself. Every single thing. That's why till today, he has not been able to account where he made his money from. He was just a common, custom controller before he ventured into politics. All this money that he's
Sabik, you know the reason he resigned from the customs? He wanted the top job so bad he couldn't shift his boss out of office. Then he retired in frustration.
Exactly. And that's equally that desperation that is in him. That desperation that is in him. And again, today we are hearing that he said as long as he's alive, he will continue to pursue presidency. That tells you the kind of person he is. So you guys should be very open. Everybody should open their eyes. We've been flogging Bola Ahmed Tinubu all this while, but we forget that this guy is even more dangerous than Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You can't tell me that you've been contesting for presidency for the past 32 years and you're not making any headway. You're still, trying to press ahead. So I just ticked a lot of things right now. Every single thing around this guy is about corruption. Every single thing about Atiku Abubakar is about corruption. Every single thing. And the one that is spending me so much is the same reason that Samuel Otom is trying every single day. The Benue State Governor, Samuel Otom. He said Atiku has been fingered in sponsoring the headers that are marauding everywhere and killing people in Middle Belt. Atiku is a sponsor of the headers. So this guy comes in the open and preaches unity and a unifier, and then he goes to the back and sponsors ethno-religious crisis. We should be wary of such person, because this guy, every single person, you see, when Meetiala came out and endorsed Atiku, they know the reason why they did it. Atiku never came out when all this Ruga, all this cattle colony, all this and that was going on. He never came out to condemn it. When Nigerians were crying that people are being butchered every day because the headers wanted to be claiming people's farms, chasing people out of their villages, Atiku never came out for one day and condemned it.
Savik, do you know that this ethno-religious crisis thing you're mentioning, a lot of people might be thinking maybe it's some kind of beer parlor talk. No, it's not. You see, in December 2002, a WikiLeaks cable was released. And according to that WikiLeaks cable, it says, during a December 11 meeting with International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Deputy Assistant Secretary Stephen Schrage and Ambassador Jetta, Kaduna State Governor Ahmed McCarthy discussed the late November violence in Kaduna. McCarthy blamed the riots on pro-Sharia Islamic groups and agitators from outside Kaduna. He acknowledged that religious tensions acted as kindling. However, he said the motivations of those who actually lit the fire were purely political. Later, in a private conversation with Ambassador Jetta, McCarthy laid much of the blame at the feet of the Vice President Atiku and National Security Advisor Aliyu Mohammed. McCarthy said that in their attempts to embarrass President Obasanjo and undermine his popularity, the two political heavyweights had unleashed forces they could not control. Finally, yes, let me just leave it at that.
Let me even leave this one for you, Savik, just to prove what you said on the Ruga issue. Follow me to the book of Google, leadership.ng 5 months ago. Ruga project, why Atiku will not be Nigeria's president. Ahead of the 2023 presidential election, former Minister of State for Education, Barrister Kenneth Gbagi, has said that the PDP candidate, Atiku Abubakar, will never emerge as Nigeria's president. Now, the man is from SDP. He's the SDP gubernatorial candidate in Delta State. He hinged his position on the former vice president's declaration that the failed Ruga settlement embarked on by President Muhammadu Buhari will be implemented by his administration come 2023. Gbagi went on to say, Barrister Kenneth Gbagi said, if that happens, the nation, particularly the South-South region, will suffer for it, stating that means that we are gone and God will never allow Atiku to be president. He's telling us he will come to seize my father and mother's farm and give it to strangers. For a man who has questions to answer to God and the world, saying that he will start a Ruga settlement is an insult. So a Delta State SDP candidate for gubernatorial is telling you that Atiku has told them that he would bring back Ruga. He will implement it come 2023. So, my brother, you're not far-fetched, are you?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's actually the main reason that Samuel Otom hates Atiku so much. That's the main reason. Because Atiku Abubakar, and when Atiku wants to commit all those kind of, crime, he goes to Facebook and then he targets a particular section of the country and then he talks to them. That's what he does. And this connects up to what happened to the Belra. That tweet that he deleted. It's all connecting the dots. The guy is an ethnic bigot. That's what, but again, he comes to the open and then he claims that he's a unifier. Unify my foot. You can't unify a country when you come to the south and preach something else, and then you go to the north and tell your people, don't vote any other person except me. You can't unify that way. It's good that we are beaming the south on this guy called Atiku Abubakar because he's actually dangerous. People that are very desperate like this to become president or to become anything, they are dangerous. This guy is dangerous. And so we shouldn't cut him any slack. We shouldn't cut him any slack because he is actually more dangerous than Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That's the truth. In fact.
Savik, me, that is why I don't agree. I believe they are equally as dangerous as each other.
See, let me tell you, I know my reason why I said the postmortem. I understand what I say. I'm not cutting Bola Ahmed Tinubu any slack. I'm not. I am not cutting Bola Ahmed.
Go on, my brother.
The reason why I'm saying it is that Atiku is so desperate to the extent to where he made that comment that until he's, as long as he's alive, he's going to continue to pursue the presidency. See, for someone that actually used an ethno-religious crisis to wrestle power from his boss, that tells you something. That tells you something that is more critical that we need to understand. See, I don't need anybody in this space to validate what I'm saying, but go and ask Samuel Otom. His major issue with Atiku Abubakar is that he is sponsoring Meitiala, and Meitiala are the people behind the massive killing of people in the Middle Belt. And Atiku Abubakar is the person funding them. You don't need to take my word for it. Go and ask Samuel Otom. And if you connect to the dots from what happened in 2002, when he allegedly sponsored that religious crisis in Kaduna, and what happened in Deborah, with Deborah killing, you know who this man is. We need to unmask him. And I like what we're doing today. We need to unmask the man Atiku Abubakar. Let Nigerians know who he is. We need to unmask him. This guy is nowhere near unifier tag that they are giving him. In fact, he's actually a dangerous man. Let me use my mic now.
Thank you very much, my brother. Omar, just a minute here.
Take your time.
You know, when we did two sides of a coin, that space, I think I most times I need to say some things here so I just understand. You know, I understand very, very well how dangerous Atiku is as a person, but I want to just understand that this, I said something on that space, and I want to say it here again. I said, I am certain that as of 1992, because if you just go back to history and trace Bola Ahmed Tinubu's presidential, his race into politics, and trace Atiku's race, they are all both from the same political class, the SDP class. They
are friends.
They are friends. They are prodigies. They learned under the late Yaradua, the senior brother of Umar, right? I think.
Yes, Shehu Musa.
Yeah, Shehu Musa. Yeah, they were all under his class. They were all under the SDP party. As of 92, Tinubu contested for senator. Atiku contested for presidency. Atiku was in charge of customs. For you to move drugs into a country, you need the customs. So they have been business partners with this guy for long. They know themselves. These guys, you see, I am not coming up to say that they are friends now. You have heard the tape Omar played here now that Atiku said, I and my friend Bola formed AC. We did it ourselves.
Please don't forget, I also read you people that expose. I read it every time where Atiku says that Obasanjo told me to go and capture all the states of the Southwest, but I let my friend Tinubu have Lagos, and I regret it.
And I regret it. Thank you.
Now, you see, guys, you know one interesting thing is that I would have loved to go through the pages of the book, but it's a long one. I don't have the time to do that. It's titled Soldiers of Fortune by Mark Silon. It's a book about Nigeria. There are two versions of it. This one is from, I think, 93 to, I can't remember the year, but I don't want to go and pick up the book. You see this SDP connection that we're talking about. It goes back to what we started the space with. Abiola was, the SDP's main candidate at the time. Shehu Musa Yar'Adua was the sponsor of the party, the primary chief of the party at the time. Now, Shehu Musa Yar'Adua had his own candidate. This was where Abiola's problem started from. Shehu Musa Yar'Adua had his own candidate for vice presidential slot. And guess who? No prizes for the right guess. Atiku Abubakar. He was Shehu Musa Yar'Adua's candidate for the vice presidential slot. And Babangida also had his own candidate. I think some civil servant like that. So Abiola went against both men. He went against his, the military guy that was supposed to hand over power to him. He went against the chief of his own party, and then he went for Babagana Kingibe as his running mate. And of course, that automatically set his entire candidacy on fire. But
Bola Ahmed
Tinubu was the point I'm getting to, please. Bola Ahmed Tinubu was MKO Abiola's boy. Atiku Abubakar was Shehu Musa Yar'Adua's protege. The umbrella has always been there. They've always had that long political connection, that long political rope that ties them. It cannot be. And he mentioned here that they came together to form the Action Congress of Nigeria. So it tells you everything you need to know.
Let me ask you something. I'm not putting words in your mouth. But I remember when we broke down Atiku and how dangerous he was he not the one that gave Shehu Musa Yar'Adua a contract for beans or something about
Oh
3
yeah,
billion? Was it that
it's
story?
actually
That was
it's
how
not
Shehu
something
Musa
that we
managed
came
to
up with.
bounce
It's in
back.
the newspapers. I'll find the
Yes,
article.
even though he was a don, that was how this young boy in customs could bounce him back. Apparently, they gave him a border he could bring beans in from, and then when Shehu got up, he now brought Atiku as his protege. I remember there was an expose
Yeah,
we
we have
read here
that.
from
I think
somebody's book.
I'm actually trying to look for the story. I think I still have it open in my
Yes,
tab
please.
somewhere.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm going to look for it.
Link that for us. These men, I put them as the young. They will be like the Oluseguns and Ike Umes sitting at a bar. Both of them know their candidates saying shit. Nigeria is a douchebag. The only problem is let's just cash out. So they're there. And then over time, you can imagine them in their 50s and 60s, and their political godfathers have died. But they've made money, they've made fame and fortune, and now they're running for things. But sadly for them, they're running against each
They
other.
took a bet. And since I said something, they took a bet in 1992. Which of us will become president first? Bola Ahmed Tinubu, me and you, who go bet? We will bet. I go be president before you. Tinubu saying that line.
If you do the math, Atiku has always wanted to be president, even at the time where Tinubu didn't believe it was feasible. You need to understand, Tinubu's ambition grew as he grew illegally richer. Let me break down one of the major reasons why. Let me say something, Sadam. This is my last
take
statement.
something. Wait, just a minute. Look, there's something I said here. I said anything I will give Tinubu for is Tinubu's a strategist. Tinubu knows when to strike. Tinubu knows he knows that at this year I cannot be president. I need to do this and do this and do that. Why Atiku is that one that say, now Zobu, anyhow I'm going to contest the go. He does not even think of strategy. He just believe that money, he just believes that with his money, his native doctors, he's going to win an election. But Tinubu has never contested. He has been pushing people, planning, building his thing, building the people that he knows that they will ride on their back.
Yeah, I think Tinubu's plan is more of a long-term one.
Thank you, long term.
You have a point. But let me tell you my theory. I have a theory. So this is a point. Facts. So I accept this. I'm not arguing that. I have a different theory on another situation. Why these two men are incriminatingly dangerous. Atiku is dangerous for the Nigerian presidency as a human being. Atiku personally is a dangerous man. The people around Atiku might not be as dangerous. Bola Ahmed Tinubu might not be as dangerous, but the people supporting, spurring, pushing, motivating that man are the problems of Nigeria. They move like, they call us zombies and everything. But you see, one thing I need to understand, APC has a spiritual problem where they insult people with their biggest flaws. There's no bigger zombie movement than the children of the corn. I call them Bulaba FC. There is no bigger zombie movement. These are people that are clearly looking at whites, at black, and calling it white. You have seen them, they claim to be elite, but everything. But when you see their baseline arguments, you see the absolute retardation. You see people who went through school, but school did not go through them. That is the biggest problem. The people who are the actual zombidiots in this movement are actually supporters of APC. PDP people are just here to chop Atiku's money. They know he can't win. They've seen all the polls. So they just bring up things to irritate people. Anambra is in the bag. We'll win Anambra State. Where from Ibadan, from Oyo, they just say all those nonsense. PDP are like, imagine they've lost 2% to Tinubu, 2% to Tinubu. So I won't stress myself, my brother. We're winning this by a landslide, but let us make sure we crash these men so that by the next Anand poll, they'll be on 2% each. They'll be with Kwakwanso. Now, I want them and Kwakwanso to share that second position. I yield.
So,
all right, let's go.
Let me just put something that Saddam made, and I think I agree with that 100%. When Atiku was Customs Controller General, right, or Deputy Controller General, or something like that, who was he helping to move the drugs that Bola Ahmed Tinubu were pushing? There's a connection there, and Saddam made that point, and it just kind of clicked on my head. So their friendship may have started when this drug trafficking of a thing, and it just don't forget that between 1993 and 1995 was actually when Bola Ahmed Tinubu was indicted for drug in the United States. So this whole thing is coming together. If you connect the dot, you will see that their friendship didn't start today. It started from something that we could connect, that actually this guy was the immigration officer, the top man on the immigration, and Bola Ahmed Tinubu was shipping all these things back and forth in Lagos every single time, and nobody caught him. There's something that we need to discuss there, where actually the friendship between Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar started. Are you the mic?
Thank you. Omar, before you go, let's just. I think for me, I have gotten a hashtag that we should trend. I don't know if you guys, what you guys think about it, but I think we should trend this hashtag. It's very, very important because whatever we're going to make as a hashtag should be something that everybody, whether you're on the space or you're not on the space, if you see it, you can resonate with it. So I think God forbid Batiku is one. Omar, did you hear me?
Yes, God forbid Batiku. I heard you loud and
Yeah,
clear.
God forbid Batiku. So I think we're going to be trending God forbid Batiku. Guys, please go on the comment section. I'm going to post it on the comment section. I just copy it, paste it, make tweets about it, different ways you want us to these prayers. You are praying that God forbid Batiku. Let's make tweet about it. The final Abobo, you can make tweets about the final Abobo. And always in every of your tweets, please add the violence space hashtag to it. Thank you very much. Omar, back to you.
Saddam, there are some links I want you to tweet. I'm going to send them to your DM.
Please do.
This is from this Premium Times article written on the 29th of December 2018. It's a very long one. It was written by BC Abidoye, but I'm not going to
go
go
use
into.
facts, kill these people. God,
We
I
go
You
beg.
know how much
They,
Omar,
they know them.
one of our followers reached out to me and she said, Saddam, you need to say that they're insulting you, they're insulting your Omar, they're insulting your Omar NCs in
Me,
all
I
their
know the
meetings.
answer them.
I begin to laugh. I say, my sister, the insult is not reduced. I accept with my chest, I'm a terrorist. I will terrorize APC and PDP out of government. Let them call me anything. Call us radicalizers. Call us whatever you call us. Call us. Give us the names. No wahala. But
Do
to
you know,
kill you
I
people.
mean, I remember somebody mentioned something on this space some time ago. The person was like, in every movement, there are the moderates and the hardliners. You can feel free to call us the hardliners to
Yes,
an
so
extent, because in this case, we understand the magnitude of what is about to go down. And I believe a large number of us in this space also understand it. But then at the end of the day, these people want us to play a certain script that they like. You see, there's something about warfare. If I invite you to my terrain, knowing for sure that I know the terrain better than you, I'll defeat you easily. They want us to play their game, but we are not going to play their game. We are going to control the narrative. We're going to make them understand that facts are very stubborn, like my brother N6 would often say. So the interesting part of that article that I mentioned, as I said, written in the Premium Times on the 29th of December 2018 by BC Abidoye. It's a very interesting one. It tells the story of how Atiku got into customs. But I found something interesting. It says Atiku Abubakar had known Babangida since 1974, when he was just a major. They met at a party in Lagos and became good friends. In 1982, when Babangida, then a major general, imported a BMW car into the country, it was his friend Atiku who helped him to clear it from the Lagos ports. Babangida was not the only top military officer or prominent civil servant that Atiku had assisted. Now pay attention to the last line. Babangida was not the only top military officer or prominent civil servant that Atiku had assisted. Now, it goes further. I mean, another part that caught my attention, I'm trying to find that Shehu Musaya Adua being business, So yes, I think I found it. There's another thing. Saddam mentioned Marabouts, and this is very interesting. He says one of those Atiku consulted about his planned resignation was his old friend from Apapa Port, Oyewole Fashawe. He visited Fashawe at Owo, his hometown. Like most of his friends, Fashawe advised him not to rush out of customs until he had served as a director. But Mrs. Lydia Ijamolayemi, Fashawe's mother, had a different opinion. She advised Atiku to leave the customs and embark on the journey God has destined for him. 5 years earlier, she had visited Atiku in his office in Lagos and predicted that Atiku would be presiding over the affairs of Nigeria by age 52 to 55 years.
A
The
love for
matriarch of the
Marabout.
Fashawe family was well known all over Owo and beyond as an extraordinarily gifted seer. Now, It says, Mr. Atiku Abubakar jumped into politics at the deep end of the pool. In fact, he was attending meetings of the political association of his friend and business associate, Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, a year before he quit customs.
Oma, please, wait. People are asking that we should explain what Marabout is to them, please.
Marabouts, I think they're religious leaders, maybe probably on the Islamic side, who engage in some kind of extraterrestrial, power use. I don't know. I'm trying to be
Let me
careful with
just
my
break this
words.
down much easier. A simple Google search of the word Marabout, a Muslim holy man or hermit, especially in North Africa, a shrine marking the burial place of a Muslim holy man. So, there are also terms where it's just basically a seer. A Marabout is a Muslim religious leader, a teacher who has the function of a chaplain. The Marabout is often a seer, a scholar of the Islamic teachings, but the term marabout is also used around the terms of the word seer, that sort of thing. But from the magician, but from the Islamic,
Don't make it.
the Islamic word for voodoo priest, magician.
I
Priest,
thank
yes.
you for saying it. I don't want to be the one that.
It is what it is, my brother. Facts are stubborn things, brother.
Facts are very stubborn. So they were talking about after that, the last line of the article that I just want to call your attention to. And I think that was one thing that Savik was trying to make that connection. He says, Mr. Abubakar jumped into politics at the deep end of the pool. In fact, he was attending meetings of the political association of his friend and business associate, blah, 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 Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, a year before he quit customs. So whilst he was still a customs officer, he was already involved in politics. He says Mr. Yar'Adua had retired from the Nigerian Army as a Major General in 1979, blah, blah, blah. That's not necessary. Anyways, the point is, while in office one day, Atiku was informed that Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, the retired Major General and Deputy to Obasanjo, was waiting to see him. Atiku invited him in. The general entered and they greeted each other warmly. It was the first time Atiku was meeting him. He was simple and humble. Yar'Adua wanted an import license to bring beans from Niger Republic for sale in Nigeria.
God bless you. This is the story.
I'm walking in tandem with you, my brother.
Cook, my brother.
Office,
Cook. Collect this
since
apron
leaving
and
office in 1979, the general had gone into business to keep body and soul together. His business included agriculture, banking, shipping, and manufacturing. Some of them, such as agriculture, banking, shipping, and manufacturing businesses, had been disastrous, due largely to unstable government policies, mismanagement, and inadequate supervision. Now, the general wanted to try his hands at buying and selling. Atiku told him that he would have to write an application to President Ibrahim Babangida for an import license. He showed him how to write it. Yar'Adua thanked him and left. He wrote the application as Atiku had advised, and Babangida gave his approval. Well, he obtained the license, imported the beans from Niger Republic, sold it, and made a lot of money. He felt he needed to show appreciation to the custom officer who had assisted him. He offered Atiku a token of appreciation. They said Atiku declined, saying it was not necessary. He said he was just doing his job. I wanted to complete that part so that everybody can make their conclusions. I'm not going to.
And Babangida is still alive too.
Yeah, I mean, for the sake of balance, because I could have stopped the article somewhere and just to create a certain narrative, but it's not necessary. That is the full story. But then you can go and check it. I'll send the link to Saddam. We'll post it on the Jumbotron. It's a long read, but I'm telling you, you'd enjoy every bit of it. It breaks down this man's journey every step of the way, and it gives you so many questions to answer. Before we go to our speakers uninterrupted, I think for the next hour, we should be taking speakers purely. I've already created a queue. So sincere apologies for keeping you guys waiting. Let us pray before we go forward. Thank you.
I want to be live in a Satan regime. This is my life. In the name of our Lord, the magnificent, the Father of all, the ruler, the greatest.
It's okay. Thank you, Amada. All right, Kelly, thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Omar. Sizo and Professor Saddam, you guys are the real MVP, man. Real Level Best has just joined. I see his hand waving. You guys are the real MVP. You guys are doing a very fantastic work.
Kelly, please, if you could just spare us, let Real Best come in because he's on the campaign ground.
Sure.
So let us. I think he needs to say some things real quick. Then he might disappear any moment from now. So please just spare us. Real Best, how are you doing today? Our correspondent.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you're spacing from. It's good you're giving me this time now because I'm on my way to Bayelsa. I'm running late already, and any moment the network might just go off. So it's good I come in. So for those of you on queue, please, I'm sorry, for just coming in here. I just want to give you a live feedback, from River State. It's been a blast, since this week. We are in Uyo. Uyo was a blast, from Uyo, we went to Cross River, and from Cross River, got into River State, very late yesterday night. And, we did a town hall meeting. The town hall meeting was explosive. It was massive, for
Was
people.
it
People came in
River
asking,
Best? You said
sir.
is it a town hall different from?
Yes,
Was
it
the
was a
town hall
town hall
different from Bala Blue?
Yes, it was that. Yes, it was. Anyway, since you guys know that town hall, there's no need to explain it for that. You know it. So it was explosive, and the crowd that came to this thing was massive. And one thing I have to tell you guys, when Onyesemeke promised that he was going to give PO logistics when anytime he comes to campaign, Onyesemeke, the governor of River State, actually came through. He gave him not just vehicles, he gave him machines, and not just machines, he gave him artillery. If you see the kind of convoy, the kind of machines, that was given to PO, it was like PO was going to face, it was going to face the Germans in another Third World War. But it is what it is. The man came through. It was massive for PO, and the town hall was explosive. And you recall that what brought about this town hall was when some Take Back Nigeria was trying to put up an event in Lagos, and PO told them that there is no need to do that conference. He would rather want to have an interactive season, with students in any place, he goes to. And that was how the arrangement was made. So first was in Uyo. He met with students, across the state in Uyo. They came in mass, and people talked to them. They asked them questions and interacted with them. And in Cross River, it was like that. And again in River State. And one thing about PO is that there is a way that man connects with people, because by the time he talks and moves around, he connects with people. People love him the more. And he answered every question that they asked him. But the highlight of it was in Port Harcourt today. There was this guy that came. He stays in Abu Dhabi. He works in another company. And this guy came with passion and was asking people, how come our refineries are not working? How come NNPC is moribund? And this guy, the way he asked, people have to meet him and say, my friend, you have to calm down. All of us are angry. All of us are frustrated. But we just have to calm down. What we need to do is to put the right people in government so that they will, keep turning things around. And people offer to share his numbers with this person that just stood up in a crowd and asked questions, and people said, I love your passion, and these are the kind of people we need, to begin to discuss with and see how we can, turn this country around. So Port Harcourt was mass. Everybody was there. Nana Kasura, Kenneth Okonkwo, Pat Otomi, the Labour Party chairman. Everybody was in Port Harcourt today, and Port Harcourt was massive. This campaign is happening, in weekdays, and so you can actually know that a lot of people go to work and not dress, and yet, people still come out, in mass to actually support. But I can tell you for free, Port Harcourt is, people. I don't think they're going to. Perhaps they will have to, figure it out how they're going to vote other down ballot. But for Port Harcourt, it is PO, 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 it is Peter and Ahmed Dati. So this is just what I want to say. I've heard people talking about Atiku. Atiku knows that he has lost this election. Whatever, whoever I told him that he's going to be president, perhaps that will be in his next world, because already he's in way past 50 years. So perhaps he'll be born again, he will reincarnate, and he'll come back again by the time he's 50 years. By the time all of us must have gone to heaven, and perhaps he will be leading people in hellfire. Those people are not supposed to be anywhere near our corridors of power. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I think the best he can do is the prayer that he has offered us. Perhaps we'll remember him for that prayer he has actually. That prayer is exclusive one. We'll remember him. By the time we go to once in a while, we'll call Oma to come and actually say that prayer. And another thing in Port Harcourt, I met a lot of people who are members of Vawulence. In short, in the morning when we are having interactive visit, and before people came to the hall, Bishop had to okay, tell your people this story. And as he was telling people, he gave me the mic and he asked them, how many of you attend Vawulence place? And a lot of people they say, oh, we attend. I say, do you know the man they call Elevabeth? Some of them said yes. They said, if you see him, will you know him? And they said yes. Meanwhile, I was sitting with them there. They didn't even know I was the one there. So this is my small body, they pay me. But yes, they gave me my. So I saw a lot of our members. Oma, they know you. Shout out to you, Oma. Shout out to NC's Professor Saddam. A lot. Short, Oma, I got you a girlfriend. That's this girl in the first state. She says she knows you. She likes you. In short, you and NC, you have to figure it out. Which of you that is going to be marrying that girl? I think I've said Saddam the interview I had with that girl, in Port Harcourt today. So I don't know. I've sent it to Saddam. Saddam will do well to send it to the Jumbo or I'll post it on live some people. So I just want you to know that people are actually getting this message, and people actually resonating with what's going on. And people are telling me, a man told me, big hot. I also sent an interview I had with him. Saddam, you can actually check your listing. I just sent you the interview I had with Big Hot. Big Hot said anytime his energy is running low, he will just come to Violence Space and actually feel his energy back. So you guys are doing great. What you're doing is amazing. You don't know how much, you don't know how far what you're doing has actually done and how much is energizing this movement. Even when in most cases might not be visible for a lot of people. In fact, let me tell you this. I was lost in a crowd because I had to just jump out from the campaign ground to actually meet up because I don't know when Bishop left. They were calling me. My phone was in my pocket. My drone was on. So before I could put my things together, they had already left me. So I was actually trying to get to the where I would get connecting this thing to Bayelsa. And a woman saw me and said, "Is that in Everest on the road, on the traffic, on Airport Road?" If you know what I call. The woman said, "Are you in Everest?" I said, "Yes." The woman said, I came to the rally ground hoping to see you. And I checked around and I said, "Where is the Elizabeth?" And she couldn't see me and she just had to. So as she was on traffic, she saw somebody like look and I said, "Is this Elizabeth?" I said, "Yes." You know, that one turned from Air Force and took me direct to Bayelsa Park. In fact, I did an interview with her. I will also be posting it. So what we are doing is actually going far and wide. You know, the spirit of the land, you know, have gotten this message. You know, the people of this country, the people of goodwill actually standing in for this movement. And come February, all of us are going to vote to be. So I want you to keep doing what you're doing. You know, all of us are doing our very best in our own little corners to make sure we bring this victory home. And this victory must bring home. And what we need is to vote a man who has character, who is competent, a man who knows what the job is. In short, if you simply today and listen to him, you will think maybe you've not even heard him speak because each time you listen to this man, he brings in new vision, new knowledge, and new energy to the job. And this man is very simple. The way he connects with everybody is very, very effective. You can't just, if we miss this moment, I don't know when we are going to get it again because this is once in a lifetime an opportunity for Nigerians to get. So you have to keep doing what you're doing. You have to keep doing what you're doing. Keep praying. Keep giving little. Keep sparing us your time and your energy. All of you in this place, I want you to tell you that there are people who hear what you do, and there are people who are taking notes, and there are people on whose, behalf, you are here, fighting this cause. We cannot afford to lose this battle. We are almost on the finishing line, and we just have to finish it together. So we was a blast. Port Harcourt was a blast, and Cross River was a blast. And I want to tell you, in the palace of Obong of Cross River, let me tell you this: in the palace of Obong, it's not just very normal; it's not very common for a traditional ruler to actually declare support for a candidate because it is very traditional that all the candidates will come. But I want to tell you for free that the Obong of Cross River State said that speaking through his prime minister because they can waited. Peter went to see him in his palace and he sent his prime minister to tell them that everybody in his palace is obedient. The man said, "Short, let me choose this one." He said, I can tell you, if I'm not mistaken, 99% of people in this palace are obedient. And whenever I go on the street and ask people, whenever they come to my house, I ask them, everybody is telling me they're going to vote for B. And he said, "I know this man personally, I know he's a good man, and they're going to do everything to make sure Cross River is obedient, they're going to vote Peter B." Anybody who is telling you that people is not coming South vote and South, that person is lying, that person they are deceiving themselves, that person they are still dreaming. By the time they wake up, we'll be in Aso Rock. Guys, need for all of us to go in Aso Rock and deliver that Aso Rock. We need to deliver it for the good of mankind and for the good of country. It's all off from here. At any moment from now, my network might go off. I want to take all of you. MCs, you're doing very well. Omar, you're doing very well. Professor Saddam, you're doing very well. Ankadede, you're doing very well. Hanatu, you're doing very well. Sister IJ, you're doing well. Rosemary, Savik, all of you on this platform. Otumba, you're doing very well. William, you're doing very well. Oh, let me tell you something. Dr. Luke, you're doing very well. All of you are doing very well. Please, I'm not seeing again. Saddam, I lost my glass as I was trying to go to you. My glass got damaged, so my eyes, are not with me. I'm just managing to when I go back, I'll have to fix this.
Yeah, we're going to get you a new
My God, if I don't call your name about, I just
Real
know that
level
I'm
best. I beg which football
can.
team you they support. I want to do football jersey for you with real level best for the back. May they wear me go campaign.
Okay,
May know how to find you.
I'm a Chelsea fan. I'm a Chelsea
God
fan.
forbid.
Fantastic.
God
Lord,
forbid.
oh
You'll
God
Lord,
be
oh
forbid.
getting
Lord.
God
you'll be
forbid.
Real
getting
Ever
Best.
best.
two
Why
God
would you
Chelsea
let
forbid.
me
jerseys
down
from
so
me.
Never
bad? Why
best. We
would you
must
do that?
rebaptize you. You have to come to Arsenal. You have to come to Arsenal. Never
Gunners
best.
are the real deal, man.
Oh my, you know how far now. You know how far.
I know how far. 1000%.
Honest, I can see you. You guys are doing very great. You guys are doing great. If I don't see you, if I don't call your name, I'm not saying your name. Please, my eyes are not with me. When I get back, I will have to. Please, it's Christmas is on up from here. You guys should stay, stay safe, enjoy yourself. Reach out to people you've not seen. Call them and ask them what they're doing. Remind them they need for them to go and collect their PVC. Remind them that we are fighting a battle to save the soul of this country. We will not allow the political jobbers, this, non-entities, these Hulu Banu people to get anywhere closer. They will not be the people that will determine or decide our future again. We are running them out and we are retiring them for the good of mankind and for the good of country. It is Christmas. Because I need Christmas gifts to all of you here. I need Christmas gifts. No problem. Thanks for that. If you have time again, I will come in and talk to you. So it's all up from here. It's all up from here. All of you are doing very well. And come February, we are going to vote P2B and it is P2B or P2B. So thank you and peace out for now. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you, my brother. Remember, best on behalf of the Vawulence Space, we're going to. I know you lost your pair of your glass. On behalf of the Vawulence Space, we're going to replace it for you. You did a great job for us. You're doing a great job on the ground for us. So we take it as ourselves. In fact, we're going to get you 2 pairs so that you have a spare. So if you're traveling, you travel your spare in case anything happens to one, you use the other one. Yeah. So thank you. This guy, let me just say something before you go on. Remember, best woke up on Sunday and we discussed in the night. Me, a couple of us, Otumba, we reached out and we discussed on Sunday. And he said he wants to. I told him you're going for this. He said okay, no problem. And he took night bus in the mid. Do you know what it means to take night bus in Nigeria today? From the southwest with the whole guy, you're a freaking hero. I respect you and I love you as a brother. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you for us. This guy took night bus from the southwest to the southeast to Aba. And that morning, and from Aba entered bus again to Cross River. Not flight. So if you are thinking the river is traveling, it don't be flight. And from Akwa Ibom, entered boat, flying boat in the night. Enter flying boat from Akwa Ibom to Cross River. So when you're in diaspora and you're spending your little funds and everything, please understand some people are sacrificing their lives. Do not ever relent. Nothing you do in this movement is too small. And nothing is too big. Please, people are putting their life on the line for this movement. If they don't believe in Nigeria or believe in this movement, they will not do all these things. And that's why we're here to please encourage all of you doing. Please do more. Do not stop. We have a country to save. I saw these guys and video called me in the middle of the ocean. And I said, me, when we say on my own, I know feed do am. I be hard man, I know feed do am. Make I tell you true now like this. I know go enter boat, I go enter bus. Then I say, I go meet you for them. They entered boat at over 45 minutes on sea. Just to make sure that we're getting the footages, to make sure they go and organize that town hall different from Bala Blue. So guys, please, and please, keep on pushing, keep supporting, keep donating, keep everything you can do. Please keep doing it. Thank you, Releva Best. God bless you, my brother. Thank you.
And keep us in your prayers too. Keep us in your prayers, even more importantly.
And all of you here, please keep praying for us. I beg you. I don't want to say what me and my brothers are passing through physically and spiritually, but please, I beg us. I beg Una. Muna they pray for us. It no easy. But we are moving on. And that's why most times I don't complain at all, because when I remember what I'm passing through, what my brothers are passing through, I now come and imagine that we are nobody. We are nothing in this movement. We just get voice, just they talk. And I imagine what Peter is passing through. That's why every day I'm on my knees, I'm praying for that man. And I imagine, I say, whatever me I'm passing through as a person, I try to break it down and say, whatever I'm passing through, times it by 1,000,000 times. That's what Peter is passing through. Physically, spiritual, and otherwise. And he keeps every day graciously, he keeps moving in like nothing is wrong. Because he understands what is at stake. Please, guys, keep us in your prayers as we keep pushing on till we get back our country. Oma, back to you, please. Kelly, thank you for sacrificing your space. Oma, I think back to you then, Kelly. And now you
Yes. For those of you, as Saddam said, if you've been investing in this movement, time, energy, resources, and you're wondering what is happening, I got good news, my people. The ANA polls was released some days ago. I think this video particularly is about 22 hours ago. And I tell you, Peter Side, the president and the founder of the ANA Foundation,
Yes, he had this to say. So for the next 2 minutes, please kindly listen to the breakdown of the polls.
Where the candidates came from, we didn't mention the two zones that no candidate is from. And that's part of the big difference. Yeah. Because in those two zones, which is no candidate home zone, the breakdown shows that in the South, Peter B is way ahead. And in the North Central, where in September, in the North Central, Peter B was at 16%, along with Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In the North Central, Peter B has moved from 16% to 24%. Bola Tinubu has lost ground in the North Central. Again, people have their theories that zone worries about religion and Muslim tickets. Those are all theories. The numbers just show that Peter B, for whatever reason, has moved ahead in the North Central. Now, in the same North Central, Atiku Abubakar is running third. You follow me? Yeah. He's running third, but just slightly below Bola Tinubu. By just a percentage. Yeah. So that's the North Central. And in the South, which is another zone which they are all not from, the four candidates. In the South, Peter B was at 46% in September, and he's still at the same exact 46%. In fact, no movement whatsoever. Mm-hmm. So he has not gained traction, he's not lost traction. Have the opponents gained traction? Some of them have. Bola Tinubu has moved from 2% in the South to 9%. Atiku Abubakar, our numbers show in the South, has lost some ground from 6% down to 3%. And Kwan wants to stay that is at his 1%. Again, if you look at that result, you might say, why would Atiku Abubakar not do so well in the South? But actually, it's not.
Spare a thought for the king of the red carpet enclave. Moving on. Kelly, good evening.
Yeah, Omar. Thank you very much once more for giving me the opportunity. The work you guys are doing here is tremendous. I don't even know what to say. A lot of people have actually done the heavy lifting. So I will just do some little more spade works. Whenever I think about Atiku and Tinubu, I ask myself one question. If you mention Awolowo, for example, everyone knows what comes to mind, right? Free education. If you mention something like Abacha, for example, everyone knows that he was a despot, a dictator. If you mention a name like Soyinka, for example, okay, Soyinka is known for poetry and literature. But when you mention the name Atiku and Tinubu, you get this feeling of two people who are just in character and in terms of who they have been. Everything about them is very shady. If you mention the name Peter B, zero corruption, someone who doesn't believe in sharing public money and public wealth. Both Atiku and Tinubu are actually cut from the same cloth. The dimensions of the cloth may vary, but the shades, the colorations are the same. First and foremost, for someone like Atiku believes that until he becomes president, no Igbo person can be president. So Igbo people are always second choice to him. And, he has the right to contest, why they don't have the right to contest. The same thing with Tinubu. Do you guys know that in Lagos State, with a population of almost 22 million, no two election has actually held in Lagos State, perhaps maybe up to 2023. Because how do you explain a voter turnout in Lagos State that is less than 10% out of 22 million people? It's because these guys have so created the organs to muzzle people's votes, to muzzle their voice, to take them out, if they are making any change. This election, I'm very glad that something new is happening. The last time we saw something like this was during MK Abiola's time. And even in that time, to the best of my knowledge, I don't remember people spending their resources, their time, spending all that they have to go and campaign for a candidate. I don't remember it being the way it is. This one is so organic. For so long a time, the Nigerian youths, they've been pressing the neck of the Nigerian youths. But I've even seen something much larger. This election, if this election goes into a rigging or anything, honestly, we are literally heading towards a time where we are gonna have a massive revolution. If they don't do things in a way that is free, honest, and fair, I think there will be a big revolt in Nigeria. Many people may not agree, but we are literally getting there.
Yes, my dear brother Kelly, I would like to remind you that you're liable for everything you see on the platform, and
Yeah, yeah,
we do not
definitely.
encourage any form of violence on this
No,
platform.
no,
I
no, no, no.
continue to
I'm not
reiterate that.
encouraging. No,
Yeah.
no, no. I'm not encouraging
I
violence,
guess
but
I get your
yeah,
permutations. I'm just trying to make that
yeah,
clear disclaimer. It's just
yeah.
important that we do.
But back to what I want to say. It is very clear that this new generation has an alternative, an outlet, because we can't continue the same failed policies, the same propaganda. I was watching the news yesterday, for example. In this election, you see people who don't campaign on their past. Look at Tinubu, for example. You will never see him talk about anything Buhari has done for 8 years. The failed security, you will never see him talk about the failed economy, where they picked the economy from and where it is. It's always about talking about Lagos. And even in that Lagos, he doesn't talk about his own record. He talks about the subsequent records of other administration. You know, these two guys, you look at Tinubu's history, you can't even trace it from childbirth. How can 30 years of someone's childhood be missing? Completely missing. You don't have anyone who can point to it and, say, okay, I went to school with this person or things like that. Very strange things happening in our time. Strange behaviors in this modern age. Atiku, for his own, has lived outside the country all the time where there was a major issue. In Abacha's time, he was living in the US. In 2019, he went to Dubai, always looking for places of comfort in difficult moments. These are not people that can lead and put their life, for Nigerians. So for those who are planning to continue aligning with this kind of people, the good thing is that we have an option. I just encourage everyone. I've been getting videos from Abuja, for example. You guys need to see what is going on in Abuja. People in Abuja are coming out in mass to collect their PVC. In mass. I wish I could share some of those videos. Every state need to show the same behavior. Go get your PVC. We did it in registration. We came out in a mass. We get our PVC in a mass, and we will vote in mass for 2023. God bless everyone, and thank you for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Omar, before we go next, I think Mohammed, I don't know, we have the gubernatorial candidate for LP in Kaduna State. He's on standby. I don't know if he just want to greet the house and say hi to you guys. They've been hearing what you guys are doing in the violence space. Mohammed, are you there? Mohammed, are you ready? Whenever you're ready, please just let me know. You could signal by waving your hands. But meanwhile, guys, we have over 800 of you on the space right now. And violence space, as I heard from Nigeria, is trending right now.
Okay, he's here, sir.
Okay, great.
Hello?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fine, and you?
We are great. You're welcome to the violence space.
Thank you.
I don't know how we're gonna do this, but Mohammed told me that he's with you right now.
Yeah, we are together here.
Yeah, you can make a brief introduction to the house. Good evening, sir. So we do this every Thursday and every Saturday from 4 p.m. to, whenever we decide to shut down the space, and we just discuss facts and figures. Centering it around political discussions. So yeah, you can make a brief introduction of yourself to the house. My name is Omar. We have my brother here, Cizo, and then you just spoke to Professor Saddam. So please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Oh, myself, right?
Yes, sir.
I am Honorable Jonathan Asake. I am the Labour Party gubernatorial candidate in Kaduna State. And together we are here in our campaign secretariat located on Ahmadu Bello Way in number 8, just around Katsina roundabout, if you know Kaduna. Is the central part of Kaduna, and we're in the office right now with my running mate, Right Honorable Bashir Idris Zangong Aya, and the two of us are listening to you now. Greetings
It's
to you.
nice to meet you, sir. Let me ask you one or two questions. Can you tell us about your journey into politics? How did it all start?
Well, I have been in politics myself and my running mate. Let me just give a rundown. Uh, I, I was a teacher in the Polytechnic. I was a lecturer in the Kaduna Polytechnic. And by 1998, I joined partisan politics and contested election and won into the House of Representatives to represent the good people of Zango Katavanjaba Federal Constituency. That ended in 2003, where I was again appointed by Obasanjo to be his special assistant on National Assembly matters. And that ended in 2007. But in between, I was an SSA to two governors, Governor Namadi Sambo and Governor Makarfi. I also, in 2015, was an interim local government chairman of Zango Kataf. So I've been in and out. But socioculturally, I am the immediate past national president of the Southern Kaduna People's Union. I was elected into that position in the 28th of November 2019. And I held that position until I resigned this year to join partisan politics once more. And when I picked the ticket to be um, to be the gubernatorial candidate for the Labour Party in Kaduna State. And like I said, my name is Jonathan Asake, and my deputy will tell you about himself.
Yes. I'm the deputy gubernatorial candidate to Right Honorable Jonathan Asake for Kaduna State governorship. And my political journey started right from the era of Babangida transition, where I participated in the then NRC and SDP moment. I participated again in the Abacha transition, where I was a member to UNCP. You know, during Abacha, there were UNCP, DPN, and the others. So I joined UNCP and contested for assembly election. And I again became active in the days of this PDP and others, where I first was vice chairman to my local government under PDP, then became House member Igabi East constituency in Kaduna State. I later again was elected to be the House leader. Upon finishing, I became special advisor to the then governor, late Sir Patrick Ibrahim Yakoa, and later became again the Commissioner, Minister of Works and Housing during the regime of Mukhtar Ramalan Yero. So here I am now as the Deputy Gubernatorial Candidate to Right Honorable Jonathan Asake on the flagship of Labour Party.
It's nice to meet both of you, sir, and it's a
Thank you.
pleasure to have you on the Violence space.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask you, sir, the gubernatorial candidate. You mentioned your connection to Southern Kaduna.
Yep.
In the past few days, a man called Stephen Kefas, as he posted gory pictures on the internet of what he called the marauders' attack on a particular community in Southern Kaduna, and you know
Yep.
this has been going on in the news for years. As a person from that area, what is your take on the particular subject? I understand how dicey it might be, but you know, just give us some insight into what's been going on.
Yeah, actually, like I told you in introducing myself, I told you I'm the immediate past national president of the Southern Kaduna People's Union, so CAPU. During my time as president, the SOCAPO itself as a body is an umbrella organization of all the ethnic nationalities in Kaduna State, numbering about 67 now. Now, that body was formed just for to bring about unity amongst the tribes, among the various groups, a multicultural, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious body. But when I came in, I was more of saddled with the responsibility of making interventions in communities that were oftentimes attacked and their property destroyed, people killed en masse, and then displaced. And so, how it came about that, I saw it in my own experience that that there is no political will on the side of leadership to tackle the issue of insecurity. And this insecurity in Kaduna State, in fact, has cut across the entire state, particularly in the southern part and then in the central zone, where we have incessant attacks and killings and destruction and displacement of people. So, in my own experience, if I come in as a governor, if you check the manifesto, our own manifesto, it's actually the slogan is secure Kaduna and restore hope. So the security of Kaduna is paramount because we believe that when security is secured, I mean, it's a short for the people, everything will take shape. Kaduna is just like Nigeria, it's endowed with both human and natural resources across the local governments. For instance, ginger, the best ginger you can find, in fact, it's from southern Kaduna, the Zango, Katab, Jaba, Katsha, Kagarko local governments. Maize, the largest producer of maize in West Africa, is in Lere local government, which is the northern flank. And tomato and onions is produced in very large district production in Ekara and Makarfi and so on. So every local government is endowed with resources, agriculture, solid minerals, and so on. So, but today, as I'm talking, insecurity has chased farmers out of their farmlands. Most farmers can no longer access their farms, and that portends serious food insecurity for the state. And Kaduna State is agrarian and is a large producer of agri products. And so schools have been closed down, worship centers have been closed.
I don't know if I'm the only one who's lost the audio of our
You're
No,
not
governor.
no,
alone,
no.
brother.
Yeah. Okay. I think he got a call.
Oh,
Can you hear me, sir?
yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, sir. Please go ahead, sir. Okay, I think he got a call. So, Northern AGM, I presume you might have a question for the gubernatorial candidate of the Labour Party. Can you please go ahead? Do you have a question?
Omar, I don't have
Yes.
any question.
Okay. All right. Please mute your mic. Can you hear us, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Please go ahead, sir.
So, like I said earlier, I said Kaduna is just like a mini Nigeria, endowed with both human and natural resources. In every local government, they have their potentials. And so, all that leadership is needed to do, if we come on board, is to ensure security. And how can we ensure security? My experience has shown that most of these so called bandits or kidnappers or terrorists that have been menacing our communities across the state, they are not ghosts. They are known. In fact, the state governor, Erufai, mentioned it on national television that they know where they are. All these bandits that come to kill and maim and destroy and chase people away, that they know where they are. But the will to tackle them is what is lacking. And so we will have the will to tackle them, to trace them. We have modern devices where we can use tracking devices and drones to know where they are. And so, and then community policing. We will empower communities to defend themselves and to partner with conventional security agencies. And so, once we have sufficiently tackled insecurity, then other things will begin to fall into place. Investors will
Absolutely.
begin to come. Investors will begin to come. They will begin to feel safe, inside Kaduna. Farmers will begin to go back to their farms, and farmer will have sufficient to eat and even to export. Schools will be reopened. That is the future of the nation. Without education, then the future of this nation hangs on the balance. In fact, there will even no future. So these are some of the things that we have in our agenda.
Yes, sir. It's nice to listen to that, sir. And of course, on the issue of insecurity, I'll just suggest that always, if you do your best to follow the money, if you check the money trail, it will always lead you somewhere when you're trying to track these people down. That is just me, from me as a citizen suggestion. My brother Tanko Kazanshi is from Kaduna, and he would like to ask you some questions, sir. Tanko, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, hi. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello? Yeah, good evening, sir. I'm Tanko Iba Gideon, and I'm Boju by tribe from the southern part of Kaduna, though I was actually born and brought up in Lagos. And, southern Kaduna has gone through a lot. Even just past few days, there have been killings. And as you said earlier, southern Kaduna is actually the highest producer of ginger in the whole of Nigeria. And with the whole insecurity issues that has been happening, aside from that, they've actually still been farming. And then people are still trying as much as possible to still feed themselves and still feed their family. So my main aim is okay, it's a normal conventional thing when politicians say that they will empower this. But I want to really know what exactly is the main plan. Because aside from that, even if you empower them, there's still actually going to still be issues because issues we actually face in Southern Kaduna has to do with the Fulani headsmen who come and then kill farmers and then people get scared to go to farm. So basically, that's actually my issue because my family have actually traveled for Christmas. They're actually in Kafanchan right now. So, and a lot of them are still scared because of the insecurity issues that's actually happening. Because Hellfire has actually forgotten about Kafanchan. He has actually forgotten that Kafanchan actually exists because Kafanchan has actually been somewhere that has been quite popular over the years. But with everything that's actually, and the only person that actually tried was actually Yakoa by bringing the state university down to Kafanchan. But still, yet, Hellfire actually still has to do it be more of the Kaduna actually, be more of the Kaduna city actually. So my main aim is what are your plans for development and security, key part of security in terms of Southern Kaduna part? Thank you.
Tanko, please let me just come in here. This is a public forum. Before the gubernatorial candidate comes, so I don't think he should disclose any plan he has for security. It is
Okay,
unwise. I'm coming, please. I'm
accepted.
coming. It is unwise. It is not. When you go out and dispose your plans for insecurity, you're just like you don't know who is here listening to you. So I don't think it's a wise question. If you could ask him a more direct question that as pertains to your people better, but please, anything insecurity here is not what I'm advising to answer on this platform. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Accepted. Okay, which brought me to the other question about development because Southern Kaduna has actually been neglected in terms of development. So what are his plans for development? And also empowering of the youth over there because quite a number of them are actually farmers. And I want to know what are his plans for Southern Kaduna aspect of um um for development actually. Basically, that's just the one question. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. If I heard you well, development plan uh, is one of the items we have in our agenda. In fact, we call it inclusive and infrastructural development. What we have today is that the present government has taken a loan that stands at over 500 billion naira for the purpose of provision of. Now, this amount of money, over 80% of it, is concentrated inside Kaduna Heart Town. Demolition structures and erecting new structures. Demolition shops and erecting mega plazas, which the original owners of those shops cannot even afford to rent. And so most of those buildings are standing like that. So to me, we will shift this to provide infrastructure within the rural communities. In my experience during my presidency of Sokapu, whenever there is an attack in one community and a distress call is placed to the security agencies, they get too close to the community and a small stream will stop them from getting to the community that is in distress. And before they could get there, the harm has been done and the perpetrators have disappeared into the forest. And so, provision of infrastructure communities is paramount in this case, to link up in the first place, to link up communities, farming communities, so that they can have exchanges, either cultural exchange or share common ways of farming or socialize together, which improves security, you know. And in terms of distress, it will not be difficult to locate such localities to give them assistance, you know. So provision of infrastructure in the rural communities is paramount in our agenda. So when we provide infrastructure, it must also be inclusive. It should be given to areas that need such infrastructure, and irrespective of their political party or irrespective of their religious affiliation or ethnic background, it must be all inclusive in the principle of fairness and justice and equity, and that is key in our agenda.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I just want to ask you a personal question now. I want to know, this is an obedient platform. This is one platform whereby we preach the gospel of Peter Obi. I don't know how long you have known Peter. I don't know what you know about Peter as a man, as a person. But I want to know, how is the obedient movement in Kaduna?
The obedient movement in Kaduna is alive and well, still moving, still growing, having all the hopes of winning the election at both the presidential and gubernatorial levels, and even other levels lower. And this has been achieved by the massive support of our support groups, massive support groups within the state, and the party itself that has also provided a platform for mobilizing the support for the party, and then we the candidates too. So Kaduna State truly is one of the states that the obedient movement is alive, and we have a hope of winning landslide.
Thank you very much. That means you always come on our spaces, because that word landslide is one of our mantra here. We own that word. We created that word landslide for like over the past 5 months. I've been saying this election is going to be a landslide, and it's good to hear that the momentum is building in Kaduna. My brother Archie, your hands are up. Please, if you have a question for him, Archie, you want to say something, please? If you have a question for the governor candidate, please just wave your hands. If you're up here, just wave your hands. Let us know. Yeah. If you have a question, wave your hands. Not just raise your hand, just wave. You could just wave. Okay, Archie, please, you have this. You have the space. Go on.
Okay. First of all, congratulations, Honorable Jonathan Asake, on your nomination to become the gubernatorial candidate in Kaduna State. And I'll use the opportunity to, on behalf of our anchors, the Three Musketeers, welcome you officially again to what is the biggest social media activism forum of the obedience movement. Anywhere you go, I will tell you for a fact that you're on the biggest platform on social media right now, where the Peter Obi and Labour Party mantra is currently being preached. So welcome to our space.
Thank you.
I am particular about strategy with regards elections. So I don't know, you probably must have seen the ANA polls that has pitched the northwest part of, the movement to 11% for Peter Obi, and I like to see it as a win, albeit because, I mean, it's we see when the movement started and we've seen how far we've come. But I'm particularly, concerned about, the 32% that are undecided and the 19% that have refused, to participate in most of these polls. As a party man, as a movement leader, and a representative of one of the strongholds, we always have to remember that the vice presidential candidate of this movement is from your home state and most probably from your own region too. So what are we doing at that level to make sure we can mop up those 32% votes? Because I don't like to believe in, the people who say the Northwest is unconquerable for this movement. I am as optimistic as you guys if we put in the work. So what are we doing to make sure that those 32% vote? Because, previous elections have shown us that very region is capable of giving us they are the KKK states as far as we are concerned. So that 32% on paper is very significant to this election. So in summary, what are we doing to make sure we can mop it, and how can we help generally as, people of the movement to make sure that is an active, mop up for the movement? Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you. My running mate will want to say something.
Thank you very much. As regard to the popularity and electability of Labour Party here in the Northwest, and most particularly in Kaduna, even with the presence of vice presidential candidate coming from the northern zone, Kaduna is equitably balanced politically when it comes to the calculation of Labour Party. The gubernatorial candidate is coming from the southern zone, that is the southern Kaduna. And myself, the deputy governor, I am coming from the central zone. And the vice presidential candidate is coming from the northern zone, that is Zaria, where you have both the vice presidential candidate and the secretary, national secretary of Labour Party. So Kaduna is equitably balanced when it comes to the calculation of Labour Party. It's the most balanced party in the state. So the party has come of age. It is going to conquer Kaduna. And once you conquer Kaduna, that may lead to getting more states within the northwestern region. So that's our calculation.
And in addition to that, the undecided voters shows one thing, that we need more work and more work to be done. Like I said, the support groups have been of tremendous assistance to all the effort we have been making. But oftentimes the support groups uh, complain to us of resources, particularly campaign materials, which have not penetrated in those areas. The undecided voters is because wherever we go for campaigns, the only language we hear is that people are tired. People want a change. They do not want a continuation with either of these parties. And they see Peter Obi as a symbol of that hope for this country everywhere. And this push is made by the youth and the women all across. But because they are undecided, means that some of them have heard, but they have not sufficiently been sensitized. And so campaign materials are needed to penetrate these areas. And the support groups are ready to penetrate these areas with campaign materials like billboards, like T-shirts, like pickups, and posters, banners, and souvenirs of any kind that bear the Labour Party. And even because the Labour Party is not really a new party, but it is new compared to the others, because it is just when Peter Obi walked into this party that it became a mega party. And everybody is talking about Labour Party now. But we still have a lot of sensitization for people to come to know the difference between it and other parties, especially the logo of the party. And therefore, this sensitization, of course, the support groups have done so much, the party has done so much, we, the candidates, have done so much, but we still need so much to be done to sensitize and educate and mobilize the people.
All right, thank you, sir. I think on behalf of the violence space, we are going to see how we can. We have already mapped out 27 states. We are sending materials to for the support groups. On our next phase, I think that should be the crunch time phase. We're going to see how we're going to involve. I think Kaduna is on our list also. Yes, I'm not. I don't think I know Kaduna is on our list of 27 states that we are going to send materials to. But someone asked me, and I said I should ask you. I want to know how important is the jingles, radio ads. How important are they for you guys here?
They are very, very important. Radio jingles, in fact, in this part of the country, I'm talking about the north, particularly the northwest. Outside their food is the radio, and now on the television. And so, jingles on radio, particularly, and on television, will do a lot in bringing about the necessary sensitization and education of the average voter and to key into the obedient movement. And truly, that also will help. It is part of like campaign material.
All right, because on the violence space we have sponsored six radio programs across six states in the north, and from our list, Kaduna is not on that list, unfortunately. So we're going to see how we're going to inculcate Kaduna probably in our jingle drive. We're going to have a jingle drive push this December. We should have a fundraising for a jingle drive push. So we're going to inculcate Kaduna into it. But please, just keep. Can we always get across to you through Mohammed?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Yes.
I don't know if I could allow maybe two or three more questions for you. Then we're gonna keep our space open. Thank you. You can always listen on the background. We're always here. We're going to make sure we support you guys as much as we can. We see the work you guys are doing and we appreciate it. Thank you very much. And Gaboni, you have a question. Please go on.
Yeah, thank you. A quick question to the gubernatorial candidate of Kaduna. So please, sir, I want to know a very quick one. Because personally, I know the Labour Party is going to win the presidential election and also probably win the gubernatorial election in Kaduna. But my question is this, sir. Because we've seen how the ruling party, their structure per se, in quotes, about how they try to disrupt election with violence and all that. Is there any plan in place, any strategy in place to protect voters, most especially in Southern Kaduna, and to encourage them to come out to vote? Because I believe when the election will start coming, more of this attack will come up to discourage them from coming out to vote. Is there any plan in place is there any security measures in place to protect voters and to give them confidence that they'll be secured while they come out to vote? Are you the mind? That's just my question for you, sir.
Well, when this attack started again, I and my running mate, we were there, and we made a loud statement nationally. First, we condemned what was going on, but we stated it clearly that if it is a ploy to frustrate the voters in that part, where the votes will come, because the winning votes for the Labour Party now, they used to be the winning votes for the PDP, but now it's for the Labour Party, the southern part. And if that is a ploy to frustrate that, then we will not accept that, and we remain resolute and resilient. And we encourage the people, but we also have called on the government to take steps to beef up security and protect the people and protect their franchise so that they can exercise their franchise. And so that is what, and we are also going to put up, work hard to see that we work in partnership with other bodies to ensure that the people are not disenfranchised. One of the things that we think that this attack is geared at achieving is that it is to make it that the elections may be, rescheduled, not to take place when the other elections are taken for maybe in those local governments. So those local governments that actually will have a high concentration of the Labour Party, this thing, yes, supporters, and so is to reschedule the elections under the pretext of insecurity, and then have isolated elections in those local governments. Now we have sent the signal that it was unacceptable, and INEC has even made it clear that nothing will stop them from conducting elections in any place. So we are working on those things.
All right, thank you, sir. Let's take a lady. Nello.
Um, Thank you so much, Saddam. Thank you, um, Mr. Jonathan Asake. I think I've mainly seen your posters more from, Mohammed. Mohammed is doing a good job. But just one thing that I've observed is that, there's the absence of the principal on your, posters. I would have thought, because most times when I see, like gubernatorial candidates, they tend to use maybe their principal as well as their own poster as a way, to kind of spread the awareness and also spread the message. Because at the end of the day, we are hoping to win, at the central and also at the state level. So I'm just curious, is there any reason why, the principal is omitted, from your own poster when you create this awareness? Thank you.
Well, the principle is not omitted. Campaign materials sometimes they are made by the candidate or the organization, but sometimes they are made by supporters. And so some supporters will choose to make the poster of just the candidate without the running mate sometimes. I have my schoolmates in secondary school made posters for me as a donation, and they chose to just get my picture and got my slogan without me knowing. It was like a surprise gift, and all I saw was a poster of me alone. But still, it adds to the campaign. Whatever it is adding is a Labour Party thing, and it adds to the campaign. And so, when it creates that awareness, it culminates into the voting that will start with the presidency. And of course, there are some posters that we make that will include the president and myself alone without even the running mate. There are some that will put four of us together: the president, his running mate, myself, and my running mate. And there are some that will put three of us: the president, myself, and my running mate. Sometimes these things are localized, sometimes we make them general. But all is geared towards creating the necessary awareness and sensitizing the people to know that there is a Labour Party and there is the presidential candidate who will be the president, and the youth are rooting for that, the women are rooting for that. The Nigerian people are trying to make a loud statement that they are tired of the old system. They want new things, they want new leadership, leadership that is more proactive, leadership that is more creative, and leadership that is more responsive. And so, the issue of posters is that posters are made by different people.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Who wants to ask the question? Doctor, do you want to ask the question?
Yes. Yeah, my question, thank you very much for coming. Actually, my question is, I probably want to use it as a point of contact to ask, is there any synergy, like any partnership among the northwestern states? Fortunately, I understand that Kaduna is a very, very formidable state for the way the obedient. But
Yes.
in as much as little or very little things have been heard from states like KB State, Sokoto State, even Jigawa State, I know up north Abansaro are doing enough work, but as far as you are concerned, is there any synergy between you guys over there? That's one. And the second thing is that I understand that sensitization, publicity is very important. But at this stage of election, which is December, just less than 2 months, I think it is very paramount for us to start doing what we call acquiring voters. We start having people that are going to like making sure we know our stronghold, like people that are going to vote for us. Because in as much as I've been able to do my own permutation, I believe 85% of Nigerians are aware that there is somebody bearing Peter Obi. But the point is that are they aware of importance of voting for him? So I just want to ask you, in Kaduna State, for example, I can see there was a town hall meeting that was done, which was fantastic. But is there any plan in place to start acquiring people? Like, these people are my people that I'm 100% sure that if I close my eyes, 1,000 people is going to vote for me in this particular polling unit. Is there any plan in place rather than this continued sensitization? Thank
Yeah,
you very much.
the sensitization is very necessary. It's very key, actually. Uh, when we move to, if you have experience with uh, the game of contest, you know that even 2 weeks or 1 week to the voting time, you will see that the sensitization that has been done over time will now begin to yield the fruits. That is when you begin to see the mobilization based on that sensitization that has been done. And so it is still good to continue the sensitization, creation of awareness geared towards the D-Day. And you also asked the question whether there is synergy between us, in the states. Yes, there is. Only that the synergy is to the extent that we know that where we have candidates for the governorship, we have candidate for KB. We've been talking, we've been comparing notes, we've been exchanging ideas. We have a candidate in Kano. We have candidate. No, we don't have in Katsina, but we have in Jigawa. Those are the states of the northwest uh, uh, that I know. We've been having some from time to time comparing notes. But of course, everyone that is contesting is busy trying to implement and mobilize the people, mobilize the groups that can drum up support in his own state. But from time to time, you can peep and call and say, okay, what are we doing? So I think that has been ongoing.
All right, thank you, sir. Who wants to ask again? If you just wave your hands, let me know. If not, we'll just move on the conversation. Savik, all right. Savik, you have the space.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sake. Again, I want to congratulate you because you are one of the few Labour Party governorship aspirants that we're actually seeing the level of work you're putting into this election, right? So I just wanted to mention that because we are seeing what you're doing, so keep it up. So I
Thank
don't
you.
know. I'm just joining into the space. I don't know if you've mentioned this, but uh, what is actually the ask from you? And forgive me if you have already talked about it. From joining this space, because this space we can say is the bedrock of the social media movement for the obedient movement. So what is the ask for? I heard Saddam mentioning a couple of things that the violence space is going to be embarking on. But from your own side, the way you see the campaign running right now in Kaduna State and in the Northwest, what is your ask for us on this social media platform now that you think we can help, to deliver what you think should be a winning opportunity for us as obedient, including yourself as governor? Thank you.
Well, like I said, in this game of context, any context, and more so if it is political context, uh, there is no tool that is not necessary. No tool is only there. Like I have mentioned, campaign materials, of course. Uh, Nobody that is into a contest that will say funds are available, funds are sufficient. And that has even been our main problem. We've not had funds from anywhere except the one that we source from goodwill from individuals and from time to time. So, and to produce campaign materials is a very costly venture. To make billboards, you know, and average billboard here cost me 550,000 minimum to make a 10 by 20 billboard. And when you make 10, you find out that as if you have not made any, because of the points that you need to place them. Because if you have to place billboards and make an impact, in Kaduna State, for instance, with 23 local governments, then every local government will need a minimum of 3. And so if you multiply that one, you know the number of billboards and plus the amount. I'm not even talking about T-shirts. I try to make, because I'm going for the Christmas, in the southern part of Kaduna State, during the Christmas seasons, it is all festivities, and that's the time to campaign. And so campaign materials are needed, posters, T-shirts. An average T-shirt here, to make a print of average T-shirt is about 2,500 naira. So if you have to make 10, it's about 25. If you have to make 100, it's 250. If you have to make 1,000, if it's 2.5 million. So to make 1,000 T-shirts and you take them home, so it will not even be sufficient for 2 local governments. But of course, is needed badly, and the pickups and other materials, mufflers. Uh, when people get those things within the rural communities, they get attached to it. I made a muffler the last time I went around, and it carried the my picture and that of Peter Obi. In fact, it was like everybody that you meet wants to remove his shirt and wear that muffler. And that is actually campaigning and making everything popular. So the list can go on what is needed, when it is never over until it is over. So everything is needed until that day.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I think we will get back to you guys. Thank you for the time spent with us on the platform. We're going to try and see how we can support as a platform, to your campaign and to Kaduna in general going forward. We on here, we are very big on accountability. We are big on direct, whatever we're doing are stuff that we think should to directly impact the electorates. So we might possibly take up a challenge and come down to Kaduna and see how we can support with jingles. Some people say I should ask you. I don't know when the Kaduna rally is going to be. I don't know when, if you guys have a date already. But if you do, can you tell us whether you guys have a date for the presidential campaign rally in Kaduna yet, please?
Well, tentatively, they fixed it tentatively, I think, for 18th of January.
Okay, 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 great. All right, now we'll be planning before then. But meanwhile, thank you very much for joining us on
Thank
the
you.
platform. If you could give us some parting words, before you before we yield the mic back to our people. You could just tell us something where you think we can help. Let us know. I've heard much, but I think we're still gonna come in and see how we can support you. But thank you very much, sir. You and your deputy.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to take this time to say a very big thank you to all of you out there. Your struggle, your efforts has been a source of encouragement to us to keep moving. And I want to tell you that your efforts has never been in vain. Generally, the Nigerian people, especially the youth, who have seen their own future being wiped out before their very face, have taken the challenge. And the challenge they have taken, truly, we have seen your own interventions have been of tremendous help to keep them going. And because they kept going, that is, their support has also kept us going. And if we keep going like this, I believe that we are going to see a new Nigeria where justice, equity, and fair play will become the order of the day. And that is the kind of a society that we all need, where we will do our own endeavor, on challenge, undeterred, where security, people can go to sleep and wake up, people can do their businesses without being disturbed. That is the kind of Nigeria that we're hoping to see. And if we have that kind of Nigeria, we need a leader that is visionary. And from what we have seen with Peter Obi, I have just keyed into what he's doing as a gubernatorial candidate. And so that is my inspiration. And we hope, and I hope personally, that this is a divine arrangement and it will come to pass. and Nigerians will be happy, and there will be hope once more.
Thank you very much. So people asking my DM, they said, do you guys have a specific campaign account for your state, for your campaign, where people can donate?
Yes, we have just opened a joint account with me and my running mate. And at that time we opened it, it was supposed to be with the Director General of the campaign in the state here. But then it is just yesterday we announced the appointment of the Director General and other officers. So we intend to include him signatory to that account so that it will be complete.
Okay, great. Well, whatever we get from the
So,
platform,
but
we're going to make
for
sure that
now
we get across to you
for now
guys.
we have for now we have an account actually. We have an account actually for the campaign organization here in the state. But the signatories are two of us, but we need 3 signatories because we have a DG now. So we will upgrade that one within these days.
All right, no problem. Whatever the space, whatever the family here decides, we're going to get back to you. Getting people say we should raise it on the Vawulence space, and then we send it to you guys. So I'm getting a lot of feedbacks. We're going to do what we can do, and then we're going to definitely get back to you. And that's what I'm going to advise you, sir. We're going to the 4th industrial revolution, and I think it is imperative that every leader that is, as you vie for position, I think you should be social media savvy. And that's just my own advice. Please, you should get a Twitter account. You should have your own Twitter account where you can always talk to your people through the social media. I don't know how you're going to do it, but it's very, very easy. You should just
I have those.
Yeah, if you have a Twitter account, that's great. So we can always probably host you one of our spaces, have a special space for you that day with your deputy. You guys come up on the space. Please let me let Mohammed send that account to me
We
so I
even
can
have our
also help
violence
you.
space, will I call it our northern brothers, where Zaria and the rest of them who have their spaces. So they could also reach out to you.
Yeah.
And you could have your space with them in, I think, in Hausa or something. So you're very vital. Your account, Twitter details will be very vital to this movement. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much, sir. Going
Thank you.
forward, you're going to hear from us. Thank you for the time, for the sacrifice and everything. God bless your movement.
Thank
Please
you.
keep being obedient and keep pushing. You will hear from us very soon. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, guys. That was the gubernatorial candidate for the Labour Party, Honorable Jonathan Asake, and his deputy that was live with us. It was impromptu, it was not planned, but that's what you get from the Vawulence space. We always have all our politicians try to pop in once and twice, on the space to discuss and sell their mantra and sell their whole mandate and everything is important. We understand the platform we yield and the voice we have as a people. We are going back to the matter. Let us go straight back. So, guys, we are back on topic. We are discussing the dangers of Atiku and Tinubu presidency. N6, do you want to take us to the Church of Vawulence today?
Yeah, no, but just very briefly, I just want to say, low-key, no go better for Nasiru El-Rufai. It no go better for him. I used to go to
low-key or be high-key?
High-key, but low-key, high-key. You understand? It no go better for that guy. I used to go to Kaduna, Zaria. We lived overseas in the early 90s. But I remember that I had an uncle who was a lecturer in ABU Zaria. Now, this my uncle, he was my favorite uncle. His cousins, they were my favorite cousins, but we only used to meet in the village in Christmas. Now, when I grew much older, I think I was around 14, 13, I would come to Nigeria on holiday, leave Lagos, enter a plane, go to Kaduna, and these guys would drive from Zaria to Kaduna airport to pick me up. They were such a lovely family. And I remember that I enjoyed Kaduna for like 4 years of my life. I don't think I would stay in Lagos more than 10 days. And I was off to Kaduna. From Kaduna, I was the youngest, so my cousins that were in uni, we would drive all over northern Nigeria. But these guys would drive one whole day to Bauchi. Where didn't we go? Where we no go? I went to Maiduguri with car, something that was almost like 2 days journey. Because we will take so much time, we'll stop, we'll relax. And I remember the northern roads were so good. Lovely place. I also knew that in Kaduna, there were a bit of tensions. I knew they'll tell you, this area now, some people where they worship like this, we know them, then they that side. We know they disturb them, they know they disturb us. Kind of like the way they have Oro Festival in Lagos. There's some areas they'll tell you, so they no come out, they won't do Oro. It's okay. Be like, say, in this 21st century, person suppose they do that kind of nonsense, but it is what it is. But I remember that upon the coming to political limelight of the name Nasiru El-Rufai, Kaduna started having problem. Till today that I speak with you, it has gotten worse. Some men in this life come with a problem, with a destiny that if there has been a recurring problem in an area, if they become leaders, that problem should die. Why is it that they bludge? I saw Zari put up a post. These terrorists are so wicked. They wipe out whole families, whole lineages. There was one post. There were like 9 people from one family. Male. They will come and kill these people in Kaduna. Kill them. What is the problem? What's the matter? How are you so angry with your fellow man from the same state? So that means if Katsina State and Kaduna State have war, and Katsina State comes Kaduna State, so Northern Kaduna and Southern Kaduna cannot even come together to fight on behalf of Kaduna State. Is that what Kaduna State is trying to tell me? And it's sad. Some people think infrastructure is better than security. I'd rather be able to walk on a road with potholes at night and know that my life is safe than drive on an expressway without potholes and know that armed robber can rob me on that road.
And S6, let's go for that. Let's go for that. You can see when the gubernatorial candidate Mr. Jonathan was speaking here, he said something. When his deputy was asked, the deputy said that there's equity on their ticket, the Labour Party ticket.
I heard it.
Kaduna.
The cardinal points of Kaduna properly represented from the vice president downwards. I heard it. That is federal character.
Yes. You understand? But this APC of a party is a satanic organization that has come to create chaos in this country. You now look at the country, a state as divided as Kaduna. You're now coming as a governor. And what you do next is to change everything and bring in a Muslim ticket. El-Rufai is the one that's giving Bola Ahmed Tinubu that mind.
I would take that from if someone like Kazaure was governor. I would take it, but from Nasiru El-Rufai, who I know is intelligent, cerebral, that shows you the level. A tribalist who is educated is more dangerous than an illiterate tribalist. An illiterate tribalist, there might even be small hope. If you tell you, say, I'm able, can you die for but this one you trash, I like you. I don't like your people, but I like you. But an educated tribalist will hate you and hate your people, and there's no hope. Then even more contrary, he has now learned the fine art of acting. So this man is so wicked that he does his wickedness to his own people. You see his children, you see his wife, you see their utterances on Twitter alone. Daddy Yatta disappeared on this app with live video footage. And this man and his children come online and they insinuate things that make you look and say, the Kaduna state government knows about this man's death. How can somebody just disappear in a state and the governor is not bothered till today? Till today, how did he disappear that we've not seen his body? Do you want to drive his children and wife mad? The dangers of Atiku and Tinubu presidency can never be understated. Currently, I saw one post. Bola Tinubu, only you enrolled Kabaka. Only you enrolled Diso. Only you, Keyamo. Only you, Fanika Yode. Only you, Government Tompolo. Only you. Only you. Only you, Simon Ekpa. Only you. Emi Lokon. That's how bad you want it. You're ready to burn down the kingdom just to be president over the ashes. Just so that I'm ready to be president for 2 weeks. Just so that anywhere they're putting statue of Nigerian president, they just put your face there. Come on, let these men go and sit down. By the next Anam poll, I want all of them to have lost 5 points each because they bring nothing to the table. Tinubu has nothing to offer. Nothing. He's a shame. He's a disgrace to anybody. And his face is too ugly to be the face of the only black nation that's produced the first black Miss World. You should go and fucking sit down. Him and Atiku, their face cannot carry us to 2031. I gave you people a simple analogy. I saw that thing at the World Cup. Macron just ran, hugged Mbappe. Where would Tinubu start running from? From the stands all the way down to the pitch? If he never slump halfway, why would they whine ourselves? A nation of 70% youth. The youth population is 70%. 70% of 200 million people is 140 million people below the age of 30. That is not a demographic you want to play with. I keep asking, where are the APC and PDP posters stating, go and get your PVC? Where? I don't see them anywhere. There's nowhere you see where an APC person is telling you about PVC. You're not interested in the new voters. No wahala. We'll meet at the polls. Buhari beat Atiku with 30 million votes, and I thank God he has listened to reason. They've warned him. Your whole administration was a disaster. The least you can do for Nigeria, your last legacy project, is to give us a free and fair and credible election without your interference in it. I told all those guys months ago, Buhari will never raise Bola Tinubu's hand anywhere in northern Nigeria. Never on public record, and I will still beat my chest to it. Peter Obi has won this election by a landslide. All we are doing are the formalities to declare him as president and putting him in Aso Rock. I yield. Cheers.
Thank you very much, my brother. It's important also we say this because, guys, always remember, breaking news will come up next week. Oh, more breaking news, please. And when it comes up, please don't tag me. Just look like you did not see it.
Don't look for
And
emergency space. We know they do.
Leave it. Breaking news will come
Before
out.
you know it now, next
These
week
guys
now,
are
they'll tell you
fighting.
that he illegally bought his jets. ESCC, court will just find that liable in 3 days. Then you people be coming, hey, are you sure that? Are you sure that? I beg you.
Please, guys, be wise going to these elections. You're fighting the devils. You're fighting people that the devil is scared of. In fact, devil, they fear Tinubu and Atiku. The devil sit down in the same room with Tinubu and Atiku. Devil will use a long spoon to eat with them. He is scared of this people. Before they go run and cool for a hell. Please, guys. I just want to read a tweet before I take the next speakers. Guys, if you're up here and want to speak, please, you have to be up. If not, I have to drop you. A tweet of my brother Ibrahim, the DG of the Big Tent. Ibrahim made a tweet that is on the Jumbotron. You guys can all check the tweet out. He said, while reciting what was easily the simplest preamble to a Muslim prayer, but Tinubu called Allah Father in his prefatory chants. This in Islam is an act of polytheism and condemnable act. So sad, the Muslim ticket is provoking religious sentiments in 2023 elections. I'm happy that it's not me or NC that wrote this. This is our brother from the north. He said the Muslim ticket will set a dangerous precedent in our fragile democracy. Fact. At the time we need each other to create a new Nigeria, campaign is not only about winning elections. It is also about preparing citizens' mindset for the better future. Fact. And I'm happy my brother Abokina Giri was one who said this. It is important to understand because I know I grew up in the north. In fact, if not because of the way we do things in Nigeria, I'm a northerner. I spent all my life in the north. So I can come up right now and say, I understand the fact that, honestly speaking, no northerner will come out here and defend a true Muslim will defend a Muslim ticket because you understand Nigeria is diverse. Same way I know that the northern brothers, our northern brothers, will never accept the Christian ticket. Because Nigeria is diverse. When you take Tinubu and Shitima to the mosque, who goes to the church? Nobody. So if Peter comes with a Christian deputy and he goes to the church and he's deputy to the church, who goes to the mosque? Nobody. There's no representation. And that's what APC are selling to you guys. And we are not saying their own problem. We're not looking at Atiku that is not coming from we're coming from Buhari that is a Fulani Hausa Muslim. We don't want to. PDP want to give us another Fulani Hausa Muslim. There is no equity and justice in APC or PDP's ticket. There is none. These are facts. So when you begin to hide behind tribalism and ethnic bigotry and everything, remember that Nigeria first. To have a unified country, you need to stand on equity and justice. And APC and PDP does not bring that to the table. Good evening, my brothers and sisters. Welcome to Vawulence Space. Abokina Geri, I don't know if you can handle this back, but I know you're up here with another Assembly grassroots. How you doing today, my brother? Good evening.
Good evening, Saddam. My account is not back yet. Uh, restriction reached my side, so I have to keep managing. Thank you very much. I wish Umar is here. I want to play something, but maybe when he comes back. It's about his man, Mr. Moda.
Play am now,
you know, I-
play am. Oma dey for background. Oma is not feeling fine actually. He has to fix
okay.
himself.
Thank you. Firstly, I have two things to play. One, please listen to this.
Al'ummar Najeriya tura ta kai bango akan gurbataccen shugabanci da ke durkusar da wannan ƙasa mu ta fuskar rashin tsaro, taɓarɓarewar tattalin arziki da tsadar rayuwa, rashin ingantaccen tsarin kiwon lafiya, cin hanci da sauran makamantansu. Akan haka ne Peter Obi dan takarar shugaban ƙasa gargashin inuwar jam'iyyar Labour Party da mataimakinsa Yusuf Dattiba Ahmad suka shirya tsaf domin kubatar da Najeriya daga hannun 'yan bani na iya mulki. A zaben shekarar 2023 mu zaɓi Peter da Datti domin farfaɗo da tattalin arzikin ƙasa ta hanyar da Najeriya za ta iya rike kanta har ma ta ciyar da wasu. Mu zaɓi Peter Obi da Datti domin inganta tsaron rayuka da dukiyar al'umma. Mu kubatar da dukiyar ƙasa daga hannun masu wakacika tashi da dukiyar ƙasa ta hanyar zaɓen Obi da Datti domin tabbatar da haɗin kai tsakanin 'yan Najeriya ba tare da nuna bambanci tsakanin yanki, yare ko addini ba. Obi da Datti a ƙarƙashin jam'iyyar Labour Party domin ceto Najeriya.
Thank you. I hope those that understand Hausa will probably know what this jingle is all about, because I just played this jingle coupled with the fact that Saddam just mentioned something about religion and so on. I am the one who posted this video on the Jumbotron. If you can see it, they have two videos attached to this tweet of Ibrahim H. Abdul Karim. The first video is the National Chief Imam of National Mosque Abuja, in person of Professor Ibrahim Makari. He's the Chief Imam of the National Mosque in Abuja. What he's saying is, in leadership, religion and tribe is not the most essential thing to look at in leadership. He was talking about competency, in leadership. Talking to our northern brothers that, look, this time around, it's not all about religion or tribe. Whoever will give you salvation, whoever will give you justice and equity, even Islamically, he's the one that you are asked to vote for, even in the Holy Quran. Even he gave an example. He said that even if his name is John, and you have Ibrahim contesting with him, if that Ibrahim is not competent, he's not, he's he possesses all the characteristics of incompetency. Islamically, it is haram on you to vote for that person. So this is a message that I'm very happy it comes out from the national imam, the chief imam of the National Mosque in Abuja. Please, after the space, you can all go and listen. Or maybe if you have someone that understands Hausa, he can translate it for you. This is it for that. Thank you very much. My submission is the dangers of Atiku and Tinubu presidency. You don't even have to come to me and start to explain to me that I have to vote for these people, because I'm considering this 2023 election as a war that me and you should come to the forefront and fight for, because we're in a mess. Atiku has been on this race for quite a long time. I just saw Atiku is trending, saying that as long as he's alive, he'll keep contesting. That's how he'll keep contesting, and he'll not win election, inshallah.
Amen.
Because let me tell you this: in the north, look at history. Atiku has never win election in the north. Atiku, for all the time he has been contesting, he has been losing his own polling unit. And how can you come and tell me that Atiku is influential? Because the first fight Atiku have with the northerners is the Islamic scholars. The Islamic scholars have, rated Atiku as one person that can never sense the highest power of this country. The late Sheikh Jafar Mahmoud Adam of Kanu, he was assassinated in Kanu way back in 2007. When Atiku made an utterance on years back that the masses in Hausa, he said that the masses, the prayer that the masses are doing, Allah will not accept their prayers. That's what he said. And the Northerners did not forget this utterance of Atiku. If you come to a Northerner trying to campaign for him, he will tell you, the person that said that even if I pray, Allah will not accept my prayers. This is Atiku for you. This 2023 election, just keep Atiku at the side. Because me, as a politician, I know what is going on the ground. Nobody is supporting Atiku because he's competent, because he's this, he's that. No, he is supporting Atiku because of the monetary gain he's going to get. Nothing more, nothing less. We are all Nigerians. We know this. Atiku's camp is full of money, monetizing everything, and so. But he has no rightful supporters with sensible supporters. If I come to my grandfather, or maybe great-great-grandfather, Mr. Amoda, it is very obvious. The Northerners are just using him as a skit making person. Nothing more. All the polls that you'll be seeing undecided voters. Let me tell you, so many Northerners. That's why whenever I think of this, sometimes I used to shed tears. So many Northerners will not even come out to vote because one is they lost hope in this country. This is the honest thing. They lost hope. They lost hope in this country. If you come to the guy, all these politicians, they are the same. So we have this tool in our hands to keep educating, keep pushing, keep pressurizing. The last sensitization we went in Kanu, in Komuso local government. Let me tell you that I don't want to say this. Do you know that I sold my horse? I have 2 horses. I sold my horse 450,000 to go for that sensitization. I'm telling you, because this is the right time. We need to go and explain to people, because if we get it wrong, I, myself, my family, my people will keep suffering. So this is not about Peter Obi or Dati Baba Ahmad. It's me and you. If you think that you live in the diaspora, okay, you nothing concern me. I'm enjoying myself. But you have relatives. Whatever you can do to this movement to prosper, do it. If you are donating, don't relent, because whatever we have been doing in the past, if we now relent, it's like we have wasted our time, because this is the right time that will double up on what we are doing. We must double up. We must get there. How many days remains to election? Tinubu here in Kano, where I stay, you will see posters, you will see banners, you will see everything, but nobody go around to the market, go around to the market women association and so on. Nobody will tell you that Tinubu is a candidate, because everybody knows Tinubu is incompetent. He's biased. How could you pick someone? How could you pick a Muslim as your running mate? I'm a Muslim of Izala sect. Saddam knows what is Izala. I'm the grand commander of my first aid group in my local government. But I did not support this because it is not in my religion. My religion did not support this. How can a country that you believe that you have 2 major tickets, two major faiths, how will the Christian community will feel? Tell me. It's not just. It is not nobody. See, even the Islamic clerics in the north are not happy about this is a Muslim thing, let me go and campaign for him. Nobody is even campaigning for him because they know that Tinubu is just there to use Islam as a ladder to go there. He can't fool us. We know it. Someone that is Shaitan in the name of our Lord. In the name of our Father. We Muslim, we don't call Allah Father. This is not how. So all these things are coming out. People are seeing, and you come and be telling me that a dead fish can never be sweet in any soup. Am I stupid to come and vote for you? Every time you'll be spitting out gibberish and you expect me to come and campaign. This is so. Please, obedience. This is the right time. This is the right time. This is the right time. If you think that you are doing it for the benefit, no, you are doing it for yourself. If you have 1,000 naira, bring out 200 naira. It will help. Give it to the close support group you have in your community. Because I promise this, I urge all the people. We are how many people on this space? If we're about 700 or so, promise obedient movement that you will deliver your polling unit. I, Abu Kinagari, my polling unit is Unit 26, Kundila Gandu. I vote close to Engineer Dr. Rabi Musa Konkosu. I promise with my heart and life, I will submit my polling unit to obedient movement and I will win it. My polling unit. If I did not deliver anywhere, I'll deliver my polling unit. So take this responsibility too. Before you know it, we'll get this thing done. So please, don't relent. Spend as much as you can. Sensitize. Don't relent. No, don't let anybody come and deceive you and keep distracting you. And at last, I would like to hail our former DG, Dr. John Okupe, for the outstanding, thing he has done to this movement. Because if the other parties are doing what Dr. John Okupe is doing, Bola Tinubu will not even have been on the race by now. Because all the allegations that we have seen against him, he will have honorably resigned, because Nigerians need more than this. So thank you very much, Saddam. Please, I hope you should pray for me. My account should be back. I'm tired. Thank you very much, Saddam.
Thank you, my brother. Just open new one like I did. Just open new one and start coming on spaces with it. One thing that is guaranteed is that as long as you're giving obedience the content they love, they will always follow you back. And that's just it. So me, I just open new one. I don't even wait to worry myself with Jack. My mommy also lost 2 of her accounts also to this movement. That's how it is. My account is actually 10 years old. That's what's paining me. I have a whole lot of documents on that account. I have some bets that I bet some people as far back as early this year. I think last year I bet to someone and I told him that Messi will win the next World Cup, and the guy was laughing at me and said, "Make we bet," and we made a bet on that account. I just did vex because I know that I'm again money where that account I have over. I have months of spaces, documents on that account, and I lost it for this movement. So
No
there are
lie,
so
now
many
where those our
sacrifices.
spaces were saved.
Yes, now the account the account is there.
Yes. They have to bring it back. They have to bring it back. They have to bring it back.
So it's just so painful. It's just so painful, but it's part of the sacrifice we will get. We're
I
going to
beg
pass
any
through for this
obedient that
movement.
knows Twitter, I beg. How them fit bring account back, I
All
beg.
our obedience in California, please. Let me reach out. Our obedience in California, please. Who can match to Twitter head office in California and talk to Elon Musk, please? You guys are in California, please. You guys go and tell him why is he blocking opposition accounts in Nigeria. I thought he said he's going to do amnesty. What's the deal? Let him bring back our account, please. Our obedience in California, please. Do something for us, please. Thank you. God bless you. Let's move on real quick. Bonale, how you doing today? Good evening, ma.
Oh, good evening, Saddam. So I'm
Mommy B,
alright.
welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm okay, thank you.
Oshay.
I'm
Talk
okay.
to
I'm
us, Mama.
okay.
What's popping? What's been up with you? Talk to us.
I don't think I'm just here. I'm just still at home. Not working till the new year, so I have time. Um, that losing my account. That one I had it since 2011. I had that it paid me, but then I found another account of mine, which I had from 2012. So I'm not gonna use it. I'll stay with this one just in case Elon Musk his brain touch happens again and he decides to suspend this account.
No, mommy, actually, let me tell you what happened. Yeah, after the whole Twitter stuff with Nigerian government and everything, Twitter opened
Yeah.
a, Twitter opened an office in Ghana.
Yes.
So they opened an office in Ghana, and that office. Apparently, Nigeria and government infiltrated that office. So
Ah.
yes, that was why all this why Peter Obi was never on the trend map.
Don't you see the
I
latest that is
don't
happening on your page? You
Yeah,
will see a
I'm
post from
coming.
an Agbado person, but you'll now see
I'm
followed
coming.
by
I'm
an
coming.
obedient. I'm like, what's going on?
There's this Twitter file. Elon Musk is doing a whole lot of people might not like Elon Musk. You might not believe in what he's doing and everything, but his coming in has exposed that Twitter as an organization with the last government was used by so many governments to stifle free speech. So Nigerian government did the same thing in Ghana. They made sure Twitter account, the Twitter office there, made sure they stifled hashtags that they don't want to trend. Peter Obi's name was never on the trend map. Despite you see over 1 million people tweeting about Peter, he never trended again. Same thing they went to their accounts. Actually, our accounts that were blocked was because of Abike Darabi. It is evident that she worked with the people in Ghana there. All of us that lost our
Wow.
accounts, over 30 of us, were people that tweeted to her. And that week, she did that stuff. The next week, Elon Musk fired everybody in Ghana. So don't blame him. It's not Elon Musk. This is not Elon Musk. This is on the last administration.
So it's another sin of APC.
Yeah, it's a crime. Crime of APC.
It's a
Criminals.
crime. Uh-huh.
Go on, ma.
Right. So the dangers of Atiku and Tinubu presidency. You know what? It's been because I've not really tweeted about Atiku. I kind of don't know why I didn't really bother with him, but I think in a way it's because of how much I detest Tinubu. So I've always amplified his. But this Atiku, I mean, is one of the most corrupt politicians to ever grace the political scene in Nigeria. And I know Jimmy has been putting up stuff that all of that I read before, and I used to say to myself that for Obasanjo to be that resolute that this man will not be president, one has to just conclude that everything that's been said about the guy is correct. I mean, Obasanjo went and got Yadua as opposed to his running mate, which you would think would be the logical step to take. And people keep on thinking that Tinubu is the bad one. No, Atiku and Tinubu are twins. They are both as bad as each other, and they have been collaborating for decades, decades and decades and decades. And so I often wonder why people just think those people in PDP who are looking to Atiku to be, they're all mad. They are all mad because this man's own corruption is international. It's international. I bet they think that the $40 million that he siphoned from offshore accounts into his wife's accounts, they opened, I think, if I mean, don't quote me on that, 20 different accounts in America to siphon that money into, right? Also, this is the money that he used to set up his university. Whilst the public universities in Nigeria were in decline because of ASU strikes. It is, people don't know the extent. I mean, he oversaw the privatization or the sell-off of national assets to his cronies, but it wasn't free. They paid him. He got a cut. And whilst people were saying no, but he wasn't found guilty of any corruption in America. Okay, if that's the case, why did Siemens accept and pay the fine? Because they were trying to bribe Atiku for contracts in Nigeria. They paid the fine. So basically, if they paid the fine, it means they were guilty of it. They were guilty of it. And I often wonder, it is not just the fact that for equity, fairness, and justice, it is the turn of the Southeast. It is the fact that this same man scuppered the chances of Jonathan, joined forces with Tinubu to bring Buhari, and the country has been worse for it. And then he now wants to be president. How? I think the problem we have with a lot of people in Nigeria is they forget too easily. Me, I am petty as hell. I keep on saying, Jesus, please touch my heart, because if somebody do me bad, this thing about forgiveness, I'm like, people that will tell you, let's forgive, it hasn't touched them yet. There's certain things that will happen that you should not forget. You should not forgive. You should not reward them for what they've done.
No, mommy, please, we forgive, but we'll not forget. We shouldn't forget, but please forgive.
No. You see, it is by mouth. I remember, look, back in the day when I was going to Bible school, I thought I was going to be a pastor. I remember a particular lesson we were doing. So we were talking about forgiveness, right? And what somebody pointed out that, hold up, you can divorce a woman for adultery. Why don't you just forgive the woman? The man now told us that, look, he said, his family, he's a Christian family, and he said his dad. Right. So his dad invested some money. So another church member invested that money, and the man basically defrauded his dad. He said, they lost everything. He said, and so each time his dad would say, well, I'm called to forgive. He said he used to use side eye, look at the man and say, look, you can barely put food on your table. He said that at that point, he realized that we can say it as much as well. If somebody harms you to the point of, takes a life of family member, I be all those people that they're killing nonstop in all over Nigeria. I think it would be easy for them to forgive. It has not touched you. I accept that as a Christian, you're called to forgive, but it is a journey, and that's what I say. I'm being petty, but I can't understand how people can even look at APC at all, and how people can forget that Atiku, as part of APC, brought this administration into power. Right. And the person earlier on, somebody was saying something about the connection between when Atiku was customs officer and what's his name, Tinubu, bringing hard drugs into the country. Yeah, I heard that from like a cousin of mine who used to, well, it's not, well, technically he's my uncle, but because we're like close in age, so he was telling me about his friend's dad who worked alongside, and he was like, that is a connection, that it is down to drugs. And in some ways, Atiku was involved in that trade as well, but no one should quote me because it is hearsay. But it all makes sense. It's like when you try and connect the dots as to why, they don't look like they should be friends, but something that has made them friends is criminality. They're both criminals, they're both thieves, they're both corrupt. Neither of them must taste power. Neither of them must taste anywhere near Aso Rock, because Nigeria will be doomed and I cannot see it recovering. But yes, like I said, the dangers are that they will foment more religious insecurity and all the rest of it. So we need to be wise and know that neither of them are an option. Thank you, and I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, ma. Thank you very much, mommy. Chibeze, good evening.
Yes, my brother. Thank you very much for having me again. Professor Saddam and Sezo, my brother, the Google man. It's a very good day again, and I'm happy to be part of this space. I've been listening from the beginning of the program till now. Yes, the dangers of Atiku and Tinubu presidency. I'm quite happy that today we are actually beaming the searchlight on this man called Atiku Abubakar. The hard truths that both Sizzle and Oma have been able to, pinpoint about this serial loser and serial presidential candidate cannot be overemphasized. And I quite agree with them that he is even more dangerous than Tinubu. Professor Saddam, if you agree with me, we have really focused so much on Abado and the CON members and forgetting that Atiku is also another person that has a lot of baggage. I mean, Nigerians must know that this is a candidate that his own principal has failed repeatedly over the years to endorse for any public office in the land. I mean, they say if you must go to equity, you must go with clean hands, and that charity begins at home. Tinubu had a past that is shady with drugs and so many other things. Atiku had a principal who cannot come out in the public domain to endorse him. It tells you a lot. Rather, he's endorsing his opponent, which is Peter Obi right now, and carrying Peter Obi on his head. This is a patriot who had led Nigeria for 8 years and did very well. It was under Obasanjo that we had about the turnaround that Nigeria is facing now. It's under Obasanjo that we had the GSM, that we're able to speak as brothers and sisters from around the globe. So we should give him his own accolades. But for goodness sakes, Atiku is one man that we cannot forever forget in this race. And somebody was actually making, I read off a tweet now, somebody was saying, maybe at this juncture, we'll probably have our Thursday spaces to talk about the PDP and the ills of PDP, and then Saturday to talk about the ills of APC. Maybe in that way we can, narrow this violence down and break people's collarbones and make them immovable. Atiku must not go to Aso Rock. This is a serial presidential candidate, and by history, by Buhari now being one of the histories of the past that we will ever try to forget, these are antecedents of people who have serially contested to become leaders, and then when you give them the opportunity of becoming leaders, they flop. They are absolute disasters in what they do. Rather, they bring in further division, they bring in poverty, they bring in insecurity and so many other things. And you can't guard them, you can't hold them to account. Lekki Tollgate happened, and rather than Buhari to come out and show empathy as a leader, he came out with threats. He came to tell us that this was just a tip of the iceberg, that we should try it again, then we'll see him in full force. This is like what Atiku will do, because he has been a serial contestant. He has been in this race over and over again, so he has become very numb to the issues. Whatever he cares about is the presidency. That is why he is even telling you that until he dies now, that he will continue to run for president. He will continue to run for office. This is dangerous. You can't have somebody run for office like this in America. It's not possible. So please, Atiku is the front burner right now. We have to be talking about it. This is a man who will go to the north and tell northerners to vote for him, because he's the only qualified candidate. And then he comes down to the south, he promises Wike 2027, he promises Sokoa, he promises everybody. And then he goes to the southeast, which is the most marginalized region right now. We're not talking about ethnicity right now, but in terms of marginalization, the southeast has had it worse. Even though they still come out the best in terms of economy, in terms of education, in terms of reduced poverty line. Yes, but he goes to the southeast to tell them that he is the stepping stone to their presidency. That is an insult to my region. It's an insult. So yes, it looks like the polls are telling us that P2B still has the lead touch. We're going to win this election on a landslide. But please, my people, please, Nigerians, we must continue to let you people know INEC is open. Go and take that PVC. The APC people call it APV. Go and collect your APV and your PVC. We have to put them out. APC and PDP will leave our political history for good. For the first time in our history, let us entrench good governance. Let us start it. History will forever be kind to this generation for what they are doing. And this thing started from NSAS. We are saying enough is enough for these idiots, for these wicked leaders who have kept Nigeria down, who have made most of our intelligent brothers and sisters now consider Japa as the only option to save themselves and to save their families. It's like a risk. Tell me why somebody will be in minus 40 degrees in Canada when he can be in Port Harcourt, or when he can be in Kaduna, being productive and being a good citizen to Nigeria. Minus 40 degrees is not a joke, my brothers. It's not fair, right? Let the people born for minus 40 stay in minus 40 degrees. I would want to be in Nigeria. But you can't stay in Nigeria right now because there is insecurity, there is unemployment, there is wickedness of the leaders, there is no empathy, you have flooding, somebody can't even stop his campaign and take care of the people that flood affected. So we can't continue like this. We have to do something to move Nigeria forward. And the only person who can do that right now, who has a proven track record, who has capacity, who has the intellect, who has the mental energy to take Nigeria from the way we are seeing it now, the quagmire that we are in right now, and move it forward. Leapfrog it out of this nonsense that APC has put us in. Is Peter Obi. He is the only person. So Nigerians, please continue to encourage your people. If you're in the diaspora, tell your people back home, go and collect your PVC.
Please.
Go and collect your PVC. That is the only way that will make this country work. Thank you very much for having me once again. It's a good one today. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right, guys. Please, I'm trying to bring up as much speakers as we can here. Please, if you see me wave my hands up, please know that you should start wrapping up your thoughts immediately, please. I don't have to interject you while you're speaking. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Ayobami, you fell off. After Mr. Ayobami, I'll come to Eze Namdi, my brother. Then Tanko. Mr. Ayobami, how are you doing? Good evening.
Hello, Saddam, Sizu, and everyone.
Sorry, please, Mr. Ayobami, please. If you're up here as a speaker, your hands are not up. I'll have to drop you up for other people. Go on, please, my brother. Thank you.
Can you all hear me clearly?
Yeah, loud and clear. Go on.
Yeah. Anyway, my own business here today is a little bit short. It's just to encourage everyone that we are winning this election, whether APC or PDP, whether they like it or not, and that this is the time for us to double down. We are getting to the end of the race, and many things will be happening. The Doyo Kope issue and every other thing that they will throw at us, but we just need to be courageous. And I just have two testimonies to encourage us. I'm currently in Iowa, and I'm a medical doctor working towards residency here. And two things I asked God by the end of this year. I said, I want two miracles. One is that PO will become president. And the second will be that
I'll get into residency in the United States. And I was applying to orthopedic surgery. That's one of the most competitive specialties in the United States. We should hear the result by in March. But about a week ago, I got an offer, a sweet offer. It's I'll get 3 years of PhD and move into orthopedic residency in the United States. So that was the first testimony. With that, I got assurance, that PO is going to win. No devil will stop it. There is nothing that will stop this movement. So this is just a word of encouragement for everyone. Me too, I've doubled my hustle in this effort, reaching out to people, contributing as much as possible, calling families back home. We need a change in Nigeria. Look, we are intelligent people. Nigerians are resourceful people. And whether you like it, all over the world, I've met people here, fantastic things, even in the medical field, you know, people in anesthesia. I'll be going into orthopedic surgery, molecular science, translational science research. We are doing well. And we need somebody like Pio who will unlock us. And I want to encourage you. Nothing will stop you. Let's keep doing well. Keep pressing their leg. Atiku and Tinubu, they are wasting their time. Anyone from their camp, just tell them they are wasting their time. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you very much, my brother Ayoba. May God bless you. Thank you. Congratulations on your achievements. It's a good sign for all of us. Thank you. But I want to say something using you as a point in contact to every one of our brothers in diaspora. Please, diasporans, brothers and sisters in diasporans, please, you have a very big and vital role to play. I gave my testimony at the start of the space, how I have reached out to all those that were depending on me back when I was in Nigeria, especially all those guys that my gen guys, I fixed my gen, my mechanics, and all those guys. I made sure they all registered for PVC way back before now, and I followed them up, pushed them hard, and in fact, I caught contact with a whole lot of them. I said, "Don't talk to me again until you've gotten your PVC." And this morning, one reached out to me, my gen guy reached out to me that he does not have one PVC, but he sent me the picture of his PVC and his wife PVC. And I sent them happy Christmas. So please do not send money to anybody back home. You are enabling bad behavior if you're in diaspora and you're sending people Christmas money to adults that don't have their PVC. Please let hunger kill them this Christmas. They will not die. If they don't have their PVC, do not send them. Not let me be your mama, your papa, but don't send any of them money. If they are not guaranteed that they're going to participate in the election next year, and vote wisely, let hunger kill them this Christmas. They will not die. Please, going for diasporans, help us. Thank you. Isn't that my brother? Good evening. How are you doing today?
Saddam, good evening. God bless you. I'm doing very fine. I hope you're okay. Please get well soon. Every missile that they are sending to you, Sizzle and Omar, don't worry, we are redirecting it back to their camp, to their principal. Hopefully, by the time the missile gets back to them, they might not be able to walk again. So just be rest assured that you are in our prayers. I also want to thank Sizzle so much. A lot of people here do not know Sizzle. They might just think because he has just he just came down to our level, but Sizzle is a very big celebrity. Before now, he's in the likes of Don Jazzy them, but this is somebody who has dropped his status and his level. These are people who dine and wine with the biggest celebrities in Africa. The likes of Davido's but he has come down here to this movement to see that we rescue Nigeria, and he has dropped all his positions and achievements in life, and then he's here to interact with us. But when people see Sizzle here, they think he's just one Twitter fellow. This is a big man, a big boy, and I really want us to appreciate him. He has added a lot of fire to this movement, and he's one of the major generals I know in this movement. Ibrahim is also here. He's somebody that whenever I see him, I just get happy. Caesar, Professor Saddam, and Ibrahim, these are generals, major generals in this movement. But please, I also want to say that they come slightly lower than our main overall Oga. The only field marshal I know in this movement is Sardoin Okupe. He's a field marshal in Nigerian politics. He leads and others follow. He has demonstrated an exemplary leadership that sent a shocking wave to the whole of Africa as a continent, not just Nigeria. The P2B movement is not just a movement to rescue Nigeria. It is a movement to rescue Africa as a whole. And I've said it and I've continued to say it. After we are not in this movement for just 8 years. After P2B, we cannot be using this whole energy just for P2B. After P2B, we are going another 8 years of dirty. 16 years on lockdown. No, like parallel. God has blessed us with these two individuals, and we will make maximum use of the both of them. And going down into the topic of today, it is alarming and shocking that Buhari, who rode on the mantra of fighting corruption, now at the end of his tenure, wants to give us the most corrupt person in Africa in the name of Ahmed Bola Tinubu. And it is also shocking that Buhari have not come to deny the transaction that Tinubu made known to all of us in national TV, that after Buhari cried, he told him he's going to make him president. And after him, it is now my turn, Emilokon. So does it mean that they both sat down in a parlor somewhere and transacted Nigeria, 220 million Nigerians, as a business? I think going forward, Buhari might need to debunk some of the things Tinubu said in that popular video. And you know, I am very happy when I see people like Ibrahim. And, you know, somebody like me, I've, in the spirit of teamship, I am still single by choice, you know, because I want to marry after 2022 inauguration, 2023 inauguration of P2B. And in the spirit of teamship, I have dedicated the issues about searching for my wife to Ibrahim, because I made it clear to everybody in this space that going forward, I am going to marry a northerner and a Muslim for that matter. So Ibrahim have delegated that issue to him in the spirit of teamship.
In the spirit of one Nigeria and teamship.
Thank you. No, teamship. I've delegated it to him to go and start searching, you know. To go and start searching. And I know my brother, even though he's very busy with campaign for PO, he's doing that work judiciously, you know. And then secondly, when Tinubu was bastardizing the Christian faith, I was laughing. I told people no religion is left out. This man came from nowhere and then claimed that he's a Muslim. I told you people, no religion. In fact, his presidency, the North we hear me, no zone is left out. I know the Southeast will suffer more because when you listen to people like Bashar Lawal, that said when he told Tinubu, let's go to Southeast and campaign, he told him, forget about it. It is a waste of time. There is no need to go to Southeast to campaign. Possibly because of the money we are seeing now, he paid the Osama bin Laden of Finland, Simon Ekpa, to destabilize the entire. He feels that Simon Ekpa will destabilize the entire vote of the zone. But on that election day, we will die there. All of us, if they want to kill all of us, we will prefer to die there on election day. So that one is not even, I'm not even bothered about that charlatan. And I believe with time, our brothers in diaspora, please, we need to do more work in fishing out that criminal, where he's hosting those videos from. And I believe he's doing that thing from a country that is not like Nigeria, that you can just go into one bush in Ebonyi and start doing videos. You know, even if it needs to crowdfund for him to be fished out, we should look at, because the votes in Southeast must be protected at all costs. And I know that it will be a very wonderful news for everybody to see on Twitter and in our national dailies that the young man has either been arrested or detained by the necessary authorities for the type of violence is fermenting in the southeast. It is not just, I stay in the southeast, it is terrible. They kill people every day, and it's just, I don't just understand what is going on. You say that Nigeria is a zoo. Meanwhile, people, even the country you are trying to propagate, free speech is not accepted. When people don't agree with your sit at home and go out, you shoot them and kill them. And you are condemning the country that the country you want to pull us out from. You want to pull yourself out from, because not me out from is a zoo. And then you are more barbaric and more demonic than a demon. So but going forward,
my brother, God bless you for this analogy. I will be using it moving forward.
Yeah,
It's the Spirit of God that whispered this angle to you, and it's very powerful. Whatever they are pushing compared to Nigeria is clearly more barbaric. Thank you very much.
No, the country they are talking about is the worst thing that anybody can think of. It is a country of sit at home. It's a sit at home country. A country that
the drunkard can wake up in the morning and tell everybody sit at home, don't go to work.
Sit at home. You cannot say anything. You know where
that guy is a bastard.
Not even somebody that's in Nigeria, so at least you can go to his house and beg him or ask him why.
Do you understand? That guy is a freaking bastard, and anybody that support him, you must be crazy upstairs, honestly. But go on,
Tinubu's poster was found in their iPod printing press.
He has been pro Tinubu since, not today. Go and check his tweet back 2 years ago. Anything Tinubu is pro Tinubu. He has predicted Tinubu will be the president like 2 years ago. He works for Tinubu through probably I think the governor of Ebonyi State.
Through
the guy's a fucking mole. Yeah. Go on, Namdi, please.
Yeah, so it is when I knew the level of damage these people have caused on the mentality of some artisans in the southeast is when my electrician of 6 years, I was shocked. I just went to his shop to repair my car. My car developed. I parked, and then all of a sudden I was hearing one radio. And then the violence that was coming out from there, I only know it can only be associated with something Biafra. So I just told him, I said, Oga, are you with these people? His countenance changed immediately. The next thing he told me is that that is why you educated people, you people are just stupid. What do you mean, am I with these people? Are you not a Biafran? I say, wait. I said, the issue is that for now, I'm a Nigerian man, And then another problem I have is that I don't agree with your sit at home. And then people who don't, who in the country you claim to build, when people say they don't agree with what you are doing, you don't even have a justice system. You just outrightly send people to go and shoot and kill them. Do you know that this man closed my bonnet and told me to leave his shop now, or anything I see, I will take it? That is the level of violence. It is Boko Haramic in nature. That is, let me tell you, what is happening in Southeast with these people is more like Boko Haram. Boko Haram does not want schooling. These people do not want government presence, anything government. It's the same ideology with just different topics. That is just the way I see it. But going forward, God will help all of us. And I believe Peter Obi, like I always say, is going to win in a landslide. Another thing which I have also noticed is that in this space, currently in this space, I took my time to do a thorough research on everybody in this space. I've done my research on Sizzle. I've done my research on Ibrahim. I've done my research on most of you here. And then I noticed that some of you schooled for 4 years. Somebody like Sizzle schooled for 4 years, but he has worked more than 12 years. Ibrahim schooled for 4 years. He has also worked more than 4 years. It's only Saddam, because he left the country. He schooled for 4 years, worked for 2 months before. So Saddam is safe. In the coming government, most of you are going to jail. Somebody like Sisu will be behind bars, because the government, what the Tinubu government is propagating is 4 years school, 4 years job. Even,
God, I beg you. Is there do the correct?
Everyone must collect here. So in the coming government of this Agbado man, people like Ibrahim is in danger because Ibrahim have already outworked what they planned. 4 years school, 4 years job. Ibrahim have done more than that. So I see him behind bars. People like Caesar will go to prison straight away. From the day of inauguration, they are already behind bars because they have gone beyond the stipulated amount of years. You know what? Let me tell you the danger of what Cecil and most people on this platform have done. For some of you who have worked, it's only Saddam that is safe here. Saddam just worked for 2 months. After when my research, Saddam just worked for 2 months. So Saddam is not, he doesn't have a problem. He has a number of years. Let me tell you what you people have done. When you go to school for 4 years and work more than 4 years, you are taking another person's salary. That is the problem. So there is going to be a lot of refund in his government because you have outworked. When you are in jail, you will be refunded. It's not just to go to jail. Though. When you are in jail, there will be option of returning the money you have taken from this government within this period of time. Because he already made it clear, 4 years school, 4 years. Even though he said 7 years, I don't know. The last time I checked,
No,
there
he
is
said
no
7
course in
years school.
Nigeria.
Guys, medical students are 6 years plus housemanship.
Okay.
7 years.
So even our medical doctors are in trouble. Somebody like Ayobami is a very big trouble. He's finished. You know, people like him will find himself in jail immediately as a doctor. It doesn't matter your class. It doesn't matter who you are. But before I yield, one thing I want to say on a more serious note is that there is what we call the power. Since I've been here, I've been just plotting a graph. I will still snap the graph and send to you, send to Saddam so that you post. I call it the power of cross multiplication. If you do Tinubu over Shetima and do Atiku over Okowa, you will notice that Tinubu and his character is Tinubu is Okowa and Atiku is Shetima. That is just the problem we have. The 2 tickets are the same. Now, Atiku does not even understand the damage his ticket will do to Nigeria. Why? Because if you have another northern president, even if the crisis was not caused by any, you will find out that if Tinubu fails the election, the South, the entire South, will now remember that that actually power is supposed to come down to the South. So anything that happens would have a northern to southern connotation. I'm not even sure he will even survive that type of presidency. So I don't know the type of people that advise them, that push them to do most of these things they are doing. And that is why you see people like Obasanjo trying to rescue this nation. This movement is an operation to rescue Nigeria because these people are out to destroy everything that they have built over the years. Somebody like Tinubu, and that's why I say the problem I have with Atiku is that he has all the characteristics of Shetima. That is just the problem. Tinubu would have been a lot better if he did not choose Shetima. But what made his ticket worse is the issue of going to choose a Shetima and a Muslim ticket in this present dispensation. So if their own also flies through, God forbid, that is the Tinubu Shetima ticket, even if a Christian just sleeps and dies in his sleep, it will be blamed on the Muslim ticket. In fact, you know the reason why the religious crisis going on in the country is not really having that tone is because even Buhari, in his wisdom, chose not just a Southern Christian, but also chose a man of integrity in the person of Osibanjo to be his vice. That is why a lot of tension, even with all the crises that have gone on in this country, it has died down. Some of them died a natural death because of how balanced that ticket is. So going forward, please, let us continue to put on the fire. Let us continue to work. See, the polls that came out, it really showed, yes, that we are doing well. But we should concentrate more on those people who are still undecided in most of those zones. And that is why, before I yield, I want to say a very big congratulations. And the most dangerous person in this our movement, after Doyin Okupe, is our vice. That you don't see him anywhere. The only thing you see is the results. You can see that is work, even in the ANA poll that came out. That is a dangerous man. He works like a sniper. You will not see him. You just see somebody fall with him. That is the kind of person he is. He doesn't talk too much. You don't see him anywhere. But the result of what he's doing will be showing itself in the open. So going forward, I want to say a very big congratulations to all obedience. We are doing perfectly well. And in the last place, I was a bit on the high pressure because of the things that transpired. But now we are all calm. And going forward, please, obedience, let us learn how to ignore some certain things. It's not everything that happens within the family that we go to create spaces and talk about by ourselves. Allow them to do it and then ignore them while they do it. That is the way to go about it. And then going forward, I want to make a public announcement. Peter Obi is going to win this election in a landslide. Anything less
Amen.
than 10, anything less than 10 million votes. I've already assembled my team of lawyers. In fact, the kind of suing I'm going to sue, it might even affect obedience. I might just add CISO, add prophet. In fact, I might just be so confused, I'll sue everybody. I don't even want to know whether you deal with me or you know deal with me. I go just they sue. May everybody just come court. They talk waiting happen, how it take happen. And you, all of you just appear in the accused box. Just come explain what is going on here. If he gets 9.7 million votes, wahala. 10 million and above, landslide. Thank you very much, and I yield.
People they will be there, so I don't go lie. Hey, way!
Easy, my brother.
I love him, I tell you.
Oh my god. you know why I'm laughing like this? Easy, I see myself in Easy. All those years, all those months when I go on all these Amado spaces and, and attack Amado points. That is what Easy does these days. And as he enters here, he's scattered everywhere. That's how I go there. I go cause trouble. I go cause trouble. God.
Me, when I get power, my mental health never fits. I no fit try am. I don't. There are spaces because
No, those are fast.
I follow some of them. Some of them follow me based on King's College that I went to. I can't hide them. I can't block them. Then we school WhatsApp group. Make I can't block them for Twitter because of politics. You know, follow. So I see their spaces at the top of my screen, but I can't even just click. Do you understand? Where I want
Bro,
start.
before I started this space today, there's one of my friend that, God, I was having this argument with him. As in, I've been having this argument for the past close to a year right now. All this iPod and all this stuff. He's based in America, you know. We had this stuff, and he's a disciple of this Simon Ekpa. And I now sent him these pictures of all this. He said, propaganda. God. I was so angry. You know that honestly, that's why, I sent a message on changing the topic of the space, if you remember.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, I was so mad, my brother. I was just so angry. I was like, for God's sake, you are educated. You have sold your brains to a man that you don't even know. He said no election in Biafra land is equal to Biafra have come. I said, please explain this to me like a layman, like a 5-year-old kid. How you are getting Biafra with no elections? Please explain. He say that is the first step. The first step is to make sure no election in Biafra land. Oh my God! I said this. I said I would have called you an illiterate, a stark illiterate, if I don't know that we went to the same university.
My brother, when we were much younger,
Shit. God. I'm looking at him like, my
and
God.
It's one of the most profound things. The guy said
N6,
that can you hear me?
the start afresh. You said your brother. You just said your
Younger.
brother and we
When we
lost
were
you.
younger, my brother said something out of innocence, but it's one of the funniest things ever. He said that there are Igbo people and there are Igbo people. You follow this thing? That there are Igbo people and there are Igbo people. So that within Igbo people, there's a constant war between Igbo people and Igbo people. So that those Igbo people are the ones that you see them, they can sell them iPod, in their minds, they'll come and collect our mansions. All the Igbo people, they'll collect your house. You know, that's what IPOP tells them. They'll redistribute wealth, that we are the fools, we are the ones that are in Lagos working with the government. How can you win? A house divided within itself. So sometimes I always remember that there are Igbo people, my brother, and there are Igbo people. You know, understand?
It's crazy.
That is a Namdi's electrician. If you check,
But
it's one of those Igbo people.
no, I give it up. Honestly, what we
Igbo
done this place,
people.
I give it up. I give it up to Tinubu. You know, if you don't sit down, I said this. I said this the last time. This man caught us on our ways. After that drug bust, you know, I said that was the first and the last time Tinubu caught me, and I swore to my life. I said I will, whatever that comes up on the political scene, I will go back before I react. I will sit down and analyze it as a Tinubu. I will sit down. I try to think like Tinubu, because one thing I have noticed about that man is a master strategist. I will keep saying it anytime, any day. That man has that. The reason why there's crisis in the Southeast today is because of that man. He understands very well that he wants to be president as far back as before 2015. He knew that he wanted to be president. That's why he fought tooth and nail to make sure he did everything to bring Buhari to power. Not because he liked Nigeria, not because he wants a better Nigeria, not because of anything, but because he needed Buhari to be the president. And when Buhari is gone, he will take one from Buhari. And for someone to plan that long, he already started planning right from that period. How do I destabilize the region that will make Buhari not win elections? And any region that make Buhari not win elections, that same region will be against me. The Southeast has been the most peaceful region. I'm telling you this now, brother. Just think within my land, and you saw I'm taking you to right now. The Southeast have been the most peaceful region in Nigeria for far back until APC came to power. And before APC came to power, they had started sowing that seed of voters apathy to Nnamdi Kanu, creating a radio station. That Radio Biafra that Nnamdi created, we own our radio station here on Vawulence Space, an online radio. And I can tell you for a fact that a normal person cannot just have a radio station that'll be playing.
I worked on radio for a decade.
Work on radio.
You cannot have it. NBC will switch it off.
Thank you. But the radio was playing all around the Southeast before 2015 elections that made Igbos not come out to vote for Jonathan. And that's how Jonathan lost the election with 2.something million votes. If Igbo states had turned out en masse of Jonathan would have won that elections, despite all the Buhari that we saw with Atiku, with Buhari. If Igbos had turned out en masse in 2015 and given Jonathan 1 million vote per state, Jonathan would have won the elections with over at least 1 million or 2 million votes. But no Igbo state gave Jonathan above 500,000 votes. None. Who created that chaos? Nnamdi Kanu. He was the reason why. And go and check it.
3 million, over 3.5 million PVCs collected in Anambra State, 2 million registered voters plus. Only 200,000 people voted Soludo.
Thank you.
Same thing he did in Anambra.
They have used that man. They have used these people. Tinubu have used these people to make sure they have created an apathy in a region that he knows that he will never win elections there. He knows it. No matter what you do, Tinubu APC can never win any place in the Southeast. They know. And in the South. So what do? You create chaos in that region. How do you create chaos in a region like the Southeast? Bring in Biafra. Because once you bring in Biafra, even the ones that went to school, that are meant to think with their brains, we sell their brains to people. That's why you can see that a nobody, who is Simon Ekpa, who can come and tell me who the fuck is Simon Ekpa? Who is he? If I start tomorrow and I start Biafra agitation, I bet you I'll have 1 million disciples next tomorrow. All I need to do is just whip up Biafra sentiments. And people will sell their brains and start following Saddam. Speaking about what Biafra. So it is that sensitive. Tinubu understood that mission and he planted the seed very, very early, and he has been using these state actors to destabilize the Southeast. And here we are today. So our job on this place to let you guys understand, go back home, you that are from the Southeastern region, and let you people understand that everything Ekpa, Nnamdi Kanu and the rest are all from APC camp. I can bet anything and say that this man is behind what's happening in the Southeast. If you doubt
Nnamdi Kanu was not even more powerful than Wazirike and all those men.
No.
But even those men cannot get up and say nobody should go out. Do you know how powerful you have to be to say in northern Nigeria nobody should go out on a Monday? And people just notice that those of us who want to go out like this, you don't know, say arm robbers could just come, begin shoot them for road, shoot them for office, shoot them for beer parlor. Do you understand? Who the
It's
fuck
crazy.
is this guy? Who is
It's a
enforcing
mafia.
these
It's a
things for
mafia game.
him?
These guys are playing with us.
It's not even that he's in Nigeria where we say we go talk say nine guys. If me now begin do this iPop thing, you go say yes, N6 was influential in Nigeria. How can a guy in UK and a guy in Finland
that nobody knows?
That nobody knows. I went to Suka. If I start putting my mouth into Enugu politics, at least I went to a whole university. People know me in Enugu 6 years. What is going on? Who are these men? Who are these people obeying their orders in the most peaceful region? And Anambra don't even get armed robbers. So where are these people from?
Anambra used to be the home for all the most insecure states until P2B came into
My
government.
girlfriend will leave my house, drive 40 minutes to Abatete by 12 midnight. We they do party, we they go club for Oka, come
For
back.
what kind of yes now go back villa
I
now?
don't understand. Even Owerri has nightclub. Owerri is where Cubana started from.
Yes,
so I don't
now.
think this thing they're telling us about the East, it gives me brain damage. They busted the prison just two streets from government house. Anyway, we need a change of government so that all these things can come to light. Let's know what really happened in this country. Let's know what really happened. I support you, Saddam.
So I just have to drum it out for my Igbo brothers to understand that there is no how Nnamdi can just rise up and get radio station without support from prominent people in the society. Prominent people that want to destabilize the Southeast.
Government, without support of government.
No, government actors, because I most times I try to absorb. I say this. I try to absorb Buhari from so many things.
True that, true, sure.
When I say this, and I'm saying from a very, very deep side, not I don't like Buhari. People that don't know will tell you, but I know that even in Buhari's government, there are governments under him. He
yes, even in America, they happen. Yeah,
that is why probably Buhari just sensibly just say that let us go and make sure we quell the uprising in Southeast. These guys behind the scene are pushing these men. Fighting, making sure that they are the ones creating those actors there, because within them also they control a whole lot of the security apparatus that Buhari does not even know about. So I don't even blame Buhari for so many things. This man is a fucking hungry man and needs power, and he will burn down this country to get his power. Look at Lagos. He has turned that place to be his family business. You want to be Motopacked out chairman, you must know this man. You want to be councillor, you must know this man. You want to be House of Rep, you must know this man. You want to be anything in Lagos, you must know one man.
You want to put poster and signboard, you must know his child. You want to rent a stall in the market, you must know his daughter. My God.
That's the criminal you want to become the next president. It can never happen. So everybody in South is, please God, that election must. In fact, that time, we go see before elections, Simon Ekpa go hear word. He must hear word with all his boys. They go hear word. Every state in South is to give Peter not less than 1 million plus votes. Tinubu go to and cry. You and Atiku, go and cry. It go happen. We'll pull out the numbers. Fucking idiots. Ibrahim, good evening, my brother. You have the space.
No, the kind of mass reporting where we go give Simon Ekpa towards that election, and I ain't go do sit at home 2 weeks. His handle will sit in Twitter's house 2 weeks. He no go fit. Because we go do it now. Mass every day, 1,000 reports of Simon Ekpa's handle must happen towards that election period. His handle will leave Twitter
before election from this Saturday, from no more after Christmas. After Christmas.
No. Festive season. That's Jesus' birthday. No worry. January, woto, back. His handle, he will leave this Twitter for that suspension they gave him. I don't see say if he work. We go report a mass reporting. He will leave. If Twitter collects 1,000 reports from that guy for 5 days straight, he will leave this handle for us.
Ibrahim, good evening. You're welcome, my brother.
Good evening, Prof. I've been with and my ilo is I come to just come and give us all the water this night. But thank God, this is one of the best space all the time. I tell people, no matter what you are doing, try to peep in Thursday and Saturdays. Refill your tank. You need to refill your tank all the time. Come to listen to Sadem, Sizzle, all these guys that are here, Otumba, all the guys that we know that are coming here. Come and refill you. Because in politics, you can gas out. and you don't want to gas out. You have to keep moving. So come here, get information, talk, discuss. You understand? Get yourself. Know that you have family. This is a family. As I said, we are not going to stay here. Whether anything happen, we are still going to stick together. Now forever. This one now forever. Now forever. We are not going to stop anything until we find that very beautiful new Nigeria for our great grandchildren. That they will say, okay, these are pictures. They will be telling them they used to have something that they call peace that time. The one way give them more energy, they are called Vawulence peace. That one, that side, then they're old, yeah, that old professor, now 90 years. Yeah, he's the advance. During that time, they stick to this, they say they must change Nigeria. That's how people write their name in gold. That's what this thing that people were seeing that we are doing. People would think that it's just small. No, it's not small. In every discipline, right from the beginning of man to today, that's what used to happen. Some people stand for a change. And they don't care who will cry. They don't care who will curse them. They don't care how they will die. What they just believe is that something is going wrong and that thing must be changed and we have to do the right thing. That's all. Love of God and country. No addition, no subtraction. It's just about Nigeria. We so much believe. I was on a radio station, I was telling them, I so much believe that the best country on earth is Nigeria. Forget about the weather. Forget about what we have, the mineral resources we have under the ground. But the beautiful people, beautiful culture, and the combination of the people selected by Almighty God Himself. I said, these are Nigerians. For the envy of all, I know if we get the right leadership, from sport to entertainment to science, anything the world needs is going to come from Nigeria. The whole world will relax because as I talk to you today, just look at and count the number of Nigerians saving lives in US, saving lives in Europe, saving lives everywhere in the world. Assuming the incubation place has now become the most beautiful part of the world, which is Nigeria. Where you see people flying to come for tourism, medical tourism, people coming from Middle East looking for nama, buying tomato, buying cabbage, well-grown, organic. Not do this one that they are modify food where they chop. Better food. The way Mr. Peter Obi said, just take Niger alone. Niger will feed Nigeria, export out, and feed the world. Niger State. This is what we have. There's some small group of people. That's why when I see the topic, the dangers of Atiku and Tinubu, just two people that feel that their personal ambition to become president is above all these things that I'm talking about. Above our millions of great grandchildren that are coming. Greater than all our ambition. 200 million of us says it's one turn. Just because of him, all of us just go and cry. And their own vuvuzela, they are very useless people around them. They just come and join them. And they just want to silence everybody. They feel they can intimidate, they can give money, they can blackmail. Before they even think of that, the moment we say we are going obedient, we know that they are going to come with that. So it's not even a problem. And I told people, I said, us, you don't even know what Peter Obi means to us. You don't know what LP means to us. Peter Obi and Dati, we want to use them to now exercise that our dream to those people. So we are using them like the way you see your spirit is inside your body. When you come this world, now your spirit enter this body the way they borrow you. And when you die, the spirit will come out, go back.
That's how all of us young Nigerians gather ourselves and say we could be our own Nigeria through these people. So we are doing the campaign. We are doing everything to make sure that these people, and if they come, now us go sit on street to make sure that they perform. And we need a president, somebody that can listen to us. That's what we are thinking of. Somebody asked me, why Peter Obi? He said, I want somebody that I can relate. I can talk to him, he can talk to me. I don't want to have somebody that is just a boss, that his aides cannot talk to him, and he knows everything. Nobody can tell him, Oga, you are wrong. You can't say in Babylon and say that man is wrong. You cannot. You die. Ambo, they say it's wrong. Why is somebody? Orebesola say it's wrong. Why is these people that I'm talking about? They are governor. Oh, this is not Sadem. This is not small people like us. Eze, all of us that make noise for here. This one now governor. Say no. The governor just disappear from Nigerian politics. That's what people are not seeing the danger. Somebody will now say, I'm going to do Muslim ticket because it's about winning. No, election is not about winning. Election is about people. It's about uniting people. It's about the people. It's not about winning. If you win and divide the country, who are you going to rule? That's the problem. That's not what they are not saying it. Somebody was very angry with me. He said, we have done this Muslim solution has been done before, and it's nothing. They can do it now. I say, fine. But think of the presidents you are putting up for us today. Is going to live with us in years to come. You will feel comfortable because you want Tinubu to win. He's a Muslim from Connaught. Okay, I asked him, I said, will you accept a Christian ticket? He said, no, it cannot happen. But you say your own can happen. You say this one can happen. So let me tell you, it will happen. Let me tell you how it will happen. Assume Konkoso win election. Or Atiku win election. Now Atiku, let's say after Tinubu Muslim ticket, then we have another person that now called Muslim Christian. And maybe his deputy is Christian, he's a Muslim. Then he died like Eradua, and he now become president. And they now ask him to select a vice president from the north. And he feels he wants to take somebody from Plateau and a Christian, and he's a Christian president. And he's telling you, you have done it before because we have Muslim ticket. Say the Nigeria will, then we go to war. I say, then why not Christian go to war now?
Correct, guy.
If you are saying it, do you think that you are the only person that have feelings? I said the president is not now. This person is 70 years old, as he said. I'm just 40-something years old. I am more stakeholder than him in Nigeria. Then my children, they are kids. They are more stakeholders in Nigeria than me. And this point of Muslim ticket is going to be a reference point tomorrow. Somebody will look at them and make it a reference point. So somebody's ambition is not greater than the ambition of the nation. That's the reason why I really want us to stick together even after this obedient movement, so that we protect that Nigeria that we so much believe in. So that all these small Sam Epa and all these people will not rise up again. Because that's what I asked them. I said, in the north, there was this guy, Metasine in the 80s. He came with that kind of discussion of Boko Haram. And they crushed him in the 1980s. But nobody put up anything that will make sure that there is no Metasine again. After 30 years, we had another Suleiman Mohammed Yusuf, which is just similar like Metasine. And we have now trying to crush that for 10 years, trying to crush that ideology. It's even more than 10 years, almost 12 years now. Then after this one, maybe in the next 20 years, with this Muslim ticket, for example, we are still going to have another person that is going to rest, maybe more deadlier than the person we are seeing today. We had OPC. Look at now IPOB. What are we doing? Avengers. What are we putting in place to make sure in the future we will not get this kind of people back? But because people are not solving problem for a very long time, they are just solving problem for that particular moment, and they can cause any trouble. They can cause any trouble because they just want to. Look at how Atiku is jumping from one party to another, from one party to another. He is fighting everybody just for him. He wants to become president. How on earth, as a human, you think that the whole life of a nation depend on you? That if you didn't become, you can see the mentality that if you didn't become president, Nigeria will die or Nigeria will cease to exist. Who are you? If we freeze ourselves, all of us today, in the next 100 years, we're still going to see Nigeria. And we're still going to see Nigeria with Igbo, with Yoruba, with Ijo, with all these tribes. And we still see Nigeria with Muslims and Christians. This is a fact. It's a fact. Today, if you even bring Sam Epa and tell us how we are going to achieve this Biafra, nobody knows. He has no idea. Give him paper and barrel and say, carve how you want to carve it. Well, remove yourself. Do the math and just do the map. Remove yourself. You don't know how to draw that map. These are the people other Nigerians allow them to have space to talk. You allow them to cause this confusion. And then people that are saying one Nigeria, people that are saying come and vote, people that are saying save this country, they are now the ones that are becoming your enemies. If DSS want to catch people, now this kind of people they won't catch. That rather, one day they will just seize you and catch you. But they will look for some Eban for forever. They cannot know where that person is. All these bandits, they are seeing them. You see some of them having been Toban in one place. Toban, you see them, they have wedding. They say that Bello Turji is having wedding. In the north, people, they see them. They are not like, nobody can take them. But now, go and just abuse president's wife or any other person. By next tomorrow, somebody has already bundled you. You are now going, you are in with DSS. How can we push this kind of narrative? And a country where what you just need is just go and make your money anywhere, anyhow, and just come and buy your ticket and become candidate, party candidate, to be legislator, to be House of Assembly member, to be a governor, to be a president, either you are a drug baron, anything you are, just go get your this and just become what you want to be. So if you don't have this group that is going to stick together forever, I'm saying it too, I'm not joking. This one, we are going to stay forever. Come rain, come shine. Victory, lost. Everything that happened to us, we just have to continue to move. We have to stay together to make sure at least we have that Nigeria of our dream. Every nation you count on these people, the founders, this is what they have done. This is a small group of people. Believe in what they are doing. Face the tyranny and get what they want. That's what we need to do. And when we stick to it, nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop an idea. Nothing can stop people that have a plan. So happy to be here all the time. I've been coming and going every Thursday, every Saturday. I remember I said, let me just refill my gas. Let me just go here, Sadem. Let me just hear Sisu. Let me hear Otumba. Let me hear Eze. Let me get my people. Just feel this one. Just come back. Now, from here now, if I go to next radio station tomorrow for my program, you go say now what everything. I will confuse everyone. If you like, you just abuse me, but at least I know I will buy before election. I will make you to feel guilty of selling that candidate that you want to sell as rotten candidate to Nigeria. I will make sure. I will make sure that if you enter inside that polling booth, you start to argue between you and your inner self. Say, I want to press APC. Your inner self instead, you won't kill all of us. You won't die. You won't die me. you don't go press
Ibrahim,
your hand.
Ibrahim,
Eh?
let me just come here. See, I feel like people that support APC. My brother Ira said that on the suicide mission. You know, the people that want to kill themselves don't even know they don't want to kill themselves. They are tired of life.
I'm telling you.
Many
I'm
of them don't
telling
even
you.
know they're about to kill themselves, and we have to save them from themselves. You know, and one thing that's that's why many of them don't like our spaces, because there is nothing the devil hates more than truth. When you come to a place that truth is being amplified, whereby I openly tell you that, see, this is what it is, that you cannot be a governor or become anything in Lagos without
bowing down to one man. This is true. There's no how you can dispute it. That one family has held the third or fourth or fifth biggest economy in Africa to ransom for over 23 years. These are facts. Nobody can dispute it. Nobody can dispute what Bola Ahmed Tinubu is to Lagos. That he can wake up tomorrow and say that a man that has not been in power for over 16 years can wake up and tell his standing governor, stand up and answer question. Where does that happen? Where? That kind of a man is a danger to a country like Nigeria. These are facts. So, but you see, when you worship, you're in that camp, they have used many of their brains for me. I say they have used many of their brains for sacrifice. Many of them know that they are working. You know, there are somebody say, how do I speak this stuff right now? You know, a living corpse, a corpse that is alive, but is dead, but is alive, working. Inside them, they are finished. They don't even know that they are finished. Because there is no reason why you spend after 7 years of APC right now, whereby I'm looking right now and I'm seeing 2015, a chart right now of 2015 and 2022, prices of stuff. I'm looking at how expensive things are right now for the common man. That the price of rice alone from 8,700 is not 2,000 naira on the average. As in common kitchen economics, you can see that Nigeria has deteriorated from bad to worse. Everybody can see it. Everybody can feel it. But an APC member will come and tell you that Nigeria has gone better. You can evidently see that those people are not okay. But we'll keep helping them. Those that we can save, we save. As I say all the time, elections is not salvation. We cannot win with everybody. We don't need everybody to win election. All we need is a simple majority. And I believe majority of Nigerians have passed through the bad governance of APC, and they cannot afford to go from rotting to expired, because Tinubu is an expired candidate. There is nothing up there again. The head is classified. It is finished. Baba should go and rest. And if he doesn't want to rest, we will retire him. And when we retire him, we'll build for him a hospital that he can go for elderly care. Honestly, that man does not deserve anything else than to rest. Thank you, Ibrahim. Let's move real quick. Tanko, my brother, you've been here. Please, your hands are up. Just please take 3 minutes and wrap up. Let's bring more speakers up.
All right. Hi everyone. Good evening. Finally, at least I think this is actually the time. There was a time when they say pray for Nigeria, you would vex. God, you could just be vex. As I was that person that if they say you pray for Nigeria, I will say pray for which Nigeria. And when they say pray for Nigeria, when you even look at the crop of aspirants on all the political parties, and then you will be like, is it not the same people, the same crop of people? But trust me, now when you tell me pray for Nigeria, I'll pray for Nigeria. You know why? Because there's actually my prayer for Nigeria is for Peter Obi to win, and one for God to transform all of this effort. Because it's just like you saying, you just praying without effort. But trust me, there is not just prayer alone. It's just the fact that we as people are supporting Obi. There are effort and which we are putting. Every one of us right here involve not just our money, our time, our resources, and every other thing that involves that's come out of us in one way or the other. I am from the north. I am from the southern part of Kaduna. My family has traveled for Christmas, and I was talking to my sister yesterday, and I was like, how is the atmosphere there? How is the atmosphere in Kafanchan? And how is Peter Obi's how is our supporters? How are people turning up for Peter Obi? And trust me, my sister is that kind of person that talks a lot. And trust me, my grandmom in the village, she's actually obedient, which I know for sure. I spoke to her yesterday. So, with all of this effort that we have put as obedience, trust me, we can now say that I will and pray for Nigeria. Because trust me, this is a time that God definitely wants our prayer, which I know for sure now God wants our prayer. So on this note, I would like to urge and tell that this is the time I will see and rather okay, let's pray for Nigeria. But those days, I no go tell you say pray for Nigeria because trust me, I go tell you say that prayer no go work. But now I believe say that prayer will work because say I feel say our effort will not never be in vain because we don't put hands. I could imagine Saddam, you as a person, you have work that you do, but you still put in time, you still put in effort to making sure that every zone and every part in one way or the other receive funds. And also N6 too as well. I've known N6 for long because I know N6 to be a radio presenter. I've been a die-hard fan of N6 from when he started with air with Freeze in the morning and in the afternoon till when it was moved to being with Joyce in the middle of the night. So I've been at least for imagine a celebrity because as Izzy said, a lot of people don't know anything about N6. For N6 is a fucking big celebrity. But trust me, we have a lot. For somebody as us to put his effort, and also Saddam too, and also and also um and also Omar too, then trust me. And the fact that a lot of us are at home, we're supposed to be resting or doing other things, but we are still putting our mindset and still our sweat and effort. But trust me, it is this effort and this positive mindset that you have put that God will never let it go in vain. So I would like to urge us and I'll still appreciate our effort and still give us kudos. And I still know for sure for Atiku and Tinubu, those ones, Atiku is already that one. He has he has been contesting since some people were not born. So he said he will continue to contest as far as I like. Yeah, let him continue contesting. I saw that they were holding him in last election. They were not holding him. Very soon he will contest. When he contests next election, I wonder if they will be using wheelchair for him. Tinubu too. Well, I have nothing to say about them, but my mindset is just geared on Ubi. My mindset is just geared on Ubi. I use the mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother. Because you have been saying let's pray for Nigeria. Honestly, I think we should pray for Nigeria one more time. Let us pray for Nigeria. Where is this man? Come and pray for us now, sir. Pray for us, pray for us, pray for us. Eh? Let him pray for us.
I want to be live when I spend time in regime. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of our Lord, the magnificent, the Father of all, the ruler, the greatest, God, the greatest Gogo, the greatest Bagba, the greatest greatest Nigerian student, great. God have mercy. This is the rotten meat. So people want us to vote as president. God, will not go better for all of this for APC. It can never be better for any of you. You people are mad. People are mad. Nobody tells you people are mad. So now we continue to tell people till you lose the elections. Are people crazy? So the man will say brain don't finish. His brain is empty. As in the brain, if you come out that cap where they way ahead. Oh my goodness. That director, my brother, good evening. How are you doing today? God. Brother, my dear.
How you did now? You did
I
use
buy my
earpiece.
bank. Hey, wait, make I come on my Bluetooth.
I beg, come on, I beg, speak to your phone, my brother. Good evening.
I hope you can hear me better now.
Perfectly, my brother.
Okay, I
God.
greet everybody in the house. Number one declaration. Peter Obi is going to win the 2023 election with a landslide. Go and write it down somewhere. God punish devil. So, straight to the topic. The evil that we are about to jump and pass right now, like one kind of stupid pothole. Now, God now just arrange everything. See, sometimes I always tell people that there's a funny way that things happen. I call this our movement a product of a series of unfortunate events. All the evil things that APC did to us, in their mind, they don't care about these people. They don't know, they did not expect that all this evil will amount to what will motivate us to rise up to this level. God, I thank God.
See this article. Saddam, I told you on something. Somebody actually sent a message to the U.S. State Department and made inquiries to find out how Atiku was able to travel to the U.S. in 2019 and recently.
That director, we lost you. We lost you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, go on, bro.
Okay. On you, Sizzle, and Omar. Somebody made a tweet that he made some inquiries as to how Atiku was able to travel in 2019 and recently to the US. Apparently, this guy hired the services of one ambassador who hired the services of a law firm to sneak it, like it was like a temporary visa. Like who they go through law firm, American law firm to gain access to just visitors visa. These people have so bastardized us. If we don't dodge them, our international reputation, which right now is in the gutter, will be so destroyed. Right now, Nigerians travel out and we are stereotyped, we are victimized. The people in diaspora know these things, they know what they experience. I'm very sure that's why many of them are so eager to put in their resources to make sure that we make a stand now and we don't, there is no retreat, no surrender situation. Atiku is so sneaky. As in when you hear him speak, you already see that this guy is a con man. We need to dodge, like, no, Atiku is, I don't even know which person wicked pass for Tinubu. Tinubu won't be say, Tinubu go just see when they suffer, he no go care. If you interview him, he go ask you, why were you there? Where were the cows? Atiku won't be say, Atiku no go even send you. Atiku will sell you out. Like Atiku will mortgage you. Like, you know what, you guys just take over, Lagos, Ibadan, those places that have water. You guys can take it. And what of the people that are there? Don't worry. The army will take care of them. Like, he will not care. These people don't care. They don't have human sympathy. The fact that Atiku has already privatized or privately sold the major assets when he was, in power is not enough for him. Right now, he's going to come and sell the rest. The guy is still talking about privatization. Privatization that you did before that did not work. This guy is such a snake. One time his policy is going to the left, he hears Obi talks, he shifts his own policies to the right. The guy doesn't have 1 ounce of integrity inside him. Anywhere Bele face just to convince people, that's Atiku for you. And to show how bigoted he is, the guy made promises on the run-up to the primaries, and he doesn't bother about trying to even, fulfill those promises. And that's why, and thank God, like I said, series of unfortunate events, but everything is working in our good. He doesn't bother to try and fulfill those promises. And that's exactly what he's going to do when he gets into power. All the promises that he made, none of them will be fulfilled. And there's nothing anybody will be able to do about it. And I don't understand how people can't see this. Somebody that is making promises right now and is not fulfilling it, you expect that person to start fulfilling his promises after he gains power. It's not even logical for you to believe. So right now, something is trending. A picture of, IPOB flyers that were printed in the place that had a banner of APC. It's on the tails now. And it buttresses the point that we've been saying, that APC is spearheading and funding the whole recent IPOB agitation. People don't seem to still understand the levels that a party like APC and Tinubu and his supporters will go. These are people that held palliatives away from hungry Nigerians. These are people that called soldiers to come and shoot at NSAS protesters. These are people that use government vehicles, security vehicles, to ferry hoodlums to go and disrupt protesters. Like they use DSS motor, full option jeep. They carry hoodlums, they carry stick and cutlass. Drop them off at the junction. You guys go and scatter these protesters. They now brought the car back and picked them up. And you are surprised that they cannot pay somebody like Simon Ekpa to disrupt the region that has better ice block votes for Peter Obi. They say one thing, they're all over the timelines talking about lessons will be learned, this one, that one. Meanwhile, they are shaking in their boots, attacking people. If we are so inconsequential and lessons will be learned, why are they attacking Labour Party supporters? Why are they killing? And all these are tiny foot soldiers up and down, supporting them and singing their praises. They are blinding their eyes towards all those things. Lessons will be learned, lessons will be learned. They are crying and shaking in their boots. Baba, we will bath with tears in February. Who they use their tears, they bath. You go back and say rain. Will they run outside for rain? You go everywhere, you see every opinion poll that I've taken in every part of Lagos that I've been. I always take sample polls. And I'm wondering, where are these people seeing this confidence to say all these rubbish? All of them, they don't know how they are going to do it. All the supporters, they don't know how it's happened. They shall know that their party is evil, and they will find a way to circumvent. They just believe that, it's not APC. They will find a way. That's the hope that they are on. Nothing. Even them, in their own inner circles, as they move outside, a lot of them cannot talk about APC in public, where it is not their stronghold. They can't. All they are hoping is the money will be enough. But right now, in this dispensation, the money will not be enough. Vote buying no go work. We cannot risk somebody like Atiku or Tinubu becoming the president of Nigeria. If we try it, you see this thing that we have done, it might never be possible again. Human rights will be zero. You cannot talk. We are still under Buhari. They are already trying to gag conventional media. Nobody will say anything that is out of the narrative that they want to happen. That means the independence of social media will be gone. Before you say, we will go out and pro, you will see DSS will carry you. You never even talk the protest finish, DSS will carry you. That's the level that they are seeing, that their carelessness has gotten to. They will not make this mistake again. This is our final stand, and I'm telling this to everybody. Rise up, pull up your big boy pants. No matter what is coming, face it head on. We are doing this, and we are doing it to win. Peter Obi is president 2023. Thank you. God bless. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Next year, Peter Obi is president. Please, guys, as we always say on the space, do all you can. Our mantra on this space is 1 man 10 votes. 1 man 10 votes. Me, I've gotten. I mean myself. I be polling units. I be polling unit. People I sabi die. Wey show me PVCs where I don't see from people that have pushed. I am a polling unit. So please be a polling unit on your own. Secure your polling unit, get votes out, mobilize people. We have 90 million people registered to vote. And in that 90 million people, we are certain that over 80 million have their PVCs. We have never had an election in Nigeria before, whereby we have had, the last election we had less than 30 million people coming out to vote. In 80 million people. 50 million people were freaking sitting at home doing nothing. And what's the end point?
We're not in the country whereby right now that we are allowed less than less than 10% of our whole population to decide for us who the next president is. And here we are today. So guys, please talk to people, keep mobilizing. We have the numbers to win the elections, but while we still have the numbers to win the elections, please keep going out to get your PVCs. I appreciate all of you doing all the hard work. I want anybody to tag me to one tweet. In fact, let me say 5 tweets. Tag me to 5 tweets of people that have come out and said, hello, I am going to collect my PVC. I am voting for Tinubu or Atiku. 5 tweets. And I'll
He
do
no
one.
day. Saddam.
No.
He no day.
I don't they ask. I
Saddam,
mean,
I
they
dey
don't
see
know
this thing.
voters
He
from
no
Nigeria.
day.
You
No
know fit
need.
dey now. You know fit dey. You know fit dey. You understand? You know fit dey. None of them they fit come. They don't have the numbers, and they know this. They don't go out to register, but they say that our voters already collected PVC. So that means there are no amount of new people coming out to vote that believe in the mandate of your candidate. That is a shame. That shows that what you're selling to Nigeria is expired and is a rotten product.
Saddam, when I tell you that I've sampled many opinion polls, like in normal settings, no be say people gather for like normal natural people. I was at INEC office on Monday. I was there today. I was there for hours. Baba, if anybody mention A, you will collect slap.
Rugged.
Everybody they vex. You are not giving us our PVC, and you think you will not frustrate us. As everybody they talk, you will not frustrate us. We will come here tomorrow again. We must get this PVC. As Baba,
I will vote.
I bring out my phone. I was making a recording. I was just saying I must see crowd for this. One of the INEC officers, a woman, one of the Oga. She was like, why are you covering us? Why are you recording? I said, mommy, not be every time when somebody bring out cameras the day against you. And they see your people, they work. When they work, we just they talk so now they work now, but we need you guys to do more. We need you guys to do more. Yes. These people, they are on edge. They know everybody blood they hot.
On that thing, I'll say,
and everybody is suspicious.
Excuse me. On that thing, I'll say, why you go out to get your PVCs, please understand this INEC staff also need motivation. While you're there, don't press them because it is their job. Yes, you know it is their job and everything. Please, we know it is their job, but please, while you're doing it, talk to them like human beings. If possible, buy for them banana, buy for them, buy water for them, buy drinks for them. Let them feel happy while they're doing the job. Because
some of those people they collect up to 50,000 naira per month too.
Yes, they don't collect that, and the job right now is too much for them also. And please, why you do? Let that humane part of us come out also. Please support them. If you guys can crowdfund where idea, crowdfund and say, I'm gonna make you guys hold this one. Or just thank you for the good work people are doing. We are looking for a better country for ourselves.
We know they give show. This one at all.
Saddam, please, one last thing before I log out.
Go on,
please,
my brother. Go on.
Please, guys, let's start trying to normalize. Even me, they try to normalize using LP instead of Labour Party. We need that name to ring out as the natural name of the party. Now, LP, now everybody go see. We need it to be the natural thing that we say LP rather than Labour Party, so that other people get used to it. Even people, the people in the grassroots, even though they don't remember the logo of the party, maybe they remember LP. They don't remember LP, maybe they remember the logo. But we need to normalize it. LP is the word to go around. Please always use LP. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Please, LP,
well
LP. Make tweets. Go on your Instagram stories, your WhatsApp stories. Make tweets. LP. Let us normalize LP. Put it in the face of people. LP is the party to beat. LP is the party to restore Nigeria back to where we intend Nigeria to go to. And on that thing, please, if you're having INEC issues, please let us know. Let us know. Your just reach out to us. Send a tweet. You can go to the Vawulence Twitter page. The DMs are open. Send the tweet. Let us know where you're having problems from, why you cannot have your PVCs. Let us know. We want to have it. We want to have a list of every part of Nigeria whereby that is trying to disenfranchise Nigerians from getting their PVCs. Let us know how we're going to get across to you guys and help you guys here. Meanwhile, on this space, guys, we are sticking on topic and we're very, very big on the topic. You see what we're talking about here? Doesn't take us from the fact that we are still discussing getting your PVCs. Thank you. Let us take a lady right now. My sister Darren, good evening. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. No, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Ibrahim, it's been such a long time. Sizzle, hi, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Prof. Saddam. Good evening. Yeah, the dangers of Atiku and Tinubu presidency. So both of them, I mean, as similar as they are, the dangers are kind of a bit different. Tinubu, for instance, has told us that, I mean, certain persons are going to turn a rotten situation to bad. So we probably would have people like El Rufai that managed to turn Kaduna into what it is today. Yeah, there's been increase in FDI, but Southern Kaduna is a shadow of itself. Security issues there has like really aggravated in the last 7 years. So the terrible situation that we have in insecurity in Nigeria right now, if you remember, it was El Rufai that answered these questions on security at Chatham House. So if somebody like El Rufai becomes maybe Minister of Defense, God forbid, in the alternate universe that Tinubu presidency is going to be in, you would have the rotten situation that is Nigeria's insecurity currently become bad. Because that's what he has said that he's going to do. I'd also remind you that, I mean, at certain points when they call them bandits, well, we actually know what they are, terrorists. When they kidnap, quite a large number of people at once and they are demanding from the government. If you recall, throughout the course of these 7 years, what they always say is the government knows exactly what it is that they want. That they've had talks with the government and the people in government know exactly what it is they want. So we, God forbid, are looking at a continuation of that, where there will be mass kidnapping, mass terrorism, on such a large scale. And when you have these people come up in public, they will tell you that they know what exactly it is. The government knows what exactly it is they are demanding for. That's a consequence of the Tinubu presidency. And that consequence is the fact that, I mean, you can look at the template of Lagos state capture and then just understand that, quite a lot of parastatals in government will just be captured because, I mean, this man is someone that likes to perpetuate himself in continuity. So you don't know who is going to add what, but you can be rest assured that all of these active boys now on Twitter, no, those ones never get rewarded. It's those ones behind the scenes that get rewarded. But bottom line, these cronies are going to get, rewarded with juicy positions, whether they are qualified for it or not, whether they can do well at that position or not. I mean, and then they will tell us that they are the best things that happen to sliced bread because someone like Aregbesola, for instance, was a very terrible governor in Lagos, in Osun State. But they will come and tell us he was the best governor in Osun State, at least before Oyetola became another major disaster. These people go on their tenures, perform very abysmally, and they come and rub it in our face that they are the best things after sliced bread. So that is going to continue in a Tinubu presidency. It would also be a presidency that, I mean, I can just go on and on and on and on. It's too bleak to even contemplate. You would have so much, inflation in the system, so much hardship in the system, and you would still be taxed to death. Normally, like in governance and economics, what happens is when there's so much hardship, you reduce like the taxes to like sort of balance out the economic hardship that people are currently what's it called at that particular time undergoing. Either that or you try to like increase the amount of people that get government subsidy, some kind of government help, government intervention, that's the word, in that particular time. But we'll continue to have the audio government intervention that we've had in the last 7 years in a God forbid Tinubu presidency. And I mean, the BMC wing that were active for 7 years, you are just going to re-empower them for the next number of years. They'll be reminding you that no matter what you are facing, it doesn't matter. Like God forbid, kidnappers have kidnapped your entire family and you are the only person left. They will still come and tell you that the government is working and you have no right to say anything because what they are saying must be your reality. In that, it will still be a government where, press freedom was completely eradicated. So it is only what they want you to hear that you hear. You're hearing what they want you to hear, but even your own reality that you are still trying to like put out in public, they will tell you no, you can only say good things about Nigeria, whether you've had food to eat that day or not. They just commissioned one half-ass road. You have to go on air and just be praising their granddaddy Tinubu that has just commissioned the road, even if all of your family members have been kidnapped. That's the kind of reality that we're looking at on a Tinubu presidency. An Atiku presidency sort of portends similar, but slightly different, in the sense that he comes off to me as someone that is not very bothered. This is someone that will come to contest in Nigeria every 4 years, and immediately after elections, he packs up his bags, he's off again. Not his business what is going on. If you like people die, if you like people knock your head on the road, well, it doesn't matter to him. It's the next 4 years again. That's when he has a date with you people. And you would have finally rewarded him with a presidency. So what is the need for him to even come every 4 years anymore? He will just be an absentee president for the next 4 years till it's time to contest again in Nigeria. Meanwhile, in all of that time, he will sell all of the things that are sellable. Things that are not sellable, he would, dismantle and sell the bits and pieces that are sellable. And then, this is a country where, like we keep saying, it's very unfortunate. There are criminal elements in every tribe, in every creed, in every kind of people. But there has been, like, they like to call it farmer elder clashes, even though certain parts of it are not just farmer elder clashes, but that's what they like to call it. And the elders, the aggressors in quite a lot of this interface has been consistently from a tribe. Of course, this does not mean everybody in that particular tribe are criminals or are terrible people. But the truth about it is, there has been reports this past week, I think in the last 2 weeks now, of Enugu villages getting sacked by elders. Southwesterners will complain, elders. North central folks will complain, elders. Even in the core north, in Zamfara, we also documentary about elders. And this is a precedent that, for my state, for instance, when the farmers in my state have issues with these elders, and then they are like arrested and handed over to the police, they will tell you, they will laugh at your face and tell you that they will get released. And truth be told, they will get released before the end of the day. Because, like they will say, it's their brother that is in government, and you, another brother, wants to come and replace the brother that is currently in government. So even if, for whatever reason, even if you were going to clamp down on them, the optics of it is not very nice. Because, again, how many DPOs in, what's it called, the interior villages will wait to hear from? And this is us even believing that there will be political will to clamp down on these elders and these marauders. It's just, I can't wrap my mind around it, because has been my experience in my state, like I keep saying. And like as I'm talking, like there are memories like flashing in my mind of what our experience has been in the last 7 years. And God forbid, really, God forbid, that we don't just even continue that experience. It actually diffuses into the rest of Nigeria. It is not something that anybody would like to live under. So yeah, those are the dangers of a Tinubu Atiku presidency. And we really must do all our best to prevent that from happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister Daring. Thank you. All right, let's move on real quick. Abia first son, how are you doing today, my brother? Good evening. Abia first son, are you there?
Professor Saddam, I've been thinking. I say anytime I don't come violent space, if like say then they bribe you, they make a down payment on the highway so that a dead fish cannot swim in a pot of soup. I don't understand. But I greet you, Caesar. I greet Oma. I greet everybody. I agree to now. First, I don't want a violent space, but I am trying to be very, very responsible with the choice of words I want to put out there. But I'm still making an open plea. I've even made my hotel reservation close to Chatham House. Someone should beg Reno to come to Chatham House with his placard and start shouting again. That is all I'm begging. If you know someone that knows Reno, he should come and constitute a nuisance January 16th. I just want to be sure that interview will be holding. Because there are some persons, they will have gone past the stage of replying some persons. There are some persons you use slap to reset their destiny. Then they know where they belong. There are some persons, this is a civilized society. Police no go arrest. I will say he stepped on me and I tried defending myself. Like it to be obvious. Because as soon they talk, I could go near him. Then he will not step on me. You go shock him. But that aside, secondly, the topic is the dangers of Atiku and Tinubu presidency. See, for now, we have a country that is standing or sitting on a time bomb. Have you ever asked yourself, if it goes south in 2023, would there still be a Nigerian to talk about? Think about it. Do you know what it means for you to have people who started contesting before you were born, for some of us, and they are still contesting, they're on the ballots? And the most annoying part is that I have said it severally, I was born in Kano, Sabongeri Kano. I didn't stay long. The riots sent us out. We left everything. We didn't leave with one pin. We boarded the next available flight and we left Kano. And I've never visited Kano since 1991, 1992. That thing happened. And that was how we left Kano. Left all our properties back there. That is how far the issue of religious crisis has gone or has come. And that's why that was when they started singing this Nzobu Nzobu Eyimba. That's when the Igbo started revolting then in Kano State. Now, here comes a man, a demon in human form, parading himself on a Muslim ticket to heighten the tension. I currently retweeted a video of the mass burial of those who died. I saw the names and the lists. And I was just thinking, Catholic, Equa, Catholic, Equa, Catholic, Equa. If you go to my wall, you see, I just retweeted it, and I've been thinking here, what was their crime? Because they are Christians, Abi? That is all. They did not go and steal anybody's ram, but they were attacked, they were killed, and they are harmless. You can't defend yourself. If you try to defend yourself, trouble. And if you get to capture anyone, if you don't execute judgment yourself, jungle justice, you hand them over to the police, that is all. They will release them, and the next day you see them walking on the streets. It happened in Festac. They captured one, handed him over to the police. A few weeks later, I still saw that same person coming around to park Josbin. After the mayhem he committed there in Festac. Now, Atiku himself, we paid more attention to Tinubu that PDP boys felt Atiku was a better option. I want to beg us, step on the gas. Step on the gas. This time around, from that election, anything that has to do with Atiku did this, don't bother yourself reading. As far as Atiku, it's killing Atiku, retweets. Help blow it. If anyone that will keep him, step on the gas. This week has been somehow coming with we had so many breaking news, and now I'm seeing that of Simon Ekman and so on. I don't bother myself talking about Simon Ekman. If he knows this man enough, he should go down to Southeast and tell them sit at home. You can imagine an imp who is being paid to commit all these crimes. No, you don't have to be told. Last election, people did not turn out because of the candidates. And a good number of persons who turned out, if that election had held the first time, there was no how God would have rigged that thing in. APC wouldn't have rigged that thing. They now had to push that election. Who does that? On the morning of the election, it was now shifted by a week, and that led to a great voters apathy. And
3 a.m. and it was shifted by 2 weeks, sir.
was it 2 weeks or a week? Was it 2 weeks?
2 weeks, sir.
Okay.
Remember, the next election holds the week after, so it could have been by a week. It was 2 weeks, sir.
Okay, yeah, 2 weeks. Then that singular act killed the morale, and that was what led to the rigging. But thank God for the beavers. I'm happy it's there. I want to beg us. Anything you are doing, go and get your PVC. For some of us who are not in Nigeria, while we're crying, tomorrow is Friday, we're having a space for all Abians who are on Twitter to join us. We want to raise funds so that they go back home. We send them materials, they take it to the villages and keep it at the doorpost of any house you see, keep it there. Let our great grandparents see it. On that day, that's where they will turn print. And we have people who have so many things to talk about on how to deliver. Abia said at least 90% for PO. Leave every other thing you're seeing. I saw what Wike said today, that by January he's going to announce the presidential candidate he will be supporting. But before then, before the announcement, this game will be far to the completion point, because this Christmas most people going back home now are going back with this gospel of P2B. I want to beg us, even in your dreams, never ever imagine Atiku being your president. Even in your worst nightmare, never imagine Tinubu being your president. You cannot recover from the shocker of what could hit you. God will never allow this man happen to Nigeria. And I keep saying it. Then this man will happen to Nigeria. Let them declare. Then this man will happen to Nigeria. Let them declare no election and let P2B come in as the president-elect. If they want to cause crime, let them just anyhow they want to do it. P2B is going to win this election with a landslide. Like, I'm not doubting that one. There is one thing that he did today, and I'm putting it up as a challenge. If them born Atiku where Tinubu were, make them walk out for streets. The way P2B was walking on the street of Port Harcourt, walked through the market, and you see the way, make them walk out. No, we agree you have supporters, Abi. And I keep wondering, where are the supporters? I have my men telling me we don't see them. But each time they want to organize 1 million match, I don't know where those people creep out from. Where are the supporters? Let him walk on the streets. Let them walk on the street. If any of them can survive walking 10 minutes on the street, then let them come. Let's talk. These men are not healthy, for God's sake. We all know that. This is a country that is sick, and you're handing it over to a sick man. How Bishop Oyedepo said it, that by 2023 we'll know how many people are mad in Nigeria. The number of people that vote for APC will show us the statistics of mad people in that country, whether they like it or not. Come May 29th, 2023, Peter Obi will be sworn in as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Oh my goodness. After that campaign, Buhari said, I will never follow this man for any campaign again. Why they shout my name like I steal your phone?
This man na influencer last.
He's
Na
out, Buhari.
influencer this career in just one launch for him. No be president.
Baba, they shout Buhari for just Buhari. Buhari say, did I steal your phone? You calling my name?
Buhari go the one that say, I still be president. Abi, who be this guy? Who is your guy?
All right, let's move on real quick. Thank you very much, my people. Thank you for sticking with us. Abia Peso, you don't talk. Your hands are up. What's up, man? You want to say something in 30 seconds, please?
No, please, I want to ask, is Bayelsa still holding tomorrow?
Yeah, Bayelsa is holding tomorrow, yes. Please, guys, in Bayelsa, please tweet. I say all the hard work you guys are doing here. Please keep tweeting Peter Obi Dati in Bayelsa tomorrow. The campaign. Keep doing all you can to make sure we stay trending across every state we visit tomorrow. Yeah, thank you very much. Life issues. Good evening. How are you doing today? Life issues are in there.
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, sorry, I was just listening and I was busy doing something else. Hi, hi, Saddam. Hi, Susie. Hi, everybody. Hi. I mean, to be frank with you, I've been waiting and I've been listening so much and I've been writing a lot of
Welcome.
notes. I'm so excited being here. I love the violence space and I'm on holiday for the next 2 weeks. So throughout today, I have been on space like since morning. I've been on one space to another, listening and trying to put my thought across. And just to say that, hi, just to know all my fans to know that my position has changed in the Labour Party UK. They changed me from the woman leader to now a youth leader. UK Labour Party chapter, and I'm so happy because this is what I want to do. I'm a social media person and I'm a youth person, so I'm so happy. And to be frank with
Congratulations,
you,
my sister. Congratulations, congratulations,
thank you so much.
congratulations
You
from
know,
all of us at the Violence Space
I was telling
family.
the chairman, this is what I want to do. I not be woman person. I mean, I love women, no, I'm a woman, no, but I am more like an activist. I'm a union rep where I work. I'm more of an activist. So this is what I want to do. I want to talk. I want to talk about the policy of Labour Party. I want to go after Atiku. I want to go after Tinubu. This is me. So finally, I got that position and I'm so happy. And you know what? I'm going to say something, you know, I'm going to talk about the pool that just came out. And like I was saying, and I keep saying it on all the space that I've been to throughout this since morning, guys, we are leading, but there are a lot of work to be done. And we're having a meeting this evening. I'm going to be saying it. Our strategies need to be working. Anybody that is working with HQ need to be talking to, you know, people that are our strategists and saying that there is something fundamentally going on. Now, if you notice, the Abados are not actually on social media talking about PVC. They are not talking about winning in a legal way. I do not know because when I look at what INEC has actually said, the PVC and the electronic voting is, I do not know what is giving these people their confidence in the electoral system in Nigeria. And I have tried to look at what happened in Osun State and how the election was transmitted. And I'm asking myself, how do these people think they are going to win? From the samples and the opinion and what we know that is going on the ground, we know that Peter Obi is most popular. But what is giving the Agbado people confidence? And that is what we all should be talking about.
Na
And I keep
crack. Don't worry. Their leader na drug baron. They're all crackheads.
Yeah, we can call
Go
it crack.
mad. Crack.
Yeah, but I don't know because sometimes I'm on their space and they're still talking, and I'm on their timeline and I'm attacking them. And some
let
people
me
have
come
talked
here.
about.
Let me come here, please. Let me help you.
Yeah.
I think at this point you need help.
Saddam, help, bring out to
And I
speed.
will help you very, very, very quick. First of all, tell you that elections are 70% psychological, 30% groundwork. So the moment you say I'm on their space, that's where you killed yourself first. You shouldn't be on their space. You have less than 70 days, 80 days on elections. You should be on obedient spaces, planning how you're going to win an election. You never see about other people coming in. You never see them discuss strategy on their spaces. One big problem we have as a people, you guys are always going on spaces discussing what we should do, when you can always open a Zoom meeting and discuss on integral issues. You should not go about those space. They will never have a space and they'll come out and not tell you that they'll win. Even deep down inside, they know that they're losing these elections. So when you go there, you re-echo and you buy into their rubbish and you come out and you start having fears and being scared. How do they want to win? All these things. It is all psychological. So don't stress. Honestly, I was past that level in this movement where I don't even
let me tell you, ma, on this topic, on this space, we're very big on topic. You can see the topic we are discussing. If you come
Yeah.
up on our space and you just bring up another topic, honestly, at the rate I am so as in the level I am right now, where I just you know that you're a lady, I don't drop the seat.
Saddam,
Honestly,
I
Let me
know
I'm
you
let
telling
me
you,
very
bring
I'm
well.
attention
saying
for
no,
you
ma.
live
Wait, listen
issues.
now.
Saddam,
Listen, I'm
Saddam,
coming. Wait first, man. No vex. You will speak, please. I want you to speak. I'm just telling you the level we are on right now. We are not entertaining any. There is no room for any negative thought on this space, because on this space we have a whole lot of people that are doing hard work. I can tell you on this space right now that today people have gotten
yeah.
PVC are telling me that PVC. So why should I come and be listening to you tell me that you went to Abado space when I've had over 20 people that convinced me today? I'm
Saddam. I'm so
coming, man.
sorry.
Wait
Also,
now.
Saddam.
Wait. Let
Okay,
me.
when you finish, I'll
I
chip
want
this
to
in.
bring you up to speed first, where you are. So you understand where we are as a people and as a movement. Please, for your mental health, so that you don't doubt what you're doing, don't doubt the hard work you're putting, and don't doubt the hard work people are doing. People are sacrificing time, effort, money, and resources for this movement. So you don't, for your mental health, please don't go to about those places.
Thank you,
Please.
sir. Thank you,
Thank
thank,
you. Go
Oh,
on.
thank you,
let
Saddam.
me also
Thank you,
chip something
Saddam.
in here. Life issues very quickly. I've just gone to your page. You have
Yeah,
4,578 followers. You
yeah.
might not know this, but the option to open a space is open to every single one of us. There are not handles that have spaces, and some handles should be listening. If you doubt yourself, now, like this, leave this space, open your own space, put your own title on the space, and your 4,000 plus followers will come to your space. You don't need to go to any other space. This place is an echo chamber. We do not allow Agbados come up here to speak. It is all obedience. So we always tell our obedience, put your notification on for Saddam in particular. We do this every Thursday and Saturday, and you'll be so energized. No worry, no need. No, don't even go to fancy spaces that allow
Sisi,
PDP,
Sisi,
APC, anybody
can I
talk.
just
Yeah.
talk? Can I talk?
Yes, ma'am.
Give me my 5 minutes. Let me
Okay,
talk.
now
Yeah.
take your 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, 3 minutes. I'm going to say that I respect you and I respect Saddam and I do love you guys. And on your space, I've learned so much and I also understand what you're saying. And when I go to those spaces, I go to those spaces because I want to hear what they're saying and I want to know what I'm talking to. When I feedback on the group, when we have our meetings, I want to know what I'm saying to the Labour Party and what I'm saying to the group. But I mean, sometimes I don't talk, I just listen. But, but today's topic was different. So I get what you are saying and I do respect you. So I'm so sorry. I know this is Vawulence Place and you guys know me. I love you guys so much. I'm always here because from your space, I learned what, a lot of things mean. And I do love you guys. And you know what? This space has taught me a lot. So before I digress and get everybody angry, let's talk about Atiku and Tinubu
Yeah,
presidency.
we love you. It's not about
Now you
getting
come.
now you land.
Now you land. You just carry on carry
Wahala
on, go to
dey,
Abaye. Eh?
wahala dey. Now this
Nigerians are about
that
to
when they
vote
give
the
me, I
elderly
fit do
version of
am.
Portable into Aso Rock.
And now you
All
Let's
right,
come
go
let me
to
now.
say something about
Now
Atiku.
take extra 3 minutes, eh?
Atiku, let me tell you about Atiku. I mean, I was in Nigeria when Atiku became this privatization, propaganda. And I know I was in the banking industry and I know what happened and how Transcorp came about. I was in Standard Trust Bank then, and I know all about Transcorp and all those stuff. We know that this guy is a crook. We don't even need to be talking about him. We know that one. Even Obasanjo, actually, we know what has happened. For me, Atiku is immaterial. Tinubu, we all know who he is and we know what he's doing with Lagos Fund. Do you understand? And we also know how he has placed his family. And we know that he is not able to represent Nigerian for the century that we're looking for and the youth that we have now. And to be frank with you, we know that the danger of actually voting Atiku and Tinubu as president is taking us back to another
18 or 16 years of backwardness. For me personally, this Christmas, I sent my money to Nigeria today. I sent close to 500 pounds, and I'm still going to be sending tomorrow.
Please,
And
my sister, wait first. Just 1 minute. No verse. You wrap up 1 minute in 30 seconds. You send money. People send money to their PVC.
That's what I'm saying, as they send the money, if you no get PVC, you are not getting shishe.
Thank you. God bless you. Go on.
Listen, I am sold out for, my life is sold out for, if PO doesn't win, and I keep telling people, if PO doesn't win, it has got nothing to do with me. I am comfortable where I am, but I want to come back home. I want to establish. I want to do business in Nigeria. I want my son to come and see his motherland. He hears of Nigeria. In the speaking, broken as I they speak, but he never come Nigeria. So if you no get PVC, I no give you chishe. That's me. I no give you this Christmas. And I've told my brother and my mom, as they are going for Umunna meeting, as they are going for village meeting this Christmas, they must send me video of them having meeting in my town village, talking about PO. Listen, this election, for me personally, Atiku and Tinubu, they know. And my worry, and I'm sorry to call it a worry, but this is something that I keep talking to, Labour Party leaders, is what is their confidence? And we all need to, if you're a whistleblower, and I keep talking about whistleblower because in the part of the country where I am, we rely on whistleblower. If you are a whistleblower and you are listening to our conversation, please, if you love Nigeria, tell us what is their confidence. We need to attack that. I'm going to say thank you so much for giving me space. That's all I want to say. Thank you. We know that come February, PO is going to be our president. Unless these people have something in the bags, which we don't know, but based on what we know, PO is the president. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, my sister. God bless you. Thank you for coming up to speed. Thank you. And please don't feel like we try to gag you. We just try to put you up on track, So you understand how we operate here. Thank you. And I know that you understand how we operate here. So please, going forward, guys, please, diaspora, so you heard her loud and clear. You don't have PVC. Don't waste your money, please. Let that person go hungry this Christmas. The person will not die. Yeah? Please, let them get their PVCs. Or if they don't have their PVCs and you just want to help them, let them get registered under INEC or get involved, become a party, a Labour Party agent, or just get involved, a canvasser, show you the amount of work they're putting in for the movement. Let nobody be useless and be eating your money from diaspora. That is a wasted money. Thank you. All right, Esther, my brother, good evening. How are you doing today?
Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Sisu.
Esther, you know as we do for this space now.
Calm down. Let me get ginger, Now you they talk like when you keep
bring it up, bro. Bring it up, bring the fire up.
When you give me Chief Benjamin, I greet you. Chigozie, Ibrahim, Madam Anna, I greet you. What they happen for this place? I come for broken because that's not broken. If I speak English, they calm down. Actually, first of all, if you're a lady here, if you be woman, so they say there's a woman with they run, they carry her for breast. You don't know say danger day ahead. So now my papa adage down. But let me go to this place. If you're a lady here and if you have Tinubu in mind or your cousin, first of all, your life is in danger. At least it's something that happened for Afghanistan. They say make women not go school again. Men go now tomorrow they go sister say men get advantage. They say women should not go to school again. Remember again, somebody, a vice was in Borno State. He was in Borno State, a governor. Now he make Leah Shaibu see there for prison now. See they were in there. And I don't maybe you don't born like 3 children. A governor was there. He has not taken responsibility of that thing that happened to that little girl. So if you're a lady here and you're supporting Tinubu, you have a friend, a sister supporting Tinubu, supporting APC, you need to call that because that person is after your life. Because imagine how they will tell your daughter not to go to school tomorrow. How they will tell you you don't have a say in your own country. And remember also that Nigeria is divided into 2 ways, 2 places. They have the south
and the North. Simply, first of all, let's establish that one. The people need to grow to their culture. For me, I've said one day, say, in the kind of tradition I come from, they use ogogoro, they pray. So it's just like you wake up one morning and you tell me not to use ogogoro to pray. That is the crime we want to enter soon. For my for Atiku, I don't know what I want to tell Atiku, but the problem is I don't like talking about Atiku because sometimes all of us they party before we came to this LP party. Something that bothers me about Atiku is because of these PDP boys that comes every day and shout and shout and shout because they think that because they don't want to talk about. First of all, if you are voting Atiku, you just know that your life is going to be in quagmire because everything the man wants to sell, everything he wants to sell. The reason why they voted him in 2019 because he packaged himself. He brought an economist. He brought Obi measured up his integrity. That's why people voted Atiku. If you don't know this, go and do your research. And not go and do your research so you can find these things out. Tinubu, if you're looking for a god, if you're looking for an autocrat, a place whereby if you want to drink water, you need to go and collect permission from Tinubu before you drink water, then this is the kind of people you should follow. We have our Nigeria want to build. You should find your own Nigeria, maybe after Cameroon, Bakassi Peninsula, that water. You can build your own Nigeria there, and maybe you call Tinubu to come and be leading you because we have our own Nigeria we want to build. And if you listen to Simon Ekpa, that I have said it, I've gone to my Facebook page and said, you people are anybody that is following that person is a non-entity. A non-entity. Somebody who has been protecting Tinubu from. I've known that man. He has been protecting Tinubu, saying that so we want to kill Tinubu right from a long time ago. Working for my, he was I think a power weightlifter working under my government. And if you check what this is happening, APC state, how can you tell me that people are looking for bomb? They found bomb in Ebonyi State. How? They didn't find bomb in any other places. They are finding bomb in Ebonyi State, trying to destabilize people's stronghold and give it to Tinubu and even master strategies that have been destabilizing states, putting non-state actors to be acting there, to be showing power, showing muscle. And I blame all those OES members that are governor that come out every 4 years. They hail them because it's benefiting them. Now see what is happening. If it's not benefiting politicians, why did they attack Emefiele? Even though Emefiele is somebody who is also that guy is supposed to go to teach economics. Maybe he was for SS2B. That guy was supposed to be teaching economics in SS2B, maybe in one government school. But still, they attacked him because he was going after their finances. All of them attack him. GSS attack him. They used lawyer. But when we were crying, say this man, take this man off, take this man. When dollar was rising, nobody listened to us. But when he concerned politicians, they went after him. So these are the things that we should also take into cognizance. I weep for you because when I know what is happening in our country, I pity myself because it isn't for me. Is my time up? Okay, let me just round up. For all we have to do, for my PVC update, I'll have to say it here again. I've sent a lot of people to go and collect PVC in my local government, paying for bike 250 going and 250 coming back. The new PVC they say they sent, I have not seen it. They did a video to show me today, update. The people that are collecting PVC, please, we should tag INEC and tag INEC and tag INEC. In my own local government, those states, I'll keep saying it, they have sent a lot of people PVC. The people that did transfer during June, July are not receiving their PVC. People that did new transfer and new registration are not still collecting their PVC. So please, this is my own update. And please, if you can tag INEC, tag all those people, they should send our PVC in Edo State. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother. Please make a tweet with that and tag INEC yourself.
I don't make the tweet. I don't even the video. I make the video. The video no green go, but I don't make that tweet. I don't tag INEC. I sent it to
please
Hannah,
update the video. Make a tweet with the video and tag INEC, tag us. We're gonna try and follow up from there. Thank you. All right. Dari, good evening.
Hey, Saddam. Hi, Sizu. Hi, everybody on the space this evening. I'm so happy. I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one who feels this way, but see, every day there is something new to be happy about in this movement. And see, one thing I would just say is I get confident every day that Peter Obi is the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's just a fact. There is nothing that can stop it. It's something that it's written in the stars. It's written. I can see it. I can feel it. I just wait. I'm just waiting.
Larry, go on, please.
Sorry, that the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is Mr. Peter Gregory Obi, and the vice president is Dr. Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed. Oh my God. See, I'm going to leave Twitter for 7 days. I'll go and do fasting and I'll go and thank God. Because, see, the fact is, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Do you know how much we are going to send to Nigeria this Christmas? You will send to your aunties, you send to your uncles, you send to your brothers, you send to your parents. Everyone will have to ask. But when you look at the people here, they are taking care of themselves. Why is it that our people cannot take care of themselves? It is because we have bad governments. And now, someone like Bola Tinubu, Atiku, as they call him, they are coming out and saying they want to be president. You people are supposed to carry stone and stone them. I wrote something on my TL today. I said, Bola Tinubu supporters, do you know the kind of people they are? They are the kind of people who wake up in the morning, brush their dirty teeth, dented teeth, and they go to the filling station to queue up for fuel, and then they buy the fuel finally. Then they go and pour it inside their better pass my neighbor generator, charge their phones, and then come on Twitter to come and fight, to come and insult those who are helping them to fight for good governance. You can see how useless they are. If you are here and you are supporting Bola Tinubu or Atiku, may God punish you. May God punish you. I am not telling God to change your mind. May God see anything that you are looking for, you will not get it until you change your own mind by yourself. Anything you are looking for, you will not get it, because what you are doing, it is putting the lives of our generation, of our future generations in danger. See, Peter Obi did something that, God, may God bless Peter Obi wherever he is. Do you know what he did? He looked at it, he looked at the terrain, and he said, you know what? When I'm anywhere I'm doing a rally, the first thing I'll be doing is to interact first with the young people of the state. Imagine, tell me, can Bola Tinubu or Atiku Abubakar do that? How can you wake up in the morning and go and vote for someone who will never interact with the future generations, with the future owners of the country? Someone who doesn't care about you, doesn't give a damn about you. That's just how it is. The two of them don't care. They are friends, they are pals, and they are just expecting that one of them will get the presidency, and they can never get it. That's the thing. The dangers of Atiku and Tinubu presidency is the fact that someone like MC Oluomo or will be someone very important in government, or Nigeria will get sold. That's a fact. Atiku will sell Nigeria and he will locate to Dubai. It's very simple. In order for us to avoid this from happening, we must make sure and ensure that we keep enlightening people. Please and please, the dangers of Atiku and Tinubu presidency. See, we are on the attack. This is no time to say that, I'm listening to other people. Go on the attack. Attack them mercilessly. Attack them mercilessly. Remember what they did to Jonathan in 2015. They showed no mercy. Attack them mercilessly. They are a bunch of nuance. They are a bunch of touts. They are nobody. You must attack them mercilessly until after February, until after presidential election in February. Then we will rest. We will take time and know that, yes, God has done it for us. This is not by our might, not by our might, not by our power, but God has done it for us. We have been praying for so long. See, our mothers, our fathers, every one of them, they've been going to church, fasting and praying for Nigeria. And God is ready to answer our prayer. God is ready to take away Tinubu, any Tinubu on our way, any Atiku on our way, and give us a person who has Nigeria at heart. And that person is Mr. Peter Obi. And another thing is, didn't you people notice that the more we go into this presidential election, the more Peter Obi looks more like a Nigerian than an Igbo person. I don't know if I'm the only one who sees that, but he looks so much more that as a Nigerian than I don't even know if Peter Obi is an Igbo person anymore. He looks so Nigerian to me. This is the only person in my life, a candidate that will be coming out and he will be looking so Nigerian to me. Bola Tinubu, I see him as a Yoruba person. Atiku is an Hausa man, but Peter Obi is the only person who looks so Nigerian to me, and that's a person who will be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria come 2023 after Muhammadu Buhari. Thank you very much, Saddam. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, Dari. Thank you. All right, Dr. Chigozie, are you there?
Yes, Adam. Good evening.
How you doing now? Good evening.
I do. How about you?
Our body day inside cold, though. We're in winter here, but we're pushing. How are you doing now? Let's have your submission, man.
Fine, bro. Sizu, I greet you, bro. Yeah, I can see.
Hello, my brother. Welcome to the Vawulence space.
Thank you, brotherly. Like, I'm really grateful for the good work you guys are doing. Mr. Benjamin, I see you. And every other person here, man. You guys have been awesome. And the Vawulence space has been holding it down for us, like for obedience. I can see the feedback from Port Harcourt, some people giving their reviews, and all talking about the Vawulence space. It was heartwarming, and I really appreciate you guys for putting in the time, the energy, everything. Doing all the research, coming here to educate us, and Nigerians at large. You guys are doing a lot, and I appreciate it. Anyway, on the topic, I've been listening in. And I can see, in fact, a lot of us have said it all. There's nothing new that anybody wants to say right now that Nigerians have not heard. For me, I just told myself, I just want to keep doing the work. I just want to keep doing what I know I can do best to see that APC PDP does not near Aso Rock come 2023, because the dangers are much. Today I was having a conversation with, I went to GIG Logistics, and I was having a conversation with a Muslim guy there. I think anytime, this is like the third time I'm going to that office, and he always engage me, because when I go there, either I'm wearing a Labour Party cap, or I always carry something that represents Labour Party. So he was like, this Labour man, how far? I was like, fine, because the last time we spoke, that was last month. And I made a tweet, and I said a lot of people are undecided. And he was one of the people that made me make that tweet, because his own is that he doesn't want APC. He doesn't want Atiku. But then Kwankwaso doesn't have the spread. So, but he's just scared. He loves Peter Obi. He likes Peter Obi. But he's afraid. And I keep telling this guy that there is no need to be afraid. And we spoke at length, but I don't like arguing too much about this whole thing, because I believe, as a Nigerian, you have seen the failures of the APC. You've seen that this government has failed. So what do I want to convince you again? Like, what do I need to tell you for you not to vote? But for him, he keeps saying that he will not vote, that this election that he will not vote, because there are people they've tried. And he said there are many of them, there are thousands of Northerners like him, who are of the same
He's an
opinion that they will
idiot.
not
I'm
vote.
very sorry, but he's an idiot. And I hope you can go back and tell him that. I'm very sorry. I apologize.
Funny enough, I can't even tell him that, But I just keep telling him that you still have to vote, because if you don't vote, who lose? If the APC still win, waiting will happen. So talking about the dangers, in fact, these are some of the things he said today, because he was like that Tinubu went to pick Muslim tickets, thinking that will buy him the Muslim votes. But then that they've moved away from it, because they voted religion. Religion didn't help. That even he went to pick Shetima, thinking that will be all that, okay, they want to just keep dividing us, keep making us. He was telling me that if you look at it critically, that the Igbos are the people that really dwell and live with the Northerners, that they have love, that the ones that live at the grassroots level, if you look at the society, look at the north, every part of the north, you find an Igbo man there doing business, helping the society, supporting. And it was like he knows that if an Igbo man gets there, that Igbos, in fact, that they can't take it away from the Igbos, that they have that entrepreneur spirit, they know how to create wealth, and he knows that an Igbo man will do very well. But that there's this fear he has, and not just him, a lot of Northerners like him, a lot of his friends that he have conversations with, that this fear of one, IPOB, I told him forget that one. Like Peter B has disassociated with himself from IPOB. He's not even involved, and he's going to deal with that issue. He said another one is okay, he's their brother, that they might have this influence over him, or they might decide to assassinate him. I was like, all those can't happen. You know it can't happen. It was like, okay, even if they kill him, that okay, that thing will be there. I said they will not even kill him, it will not even happen. And he said, okay, that this is the crux of the whole issue, that some of him and a lot of Hausas, they have this fear that if Peter Obi gets there, that the Igbos will take a revenge on the Northerners. That fear is still there, that they feel like, oh, if an Igbo man gets to power, that they want to revenge and all. And I told him, my brother, forget all those things. These things doesn't matter. These things will not happen. We are looking at a new Nigeria. And he told me that I said we are the youth. That's why we have decided to take back our country. And he said, what about our elders, Igbo elders, that they still have that opinion? I was like, forget the elders. We are the youth. We are the ones that will define the Nigeria we want. We are the ones to you don't have to bank on the grudges our fathers had or whatever happened. That is for them. This is us. Let's create a new Nigeria. I spoke to this guy and he was like, anyway, that today I boosted his confidence again, that he's still 80%, that remains 20% for him to decide. And I was like,
sorry, how old is this person?
Just to allow him,
oh,
please. Let's wrap up his submission. I beg.
This is a grown-up man. He should be in his 30s. So that's just it. But I was happy that he understood the dangers of an Atiku and Tinubu presidency. That was just it for me. For the fact that he knows that if Atiku or Tinubu wins, that Nigeria is, in fact, he said there won't be a Nigeria anymore. Because even if there's a Nigeria, that is going to be so bad than what it is right now. And for the fact that he understands this, in fact, that alone gave me that satisfaction. So if he likes making no votes, if he likes making votes, that one is his business. But for the fact that I know that he will not vote for APC or PDP, that alone is good for me. So the message is clear. In fact, let us all go all out. Let's go all out. Let's keep pushing this message. Let's keep doing anything you can do for this movement that will take us a step closer to Aso Rock. Please do it. Do it. Some of us have not rested. We keep, in fact, day and night, we keep working. Let's keep working like this. Let's double our efforts. In fact, with the polls that just came out, we can see that at least there is significant progress in the north. For me, some people are saying, forget the north. Yes, I want us to solidify our strongholds. But for me, I will still keep I will double my energy in the north, because we still need that spread. So I keep saying, everybody, let's keep working hard. Support groups in our strongholds, come out and double your effort. Support group in the north, come out, wherever you are, come out and double your effort. It's still a win-win for us. So that's just it. I will just see the mic, but I really want to say, let's keep pressing on. We are almost there. And we can make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, Benjamin. How are you doing today now? Good evening.
My brother,
this cold
my
they
brother.
they blow for your side.
Why you dey talk like this? I dey talk to my brother na tight. I wear tight. I can't wear joggers inside.
We have to take back our country and go back home, my brother. This winter
My
is
brother, I was telling my wife, I say, babe, I say, if this man become president, when this man is inaugurated, every September, snow just dey come like this. Una bye bye, I don't carry my things in Nigeria and this is so.
I swear.
She was like, I say, you don't understand. I say, I wasn't born here. For me to adapt into the system every year, I find it difficult. My brother, easy. Well, Most of us who are here, we have a reason why we are doing all those things we're doing, why we are throwing ourselves in. Before I continue, let me just quickly say this. My brother, if you are present here, you are part of Peter Obi movement. You are part of the obedient movement. First of all, clap for yourself. You know easy. You know easy. We are all trying. We are doing our best. The result of yesterday was so amazing, was so massive, and I love it. I love it. My brother, you think it's easy to stay on the chart for over many months? September they did a pool, he won. Every pool that has ever been conducted, both international and local agency, he won all of them. So we never even enter police unit, we never enter feed. So January never come. I bet make una leave that matter, make una clap for ourselves. We are doing great, man. And I'm very happy when Peter Obi becomes the president of Nigeria. Nobody will go to media and cry. He used me work, he not give me position. Now all of us cross from PDP come Labour Party, he not give me any position. You know why? He no employ you, he no employ me, na make we dey work for am. Me and you dey use our own personal time, our resources, our small small leg wey we get, take dey waka up and down, take dey campaign for this man. So if he enter there tomorrow, me and you no go fit see hold am responsible say why you no come give us position, because na our own duty na him wan go help us do. That is one thing I'm happy about. And nobody dey come and no governor dey come and say I dey give am money so that if he become the president, they go give me one ministerial post and all that. I'm very happy. Nobody, no, all these sycophant when they PDP and APC, they not come join us. Then go come later, but before they come, we'd already get the ground. We'd already know who be who. So even Peter Obi go even know, say, even before he go who carry post, any position give this kind of person, they need to vet that person, go with brokers. Because anything when Peter Obi go do banga like this, my brother, as me and you take come out now, they talk for here, now so we see take come out, see carry Peter Obi come out, we see drag him, because they say nobody's above the law. Now he make like they tell you, say, make everybody double our race, double our step. We are doing perfectly well. My people say one big lizard when they call him, oh me, when he get red head, lizard, he fall from Iroko tree, he no see who praise him. Now he praise himself. Now he make you dey see lizard today, so if he waka small, he go knock him head for ground. Why am I saying all those things? Make una not let anybody talk, say, we know the try, we dey try. Nobody should deter us. Anybody when you dey around Europe, when you know say he go fit waka come Chatham House on the 16th. My brother, make una come, make we organize am. Make all of us go carry ourselves, sit down for front of Chatham House. If they no allow us enter inside, we go dey chop kuli. They get wetin they sell for front of that Chatham House. When Turkey people, they say what they call a kebab. We go buy kebab, we go sit down for them, we go dey eat am. Make we come see somebody like Redo, when he get that white goat meat, the goat beer, come tell us say he come protest. Bro, most of us would already dey pack our load to go out, so maybe that day police go pack us, go carry go Nigeria. I am telling you the truth. Because there is always they say no violence, don't do this, don't do that. Peter Obi go just come and say, then no face don't become something else. I am not telling you we are not going there. Please, if una know so una get the chance to go, Saddam, give me a blink. Anybody within the Europe zone that want to attend, let us make plans. We still have some ways left. Tickets are very cheap. For some of us now one way. We just enter there the same day we see come back. It was in the night. We need to enter there, go tell these people, say, no be only Nigerian for the doing, we see the doing here. My brother, I am just here to tell you guys are doing well. Saddam, you're doing perfectly. Sleazy, you are doing well. Chigozie, I see your work. Every other person who has spoken here today. Anna Awe, the only lady who is always coming on this space. I see you. You guys are doing perfectly. Please, we should not be deterred. Like Saddam always says, even on the 24th, 12 o'clock p.m. or a.m. in the night, people will still deny Peter Obi. So make una not worry, because I dey tell una, people should be expecting more people. Even some of us when we dey see say then they dey front, When I see prayer when that private, that's on the Ubong pray for Peter Obi yesterday. He say, may God deal with people when they get one character, when they not they sincere with Peter Obi. But may God help, protect, and strengthen people when they sincere with Peter Obi. Now that kind of prayer, now I want to pray for now this night before I leave now. Anybody when they among us, when they come monitor us, when they follow the talk like saying our brother and our sister, and you know they sincere in his heart, in a double agent, may God expose him. May God give him that kind of load when he be like say he go even the carry before he wake up, election not finish. But for those of us who be like say now our real heart, now I will take the campaign for Peter Obi. Our own small money when we supposed to dey buy motor, take go out for Christmas, go to enjoy. Now I will take the campaign for Peter Obi. We will not steal the money. May God continue to dey bless us. May God continue to dey give us that wisdom and that strategy when we take the campaign for this man. And may God continue to bless us with good health. So that after 2023, we go fit go back Nigeria, go invest. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. My brother, thank you for that prayer. So thank you very, very much. Honestly. Thank you. God bless you. Oh God. All right. Let's move on real quick. I wanted to back up your prayers with more prayers, but
My brother, go on.
Okay. No, well, now let me back up your prayers now. Now they hear me, so.
I want to be live when I say tiny regime. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
I swear you don't wear, I swear.
Aim of our Lord.
Okay. He didn't see that coming.
Magnificent.
I swear I don't see her.
Father of all.
Now prayer.
Greatest
Gogo.
God
Of the greatest Gogo. Of the greatest Baba. Of the greatest Nigerian student. Great. Hey, my brother Benjamin, thank you very much. All right, just OJ, good evening. Let me take a lady before I come to you, just OJ. Why Aguleri, good evening, longest time.
Uncle Saddam.
Wow, we don't tell. How you doing now?
Uncle, we dey here, they press their neck now to carry their blockers, go roast, now remain no.
Roaster like good meat.
By the grace of God, we go roast their blockers, give them make them chop and make it they swallow. Ndị ala ebe niile, crazy people. See, you get what song where they sing, Nigeria on, I don't know all of now where they here during 93. Nigeria on the march again, running for Mr. President, on the march again. Peter B is the man, Peter B is the man. Now him be the only man, oh, he's the man. Now him be the man for today, oh, he's the man. On the march again, running for Mr. President. On the march again, Peter B is the man. See, what God cannot do, finish the rest. God don't sign this one.
Does not exist.
Uncle Sada, you see this way you go say the dangers. Nah, no be dangers. The disaster, the tsunami, the earthquake of these human beings. You see, these two human beings are one in person. Forget all this name where they call that master has got to expose them. PDAPC, APPDP, ndi ala everywhere. See, if you are here and you are voting for, and you say Atiku and Tinubu, I want to ask you people one question. Now they craze. That's why for na mama and papa. That's why for ancestors. They say that they tell us say better thing no supposed come for our life. I don't understand how I was asking some people, why are you voting for Tinubu? And they made this most stupid thing. They say because they are Yoruba. And I said, my husband is a Yoruba man. But the man don't start gidigba, say do or die, and happy to be or nothing. Why would you people be doing because of religion and tribe and all that? Does it make sense? See, I go always tell you now. You see, we were the Abuja here about last weekend, right? A pastor friend of ours, right here in Abuja, was kidnapped. He was released last week Sunday. last week, Saturday, a pastor friend in Kubwa. So if you think that Abuja is safe, you lie. Abuja is not safe. Etolonto, not be everything they can't tell now for media. We were there here, we know what they see. It's a lie. Sada, I don't know if you know one by where they call Alame. He been there Twitter here, they talk rubbish every time. It be like say Twitter don't pursue him. He can't come the radio, Nigerian info. He can't they talk rubbish. Sometimes when the boy talk, he go be like, make I be spirits, make I enter the radio, make I beat him. The lies these human beings tell, it makes me want to go mad. Look, let's be realistic. Maybe you guys don't get the full gist. By next year, if P2B does not come out, let me tell you the real life issue. You see this insecurity when they see, they kidnap everybody in drones. Not be one again. If they can come here to Abuja and they kidnap and go free and nobody's doing any shit about them, you think they will not? Lagos will be beans and my compared to what they will be doing next. Well, somebody was talking about El-Rufai. They called El-Rufai to speak. El-Rufai, what are you speaking about security? You that your own state is on fire 347. Every day, even Shehu Sani said it. Shehu Sani had to tell one of his friends, I know people that have to sell their houses in Kaduna and relocate to Abuja. I don't think sometimes the real fact of what is going on actually come. Now, if you give somebody one mudu of rice, the person go lie down for ground, they tell you thank you. A mudu of rice now is about 1,000 and something naira. A tubo of yam is about 2,000 naira. See, men are not vex. I they talk with anger because I they vex. When human beings, we're supposed to get brain, they talk about Atiku and Tinubu. It's like your suffer has never ended and is about to come back more. People cannot feed 3 square meals a day in this Nigeria. And somebody will tell me, Tinubu, that has told you people several times how he will put tax and tax you. The only thing that is remaining for him to tax you is to tax your intestine. Atiku has said he will sell. He goes to sell and ancestors join him. And somebody will be opening their stupid mouth about a human being and tell me, Atiku, do you know what it means when children can't go to school for 8 fucking months? I'm a mother. My son just turned 20. Do you know what it means for mothers to be so afraid of their children in school? So afraid that their children will not be kidnapped. Do you know what it means? My mother is here in Abuja, had 3 daughters, all of us are here. 2 of us are married. Do you know, my mother calls us every early in the morning and every night to know we are okay. You hear become everybody don't they jump up. You can't even, the rate of kidnapping in Abuja now, maybe you guys don't know, or they are coming to lie to you, is high. Both they kidnap, then they kidnap both. We are not safe. You go farm, you cannot farm. Food stuff is high because farmers can't go to farm. Farmers now pay. You go pay bandit to go your farm. Go pick food for yourself, for your family. In Zamfara, some people went to pay 2 million naira to bandits to go to their farm. You don't understand. And there's some idiots, born by mistake, will come and tell me, now we want to travel by road. I can't travel because I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm scared. I was telling my husband I want to go to Anambra. The way the man squeeze face for me, I know, sir, I know they move an inch. People cannot travel. My family were coming from Enugu. We were praying, till they got to Abuja. When they were going back, we were praying, till they got back. Because you are scared. You okay, make you follow air. Which day they come, they tell us now, say there will be the scarcity of fuel. So they will delay planes. You won't follow train again. You they fear, may they no carry you. Very soon now, go so they dig ground, they follow tunnel for inside ground, they go where would they go. Now where we don't they reach now? You can't walk by the streets and not be afraid. Do you know what fear is? Do you have an idea what fear is? That is what we feel. You can't eat. Somebody gave me 1 bag of rice. I gave a woman some of that rice. This woman prayed for me till now tears fill my eyes. You go to hospitals, your hospitals are crap. This is not the time in this hospital around. I they tell you Abuja. I know they tell you outside Abuja, ABJ. Where they telling us say hospitals are crap. That's why they can go abroad because hospitals here are crap. So you don't have an idea what we are dealing with. You're going on the road now, sir. There's something they do. This thing they do in Lagos now that they hit people's cars as you are driving in a traffic. They go break your car. Still they do it now here. You go park your. My friend's car was stolen at Wuse 2 by 8 p.m. in the evening in front of 24 supermarkets where it's crowded. His car was stolen. So this is not a joke again. You go to police go they tell you, say make you pay for. Listen. Think about your children. Think about your children. Think about your family. My father is based in America. My father said, if Nigeria gets better, you will see me. If not, you and your husband, everybody pack and come. If we fail 25th February, you have wasted 8 years of your life in penury, in hunger, in insecurity. My prayer for all of us is may we not do stupidity. For all of you that are voting for Atiku and Tinubu, I pray that God remove your brain and put sandpaper brain inside your head so that you can have more sense. I don't know what you people are feeding yourselves or what people are telling you people, but let me tell you, these two human beings don't give a fuck about you. Sorry about my language, but I'm they don't care about you. The only thing they care about is their family, their children. Have you seen any of them's children anymore in this country? Their children are not here. They were in Abuja. They have all left Abuja. They've all carried their children and flown abroad. Your papa get house for Dubai. Your papa get house for UK. Your papa get house for where? The small way your papa gets, you know, go fit enter your house. Look at Enugu. Enugu was ransacked in the villages. Villages are being ransacked every day. And they pray one day, men don't call ransack us for this Abuja because that is it. I think I'm just done. I could just I could just dig ground, enter ground, they go Ghana. That is what I'm praying every night. That we don't wake up one morning and hear that they're attacking us in Abuja. That is my prayer. Because these people are not far. Look at the way when they went to go and kidnap my pastor friend. In Kubwa, I'm not saying, and it's in an estate, in front of an estate in Kubwa. I'm not even telling you that it's in Abaji or Yangoja. It's in Kubwa here. So where will be next? Where will they hit next? Where? And they are kidnapping people every single day. People in Abuja are missing. People in Abuja are being kidnapped every single freaking day. And the police are not doing anything for us. We are the ones that always gather money. Where the money dey? Very soon we'll sell our soul, take the get body to carry person. Please, now they beg now. Make una think am twice before now make this mistake of una life. Please, P2B might not be the Jesus we are looking for, but he is better than the devil these two human beings are. Because if you vote Atiku is Tinubu. You vote Tinubu is Atiku. They are both the same thing. The same different shit, different smell. The same shit, but different smell. I beg you people, get sense. Let us do what is right for our children. Me, I'm thinking of my son. No. In the next couple of years now, he go tell me, say, mommy won't marry. I go turn to grandmother. In the next 10 years, like he tell me, say 10 years, mommy, I go turn to grandmother. I want a good future for my grandchild when they come in 10 years' time. I beg. Carry your thing and go and vote for PDP. Hey, I don't they talk like them. Jesus, forgive my sins. Oh, hey, now I go drink water, come on, wash my mouth. Please, let's go and vote Labour LP, like somebody said, LP. And another thing is this, please, when you're talking to the people in the rural areas, don't say Labour Party. They can't seem to understand it. Say LP. If possible, write it down for them in a paper, or if you have the picture of it. I was even telling a friend of mine who is in the PCC, I said, can you people do a card with LP and P2B's name, like a complimentary card, and when you're going, give it to them so that they will be seeing it, and when it's that day, they will be able to put it there and say, okay, now this card where they give us, and this person face, and with that card and everything, they'll be able to know that, okay, this is where I'll put this thing. Please, when you're going, say LP. If you can do those cards, please do it and give to them. Thank you very much. That is Adam. God go help them. In
Thank you
Jesus'
very much,
name.
man. Amen. Thank you. Thank you very much. I
I mean,
just
they pray for me and my family. Oh.
no
I know
God, God.
Sabi. I know Sabi. Oh, may they no
God
kidnap us one day. Oh.
they no go down. No, you no go see. Now only about the people go carry. You know, fit you can't see any of us. As long as your hands are clean and you're praying for a better Nigeria, God no go green it and see you now. I'm just imagining you saying your son is 20 years now. That means in like 8 years' time he'll be 28. That is crazy. You know, the next 8 years he will be looking at. Oh goodness. Please, we need to take back our country. Just OJ, good evening, my brother. How you doing?
Chairman, good evening, I beg. Let me start off by apologizing to you both and the speaker Chigozie for interjecting. I normally don't do that. I was the vex will hook me for neck region. You know, go understand because I feel like it's too late in the day. And if you've been in Nigeria and you try to advocate to certain people during election period, you know people who are serious and people who just want to be coddled. Because for me, why in 2022 somebody will be asking basic questions talking about, oh, well, but what if, and this one, tribalism, religion, he has voted along religious lines, blah, blah, blah. Something happened during that town hall yesterday. I watched the video, and it just basically echoed something for me. It was like a memory that just came up. The guy who asked that question to Peter Obi, I experienced what he experienced. A couple of years ago, I used to work for an oil servicing company, and I had a very embarrassing conversation with a coworker. And they said, "Oh wow, but Nigeria is one of the top, oil producing countries of the world, blah blah blah." And they were like, "Why are you? What does NNPC do? Because they see these contracts, right? Why is Nigeria not, progressing in the way that other oil producing countries are progressing, blah blah?" And I sat down like in a boardroom with co-workers, and I really just could not reply. Like the annoyance, the anger in me. I carried that anger for so long. And when I saw that young guy asking Peter Obi those questions, I could understand where he was coming from. I used to work in a role where deals with Nigerian companies, like literally, because of my role, let me not go into too much details. Anyways, you will now, if you have access to a mobile phone or a laptop or whatever, you go to this website. It's called tradeeconomics.com, right? And you have the way of putting in Nigerian crude oil production. And I want you to put it side by side. You don't have to do it right now. You can do it much later. Do it side by side with Qatar's crude oil production and take it as far back as 10 years ago. I have my reason for saying that. A country that just hosted the World Cup that we all just watched and we could see development staring at us in the face was not producing as much crude oil per day as Nigeria 10 years ago. And so you're talking to somebody and they're still wanting you to convince them along tribal and religious lines. It's like you show up to a soccer game and somebody comes with a baseball bat. It's a different sport. Like you are not meant to be suffering this much as a Nigerian. There are certain countries of this world that pizza gets delivered in a fucking Bugatti. I'm not kidding you. And these countries are our peers when it comes to natural resource. When that book was written, there was a country. And I read that book. It struck me. Because for somebody at this point in time to be having arguments about religion and ethnicities, then it shows you that there really is no Nigeria in that person's heart. They do not understand what it really and truly means to be Nigerian. Because if you think about the country first, you will not be asking such stupid questions. And that's why I came off of mute to ask those questions I was asking. I'm really sorry, Chigozie, but I had to. Now, I was happy with today's conversation because I've been coming in and out and I've been listening to this whole thing. I had the opportunity, I was sitting in a room where somebody who is, I won't just say he's a staunch Atiku supporter, but he's really, up there in the upper echelons of the party, of the movement. And he told me something. He said something that stuck with me. He said, the reason why I'm supporting this guy is because he has so much passion. Like he has failed so many times. When you sit down and you talk to him, he convinces you that he has passion because he wants to change the country. And I said, Atiku, he said yes. And when you think about it, there is something about people who have ulterior motives. Baba, they can convince you. The reason why we are talking about, Bat and the way we're talking is because it is plain for us to see. His blunders, his mistakes, everything he's doing, it's plain for us to see. But Atiku's own, and there was something about the Buhari presidency. He sent a message to an Atiku, to the Atikus of Nigeria, that just keep trying. Just keep trying. They go gym, they drink Gatorade, they strengthen. If you lose, try again. At some point in time, people will lose focus. People will forget, and then, bam, you get in. Medical tourism. And what he did not expect was Peter Obi. What he never envisaged was Peter Obi. And that's why if you see how he has been putting that man down, come and do VP. No, come and do VP. Now collect VP. Baba, VP go fit you. Because he knows. See, these people, the politics of Nigeria, the starting 11, that is people where they go to the same training camp, they know themselves. If you don't play ball before, you know who's supposed to be top 9. And if you are on the bench, you go one convince top 9, say, Baba, I'm go drink before game. That's literally what this is. And Peter Obi has said, you know what? F all of y'all. I'm coming out and I'm running for presidency. It's 70 days left. And that was why I was angry. When somebody's so close to the time, he's still asking you to convince him. Maybe because they like the sound of your voice, or they like the sound of their own voice, or they just want to have conversation because maybe there's nobody for them to talk to at home. Let me tell you, the support group that needs focus is the people that are canvassing and advocating for Atiku. You know why? Because that man is convincing. I'm telling you, we said it on this space. How he plays different ethnicities, puts them on loggerheads, this one, that, and everything. In the US, they say he's a snake oil salesman. It's getting very, very, very close. And I will keep coming back to where Nigeria ought to have been. If you ever feel down and you need morale, or if you need to explain something to somebody without talking about religion, ethnicity, or whatever, show them these numbers. Let us know who our mates really and truly were. I say were because oil is now going out of fashion. We've lost it. Let me be very honest with you. Go and Google Saudi Aramco. Saudi Aramco that man mentioned had 2 solid years of being the world's most profitable company. They dusted Apple. Do you know what it means? Saudi Aramco, partly state-owned, partly privatized. Baba, Saudi Arabia, if you kick sand too much, you'll kick gold. That's how rich the fucking country is. Then we have NNPC. I really want somebody on this space to tell me what NNPC does. What NNPC's role really and truly is. And so you're in Nigeria in 2022. You need to know two people in Nigeria to survive. God and connections. If you know sabi God and you don't get connections, you're on your fucking own. Because the day where police go hold you. Have you seen when somebody's police hold person, an impoverished man, he's screaming to God. Because he doesn't know anybody. All he can shout is God. Have you not gone to the medical facilities in the country there? I tell Nigerians, see, you are one major sickness away from. Go and talk to nursing mothers. Talk to people who have had kids. Let them tell you what the medical system is like. There's some hospitals you go to, you buy your methylated spirits. You buy your syringe. Everything. And your country produces oil? Do you know how people are looking for oil? Less than 3 months and somebody's asking about ethnicities and religious, this and everything. See, and God bless Peter Obi. I'll be very honest with you. Like the speaker mentioned it. Goes to a state, sets up a town hall, different from Ibala Blue. But he goes, and he will start with the youth. You know why? Because he knows who he wants to lead. That's one. And then 2, he knows the people whose brains he wants to tap from. And then the third thing is the youth will quiz you. Don't come and stand on stage in stadium and be shaking broom. Go, enter where they go ask you question. Answer those fucking questions. But people are big. I like that the focus now is, okay, let's see what is Atiku's doing. What's Atiku doing? Give people historical, facts and figures. Because for some people, he is their middle candidate. Sadly. Like the guy who was talking to Chigozie, that's his middle candidate, that's his fallback option. Nigeria has been privatized. I'll be very honest with you. Let me tell you, and if you're in doubt as to the riches, the wealth of the country, there is no country on the face of this earth where government would have siphoned as much money as they have from Nigeria and still be surviving. I check Venezuela. They make souvenirs for visitors with their currency. That's how bad their money has dropped. Nigeria is still standing. There is something in that country. Those of us in the diaspora, we are literally frigging waiting. There is something. Once you hit it with good leadership, Baba, AGOA, Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, that the US keeps renewing. They know why they're renewing that thing. One of the major participants in AGOA, they're waiting for Nigeria. Go and research on AGOA. Please, let's have very strategic conversations going forward. Especially people who, for some reason or the other, are still on. With people who, for some reason or the other, still want to be talking religious and ethnic stuff. Please, beg them that before you are Yoruba, before you are Igbo, before you are Hausa, you are Nigerian. You do not travel on your passport and get to the airport, your destination airport, and then they look at your Yoruba passport. They look at your Nigerian passport. When you go for a visa interview, they do not ask you whether you're middle belt, you're southeastern. They don't. You're Nigerian. You would always be Nigerian. So whether you choose to be Nigerian or not, the world has made you Nigerian. Think about Nigeria first. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Just what just right now brought me to a discussion I had with some of my colleagues in a conference yesterday. After the conference, we're having an end of year party, and while we're drinking, we're just talking about the whole election and everything. And everybody was sharing their sentiments, their views, and everything. And one said something, and we just brought up the whole issue of these elections going forward, and they were all Nigerians, like five of us, and we're all unanimous in the decision that yes, Peter should be the next president. But others shared their fears. Do you think? I don't think these people can. I like myself. What do you mean by these people? Nigerians need to go out and vote. Try to talk to them and everything. But you should understand that Nigerians have dealt with people, and in all five of us, we all have issues traveling. While we were traveling, we all had issues from the airport. There's none of us in the five of us that don't say that I was delayed. I was kept in the airport for close to 30 minutes. Nobody talked to say anything to me. Just kept me, and they released me like barely 5 minutes to when my flight had to leave Qatar. So that was like I the other one told me he was in the business class. He had to pass through South Africa. He was coming from Brazil, and oh my goodness, they had to stop him. They searched him. At the point they tore his soap. That was his bag. They used them and divided it. I was hearing all sort of stories. The way that Nigerians, the only reason why we're sat and stereotyped is because we're carrying a green passport.
That's the truth.
Yeah, that's just it.
Let me tell you a personal experience very quickly.
Go on, bro.
I used to travel from the US to Mexico. It's right here, right? 2 hours, 3 hours, you're in Mexico. Every trip, extra scrutiny. Mexico for backyard. This one, what are you doing? Everything. The first time I traveled to Mexico with a blue passport, I was going with my cousin and a friend, both on green passports. Like, Baba, I had gone through immigration and customs in Mexico. I had to sit on a chair for like 20 minutes to wait for them because I knew they were going to go through extra scrutiny. Their only fault, their only crime was green passport. They had a US visa and everything. They now started to scrutinize what they were actually doing in the US. I wanted to find out if they were maybe transiting, maybe using US as a ploy for them to like, and I had to wait. And that's what you see, they weaponize illiteracy in Nigeria. So there are certain people that you have to understand that, okay, you know what, explaining that concept to them is almost impossible because you have to look left and right to your kinsmen, your kinswomen. I'm Igbo, okay, I'm Yoruba, I'm Hausa first. But to the ones who know better, those are the people who you should tell that I'm sorry, but the way the world is right now, you are Nigerian. You can't help it. So think about Nigeria first. Because if there's any baseline argument, the most basic argument should be, well, try something new. Try something different. Maybe we've had different leaders and everything. The same party, PDP, APC, PDP, SPP. Oh yeah, now try something new. Try something different. We literally are maybe in the last 5 years of benefiting from oil. I'll be very honest with you. Right now in the US, oil is good. Gas is going for like $2.60. The highest we had it when Biden became president was maybe like, it was almost $3.80 something. People, they shout, oh, they were putting stickers, Biden, I did this. The man was calm because he knew, no be oil. On I go see drop him now. I don't want to do and reach. Now, gas, $2. Baba, oil is going out of play. They are testing electric aircrafts. Wake up. No sleep. I beg. Thanks.
You know, Peter keeps saying it now that oil as an asset is fading away. He keeps saying it because in the next 10, 15 years, the whole world, if you're still using, if you're still driving car where they use petrol, you're far, far, far behind. The world is moving. You know, we cannot keep depending on oil right now. The truth of the matter is that we don't even need to even depend on oil. We are too blessed a nation that we have a whole lot of mineral resources. We have land alone, agriculture alone. Agriculture alone is enough for us to feed the world. We have the land. We have everything to keep moving, but stupid, lazy leaders and foolish followers are following them behind with their butts, touting APC, PDP. Crazy, crazy hell of people. Let's go real quick, Jerry. Anna, good evening. You have the space. Anna, are you there? All right.
I'm here, Saddam.
All right. Good evening. You have the space.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. My apologies. I've been so distracted because I'm on different spaces. Hi, Caesar. Good evening, Saddam. Chigoze. You haven't spoken to me the whole of this week. I hope we're not fighting. Mr. Jimmy, Pandora, everybody. Nello, I haven't heard from you all week. I want to believe you are collecting PVCs on behalf of your local government and ward. Dr. Jerry, hi, Kelly. Please, the dangers of Atiku and Tinubu presidency. If I want to start speaking, I'll not sleep tonight. But please, I want to advise everybody as opposed to the rumors people are spreading on the southeast, they are collecting PVCs. Today, we mobilize people to collect on behalf. In Anambra, over 200 PVCs were collected, which I supervised. I created a WhatsApp group for volunteers. If you want to sponsor them, we are fueling 4 drivers are volunteer, each local government who are fueling their cars to help carry people from the church. In 8, 8, and 10, you give your number to another person to pick up your PVC. So please tell your family members. They shouldn't make loud noise about it. There is going to be elections. INEC said today, I have reliable information. Olu in Imo State, where there's insecurity, they've transferred their polling unit to Owerri. If you have any family member there, please, you can send him or her transport to go and take their PVC in Owerri, because when they were registering, some volunteers transported people from the village, over 600 of them, to come and register for their PVC. So now they need for logistics to take them back to Owerri to carry out their PVC. Nobody is threatening anybody. Elections are going to hold. Ignore what you're getting from your WhatsApp group, please. Anambra, Enugu, I need volunteers in Enugu. You can also pay Wazobia FM in those states. Wazobia is covering all the states in the south, and southeast. You can pay 1 minute is 3,500 to announce that they should go and pick up their PVC. So nobody is threatening anybody. Newi today they collected. Newi and Agulu, I supervised. Please share the messages to everybody. Let me come back to the topic of the dangers of Atiku and Tinubu presidency. As you guys know, Tinubu has already distributed. In fact, he has already dedicated roles to everybody in his campaign team, including their concubines. It's not a joke. I'm giving you top gist. Please, it's not the spaces we hold or sharing rally videos. If you can sing it every hour till everybody picks up their PVC, that would be the only thing. We need to give PO 20 million margin so that they cannot even go to contest the elections at the level of the court. By the time it's 20 million margin, there is no way you can say they rigged the election. It means the people voted. Please, I am begging you. My friend already knows that he's going to have a role in NMPC. I don't know what he went to school to do in America, but his father has been working with Tinubu since from the days of Lagos State. He's telling me already. So I see you're campaigning for Peter Obi on Twitter. I hope you know that we're going to win. So I don't want to argue. Beg everybody, as long as the person is of voting age, your security. I'm even broke because I've been paying transport for people from security to hairdresser and ensuring that I have to go and check that they have picked up their PVC. Please, Southwest, we have to prioritize the women. Sedam and Sizu, your team. The women are the.
Oh shit! What happened? Oh my goodness! Oh, Anna fell off. Okay, let's move on real quick. Pando, good evening. Have the space, please.
Hey, Saddam, evening. Sizu, evening. Wonderful evening to everyone. It's good to be on this space. I'm super excited. Just to collaborate what the last speaker said, I can confirm because I'm from Olu. I can confirm that yes, INEC moved the collection centers to Owerri due to security issues, and they are also putting measures in place to ensure that election holds in Olu. Olu is one local government in Imo State that we don't joke with voting, and that used to be one of the most peaceful, local government in Imo State. That's where I'm from. So, and also can confirm that I'm sponsoring people who to go pick up their PVCs, especially those in the village. If you know show me PVC, forget Christmas, nothing is coming in. Forget it. We are not sending anything. Because if the country no good, nobody go see any, we no go see road send anything. So that being said, quickly let me come to the topic at hand, the dangers of Atiku and Tinubu presidency. If you stay in Lagos and one of the biggest housing estate back in the days that they used to call 1004 used to be a government quarter and now privatized by who? By Atiku. Now, during I think in 2001 or 2002 thereabout, when this whole privatization thing was really going on, it was more like sharing formula. Even Obasanjo in his book mentioned it, how Atiku messed up that plan. Privatization plan was supposed. I don't know if you can hear me. Saddam, can you hear me?
Yeah, go on, my brother.
Okay, awesome. That privatization plan was an awesome, project, that was meant to make certain governments assets that have been dormant, to kick off and start working properly. But due to greed and everything, messed it up. Atiku is one man who doesn't have a good name as far as Nigerian customs is concerned. They push the narrative that, while he was in custom, he performed, that guy was literally sacked. And when they say sack, if you're in a management team and they want to sack you and they don't just want to disgrace you, they just tell you, just retire or resign, without benefit. That was practically what happened to him. And it's because of, his shady deals, that cost him that. Now to Emilokon, the Bulaba blah 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 guy. That's one person that, Saddam, you said something the other time that that guy is a master evil strategist, and we all know that if you think Tinubu is an easy bone to crack, then you must be telling yourself, a big lie. That guy has dipped his hand into so many things that to him he feels losing is not an option. But thank God for Beavers, losing will be his portion come February 2022. So I'm super excited. I'm more energized to continue what I'm doing. In fact, my own area here, and please let me just quickly put this out. If you know anyone who is having challenge around the Egbeda, Yanokpaja, Ipaja, Dokpemu, Agege axis with their PVC, please, I tweeted it this evening. Please reach out to us. We are really pushing for grassroots. I'm really not active on social media, but I'm more active now on grassroots because that is where the target is, pushing the LP narrative and, because we don't have a choice. Guys, if you don't know, poverty, they everywhere. See, in 4 days' time, it will be Christmas, but it's not even feeling like Christmas. People are looking for 2,000 naira to survive. Is that bad? Companies that used to share one bag of rice now don't change to quarter. I mean, by now, Saddam, I don't know if companies, rice go down, they go everywhere. People, the person where they buy for person, they buy. Companies, they buy share for stuff. Now, the granola yourself, the prices are like 1 rubber. You don't even reach 1 liter where they share again. Is that bad? And these are based on policies that have crippled the economy, policies that have killed so many companies. In Nigeria today, we can't talk of, SME businesses anymore. Because if government policy no kill them, exchange rates go kill them, something will just happen. Nigeria is built to frustrate us. And that is why PO is pushing a different, narrative, taking Nigeria from consumption based to, production based, because that is the only way we can move forward. And this is the message we're taking to the grassroots. This is because if suffer never tire you, it don't tire me. I was asking my neighbor, I said, you never tire? He said, you don't tire. But you don't know who to vote. You don't know who to, no problem. I like as you don't know who to vote. Follow me. You are my accountability partner going forward. I go show you road. I go show you who to vote. And the reason why you go vote for this person, now say, now this. That's the way we go. That's the way to go forward. And by God's grace, come February, all roads leads to polling booths. All votes for LP, as far as I'm concerned, all the polling units I'm covering, LP all the way. We no get time to no time to check time again. If you check it out, we no get time no day. Thank you very much, Saddam. Thank you, Sizu. Thank you guys for this wonderful. In fact, when person want refresh, make it just come Vawulence space. You go just get joy, and as much as we can avoid the Agbado space, please, let's do. We don't need it. All right, thank you. I saw you the mic, Saddam.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much for the kind words. Anna, please, you fell off. I don't know what happened, but please, you have a minute to wrap up, please. Thank you.
Maybe because I was talking about Agbado. Oh my God. Okay, so as I was saying, his presidency has been divided. Like, you see young boys today, he had a meeting with the business community. All those 419 boys in Lekki Ekpe corridor that are building low-cost houses are collapsing every day. Is what I saw. My brother woke me up. I didn't understand anything he said, but they were just clapping. As they were sitting there, they already have their position. So please, we are begging. As for Atiku's presidency, you know him, Mr. Greed. When he has finished calling all his Arab money partners to come and take over your country, he will just travel. Buhari was going for health visits. He will dedicate authority to Tambuwa, which he has said he will make him Senate president. So please, I'm begging. An average Nigerian, all we can do, we can talk from now to tomorrow, but if we don't collect that PVC, we're not going to deliver PO. Please, I'm begging you all. Thank you for granting me the audience, Saddam. Good night.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you very much. In the spirit of that PVC drive, guys, please, if you are in Lagos, if I could Ijaye and you're having issues with your APV or sorry your PVC, please reach out. We have somebody that is in house and he says there are a whole lot of uncollected APVs. Please, a whole uncollected number of PVC. You know, it's the way they hear bad thing too much. You could worry you for brain. Please reach out to us. If I call Ijaye, please, we have someone that wants to help you guys and collect your PVCs. Yes, let me know. I won't make that mistake anymore. So thank you guys. All right, my investigative brother. Jimmy. 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 Jimmy, good evening. Oh, are you there?
I'm here, oh, Saddam. I'm here. Oh, I've been hearing since morning. Man, I've not been able to come up and talk. I've been here since morning, listening to everything since the very moment you guys started. But I've been driving. I just balanced now. I thought, let me try and speak now. Boy, man, you know. Let me just greet everybody first. I see great people here. Just OJ, Zos, Joe Obedient, Kelly, a lot of people, great minds. Sizu, oh my goodness. A lot of people, all protocols duly observed. Man, you know, I think it's Sizu or Sizu always emphasize on the fact that we don't read. Black people, we hardly read, and it actually dawned on me a few days ago, and this article's story has been all over the place. It's been out there for years, but I don't think people have actually read through it, and I think I know the reason why they've not been able to read through it, because it's 328 pages. It was well documented. They had one for North America, they had one for Asia, and they had one for Africa. So the one for Africa comprises of 4 different countries. Nigeria is one of them. So 2 countries, case 1, case 2. So they from the 328 pages document, 2 countries cases were treated first, right? And Atiku's case was the 3rd case, which started from page 174 and it ended at 241, page 241. It was well detailed, from how he met the ex-wife Jennifer, how they planned on having an American University of Nigeria, the one in Yola, how they created about 30 companies and they opened about 30 bank accounts. They were doing a lot of money, laundering, transferring money, sending money and everything. And a couple of companies, international companies, Intel, Siemens, a lot of them were found guilty, and they pleaded, these top companies, they pleaded guilty, and they paid the fine, right? But Atiku keeps denying it. As a matter of fact, the FBI contacted Obasanjo. They had a conversation with Obasanjo, and they told him they need to arrest Atiku. It was Obasanjo's decision that protected Atiku at that point in time, because he was the vice president. So this has been going on, for time, because the whole thing started back in 2001. So the document was well detailed, and along the line, for them to get more grounds in US, right? It involved a lot of politicians, including Jefferson. Jefferson is still currently in jail right now, serving his jail term. He was on. I think they brought up his case again a few years ago, but it was denied. It was denied bail. He tried another rehearing. It was rejected as well, so he's still in jail. And it was just, I think, about $100,000. Yeah, $100,000 bribe. His own was $100,000. So the FBI raided his house. He hid the money in the freezer. I have the picture, everything on my timeline. He hid the money in the freezer. They took a picture of how they were unpacking the money from the freezer, where he kept the money and everything. So besides that, they actually I reached out to Justice Department that why this guy he's been banned, right? He's been banned. His diplomatic passport doesn't work in America. They don't recognize it. So why, with all these accusations and convictions towards this guy, why does he still pop in and out into America, every now and then? And they sent me a PDF of 8 pages explaining the length at which they're ready to go just to get a visa. Atiku spends over $5 million to get a visa to go into America, just to change the narrative that he has cases in America. And what that does is they have some companies that play a diplomatic role between American government and international bodies or international politicians, like the likes of Atiku. It could be Pablo Escobar or whatever. So what they be like an intermediary between them. Like, okay, they're coming. The way Atiku goes to America, basically, he can't just say he wants to pop into Apple store to buy a phone. They go arrest him. So he's always there with these guys and around him. For him to get more secure, he goes with a prominent hierarchy officer. Maybe Speaker of a House or something. So someone reputable with a diplomatic passport, just because he's going to be considered a diplomatic entourage, and nothing is going to happen to him that way. But he can't just say he wants to go and do shopping by himself, and leave the group. They will pick him up. That's how strict that agreement is. So he did that twice. He did it 2019 and he did it again this year. And the one he did 2019 is still pending because he has refused to pay that money. Those guys, that was when these guys released a document about the fact that he hasn't paid them their money. So, but this time around, he used another company to go into America, and but I mean, it wasn't welcome. It was obvious it wasn't welcome, and they sent me the document, and I read. It was comprehensive. I posted it on my timeline. It was comprehensive, and it showed me the level at which these guys will actually go just to convince people, just to change the narrative that they can actually do what people think they cannot do. I was on mindset space a couple of minutes ago, and one idiot, was saying Atiku has a diplomatic passport for life. Well, as a former vice president, he does have, right? But that thing doesn't work. It doesn't work in America due to the case he has with them. And there was a audio Omar played earlier on, and that thing actually opened my mind when Obasanjo was speaking about how the FBI contacted him and everything. And Obasanjo said something. He said the FBI contacted him and Scotland Yard is in London. So that's to let you know that what we're talking about now is just the American version. The UK version too will get in one, because I see no reason why he couldn't have gotten his base in either US or UK, and he's in Dubai. I'm pretty sure he has some, he has some dirty shit going on in London as well. So the way Obasanjo put it in the audio or Omar played earlier on was obvious that he has some cases to answer, in UK as well. A lot of corruption cases. And what he did in AUN, his school in Yola, was all the people that worked with him, from Gabriel Volpi and Robert Pastor. He tried to show how important they had to him. They had to him. So what he did was a couple of buildings within the campus. He named it after them, like the Robert Pastor building was a library. I took a picture of it, and it's on my timeline. And the guy's name is in the document the FBI wrote, and it was a comprehensive report. And what's it called? Volpi. It has a Volpi building too, Gabriel Volpi. Gabriel Volpi is one of the Italian people. They had a $10 million transaction with money laundering. It's a mess. And when I posted it yesterday, it was just a reaction to what happened about Donyo Kukwe. I first sent out a post saying, look, for every action, there's an equal reaction. We lost the general, and it's going to be, bare knuckles now. So I posted it. And I've been getting a lot of death threats, a lot of abuses and all that. I'm not bothered about all these things. I'm just shocked at I'm really shocked at the fact that I've come to realize that people know they read. Hey, Jesus. I wrote it there. Read in capital letter. Read. I wrote it 3 times. Some people were still coming back at me, telling me that na Bagudu, na Abubakar Bagudu. I was like, and the good thing was a lot of people that actually went there to read it, took their time to read it. They were the one, attacking them and Oga Jimmy said me you read 3 times and you did not read. Your waste of school fees. Your parents needs a refund because it's now dawned on me that okay, I think this is a major problem. We've not been reading, and that really, really, really hit me really hard. And people have been saying, "Yeah, Jimmy, well done." I didn't do anything. That's the honest truth. These FBI guys, they've done the job. They did the investigation. They did. This document has been out there since 2008. We've not just been able to read, and people were not bothered by the time they read first page. I took time to actually go through this thing, and Atiku's case started at the page 174. 174, and even the way I did it, I just took it from 174 to 241, right? People still find it hard to read. I was going through the message people were posting, and someone said, hey, look, this thing too long. I don't feel read. I bet waiting be the summary. I was like, Jesus Christ. One guy was even saying, okay, so the bottom line, we say, Atiku na fraud, Abi. I was like, dude, you don't need to ask me question. Just take 5 minutes. If you can read a particular section there's a particular section there that carries a summary. It's not up to a paragraph. Carries a summary of every single thing that is in that 174 pages to 241. The summary is just within one paragraph. Tells you everything about Jennifer, Jefferson, and everything. People still didn't read it. It was that bad. Man, it was that bad. So people coming up and saying, Baba Jimmy, they pressed their neck. I'm not doing anything. The only thing I did was just to reach out to the FBI because I was confused. Why would you have such a document against this guy and he still pops into the US in and out? He rubs it on people's faces. The last visit he made, I can tell you how many people were on my DMs. Atiku is in US now. He's taking pictures. So I always try to, this is America. They don't. You send a message. You can access anybody. So I'm not body special. You can send an email, and this is where the system works. You send an email, they'll reply you. You send an email, they will reply you, no matter who it is. If you want to send an email to Biden, I think it's Biden at whitehouse.com or something. Someone will reply you. So it's as easy as that. So you want question, they'll reply, and it will be on their archives. It will be on the database that so date someone requested for so information, and they send it to so press. It will be there. So I will just use this opportunity to employ us to please, guys, let us read more, right? We putting ourselves in front of this battle, getting out this information, posting it out there. It's the least we can do, and what you guys can do in return, just read, please. Just read. Nothing just read and understand the kind of people you're dealing with. If you read it, if you're an educated person, you read it, you can translate it to people in Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa. But please just read. Let me yield back now so other people can speak. Thank you so much, Saddam.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Thank you for the great work you did here. Thank you. Guys, go and read it. Confirm that Atiku is a thief like Tinubu. It's not us that saying it. There are proofs and everything out there. Jimmy did a whole lot of hard work, and we have posted it on Jumbotron. If you have checked Jumbotron earlier on, you have seen it. It has been up there on Jumbotron for as long as possible. Green Pasture, good evening. Have the space, please. 4 minutes. Green Pasture, are you there? All right, AK Priest, good evening. You have the space, please. 4 minutes, please. We're trying to wind up the time. AK Priest, are you there, please?
Hello, good evening, everybody. Oh, thank you for this opportunity. First of all, the major crime about Atiku is that he lacks integrity. He's a man that lacks integrity in all fronts. He not sticks to his word. For instance, a presidential candidate promising about 8 PDP governors, vice presidential candidates. So that so you see that person now 419 be that now. You go there, promise Abia State governor, I will give you vice presidential attack if you vote for me. Promise the other one, Wiki, I will give you if you support me. And you go, so promise the one in Asaba. That now Yahoo now is a scam. He's not a man that stick to his word. And also again, this man, go back to during 2011, he led 5 PDP governors out of this thing, out of to APC. What was his complaint? He said that it is the turn of the North, that they should respect the rules, they should respect the zoning formula, the arranged zoning formula. But right now, he still come back to the party again, come think disobey his standing order that power is supposed to move to the south. I mean, so someone like that cannot become our president because that scammer is a scammer. Another crime again. Another crime again. He committed recently is him coming to the east and saying that he is the road to the president for the east. How many voters you get for North? How many strong voters do you have in North? Go and counter the vote that you had last election. They are mostly from southeast, south. So what kind of statement are you saying? And then the guy himself, and also the privatization stuff. The guy, as in, many people, because of Atiku, so many people lost their job. Many people, like those in MPA, they lost their job. As in, people that were doing well, they lost their job because of his own greed. He give them all the company to his families, his relatives, his political associates, and the rest. That's the kind of person Atiku is. Atiku doesn't have any good intel, and someone that you have to fear someone like that, someone that can use everything to tweak you just to gain power. He can use religion to tweak you. Deborah incident. I'm citing an example. Deborah incident. He can even use ethnicity. His recent campaign in the North that they need a Northern candidate, and he's the Northern candidate. That's the kind of person he is. It's a two-sided coin. He's not someone that sticks to his word. He's not someone that can say this with his full chest. He's someone that will tweak it to have the game. He's someone that is desperate. I'm just showing you. I'm telling you what and what several things that he has done. Do you know? I mean, they say he's the employer of labor. Do you know how many people that lost their job in the university he created? So many people lost their job. He just one night they just dish out a sack letter. Almost 1,000 people were sacked in American university. Is that somebody? That person a unifier? Someone that cannot even control private sector? Well, cannot control private, but Obi can control private sector. Where he did well in a bank. He moved the bank from tier 3 to tier 2. Fidelity Bank is still standing. During that merger and the rest, Fidelity Bank was among the strong bank then. Nobody know. There was no bank, but Obi came. See, this is someone that is tested in private sector. Is it government? He was just a figurehead vice president. But as a vice president, he was someone that insubordination, someone that never respected authority. He had issue. Imagine Obasanjo telling me that I can never forgive. If I forgive you, God will never forgive me. So you can imagine the kind of insubordination that he had with this thing. Imagine you are planning with some South governor, Messi and the rest to take power when your boss is still there. It doesn't make sense. It's history. These are all in newspaper. These are all in this thing. It doesn't make sense. So why would I stick to my future with someone like that? Is it Goodluck Jonathan? It's still in the newspaper. It's there. Where he went to Jonathan should support his presidential bid last election. Immediately he got the primary, according to Jonathan, he stopped picking his call. Now they went to meet him last week again to say, come and support me. Meanwhile, I think that man that you told that this is not the turn for South, this is the turn to step down, let nothing, and you start the revolution for PDP, scatter PDP, and took us to where we are right now. Because it took us to where we are.
Bro, can you wrap up in 30 seconds, please?
So Atiku is not a candidate. It's not someone that can unify Nigeria. It's a destroyer of Nigeria. It's a divider of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. I think on our Saturday space, we might have a giveaway for PVC holders, especially PVC student holders, please. Students that have the PVC, I think we have a Christmas giveaway. We'll see how we could bless and make your Christmas a little bit more fun for you. All right, going on real quick. God's will for Nigeria. My sister, good evening. How are you doing today?
Good evening, brother. Good evening, everybody. I'm okay. How you doing?
We thank God, though. 3 minutes, please. God bless you.
Amen. No, you too. That shenanigans from Chatham House, I told myself that by God's grace, I'll host a space on the danger of Tinubu's presidency come 2023. I know I'm very busy, but I said if nothing happens before the election, I will do something like that. I will host a space for the first time, only for me to come to this space today and I saw this. This is not just about Tinubu alone, but Atiku together. So God just have a way of doing things. And I am so, so, so happy that we are having this very important discussion. I want to start talking about Tinubu because he's the one